Hi, and welcome back to this interview series, Cyber Frontiers, where we're interviewing doctoral students and candidates in the world of cybersecurity and cybercrime. Today, we have Dane Vanderkooy from Toronto Metropolitan University. He's a PhD student in management. I will let him give you more details about what he's researching and studying.
Thanks so much, Melissa. Happy to be here, first of all. So thanks for giving me the chance to get to share some thoughts on my research and my personal, proclivities in life and so forth. As Melissa said, my name is Dane Vanderkooy. I'm a third year, actually passed my comp exams and my proposal defense, so I can say I'm a candidate now, actually. So I'm pretty happy with that. And my areas of research actually, so management's of course a bit of a broad subject matter, very interdisciplinary. So I focus actually more specifically on what we call information systems research. So more specifically, I focus on cybersecurity and digital privacy behavior, particularly at the individual user level. I have done some research at the organizational level, but I look at individual users, sort of more consumer types. Particularly on sort of novel or emerging digital technologies. I'm particularly interested in the smart devices. So, the smartphones, the IoT devices, the smart homes, the smart speakers, smart watches, everything's becoming smart these days, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But I also do some stuff with social media analytics, some machine learning, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, collecting Twitter or X data. I've done some work with machine learning applications, both classification, supervised, unsupervised, looking at trying to predict certain behaviors. And I've also done some research on usage and adoption behaviors as well, particularly, again, on these sort of novel technologies, looking at usually from a privacy perspective, so, or security perspective. So we usually look at, disclosure or password management, but I also sometimes look at how some of these attitudes and perceptions influence the actual usage of the technology beyond disclosure or sort of cyber hygiene as well. So yeah, that pretty much sums up my areas of research and interest. So
cool. Well, thank you for the explanation. Yeah, management is a very wide field, and showing that specific area certainly brings into contrast the cybersecurity element to it. So my follow-up question to you was, what sparked your interest in cybersecurity and led you to a PhD studying that field?
So this one's actually kind of interesting. So growing up as a young guy, I was always an avid reader. I particularly, and I'd say around middle school, high school, I really gravitated towards some of these are actually mandatory readings, at least in my high school, but the dystopian fiction novels. We've all, I'm sure many of us have read, 1984 or, Animal Farm from George Orwell, or Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, or, Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged even, or Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Those are the kind of books that I read and really enjoyed as a sort of young child, preteen, teenager. And I sort of looked at the way they kind of approach privacy and security, usually from kind of an individual human rights kind of perspective. And I'm also born in 1996. So I got to sort of witness the rise of a lot of these modern digital technologies. I'm old enough to remember VHS players, CD-ROMs and stuff like that. But then I also, the old loud desktop computer, and also the big screens. They weren't always flat. I got to watch the rise of some of the social media, e-commerce sites. When I was younger, Amazon sold books. They didn't sell everything. Now, it was MySpace, and then it became Facebook, and then Twitter, and which is now X, right? So I got to see a lot of these things, and I saw some of the dangers posed by some of this technology and how it could be used for malicious or nefarious purposes. I grew up watching some of the scandals involving, let's say, Edward Snowden, or Cambridge Analytica with Facebook, which is now Meta. We've seen, some of these things. I felt like some of these books were kind of warning about the future, and what kind of direction, what kind of society we want to live in. And I've seen the rise of, with some authoritarian governments, spying, corporations taking data, selling it, not really giving us much transparency, not having much accountability. And those things got me kind of thinking about the world, and really kind of inspired me to study more into privacy and security and try to protect people and help people protect themselves. And that's kind of what kind of sparked my interest.
I think that thank you for the answer. It's very interesting take to see that it got you at a relatively young age,
Yeah.
and that it's been a focus for seemingly a good part of your life,
Yeah.
cybersecurity.
I was one of the lucky ones. I actually knew that what I wanted to study, not just say in cybersecurity. You never know 100% where you're going to end up. But I took a management class in grade 10. I had a really impressionable teacher, and I wanted to do business. I really liked business. I even did a co-op, worked with a law firm. We did estate and civil law and some criminal stuff. I got to see some of the different aspects of it. And then I did my undergrad in business, and then business. I was initially going to go into law. I even worked for the Department of Justice for about 2 years, but I ended up getting more into the IT kind of side of things. I got a chance to work with the data analytics team, see some sort of novel. They were looking at crypto and blockchain, IoT, AI, machine learning, some of the stuff, and I got to see it firsthand and witness some of the power of this technology and how it can be used for all kinds of cool things. But then I also got to see some of the downsides. And these things are tools, right? And so we can use them for their a proper more useful, good kind of purpose, or you can use them for bad purpose, right? You can take a hammer and a nail, or you can bash someone's head in with it, right? And so some of these tools I think I see are increasingly being used, unfortunately, for less ethical purposes, at least in my view, and that concerned me as a young person. I saw some scandals, some of these stuff, and that kind of got me into this sort of direction. So
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing your answer with us. Um, I think one of the obvious questions to ask is, how do you explain to someone that's not familiar with cybersecurity what your research focus is?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I get asked this a lot because my mom texts. I even wrote this down. When I was preparing for this, my mom always texts me every maybe 3-4 months, going, "What exactly do you study again? What do you do?" Because she's trying to tell her friends or something like this, right? So I have to go on the long tirade again. As I mentioned, I study management. Technically, my degree will say management on it, but again, I focus on IS, information systems, and then that's a whole other broad field in of itself. Anything involving technology or digital aspects and stuff like this, from a managerial kind of perspective. But then from there, I go into security and privacy. And so the conversation usually goes with that. I'll kind of open with the management, then sort of narrow it down. But I try to get the people thinking about their privacy or security. So I usually ask, do you have a smartphone? Do you have a social media account? Do you go on Amazon? Do you ever shop online, or browse online, surf the web? What do you think they're doing with that information? Right? Have you ever gotten an ad that you were talking about, right? We've all seen this, right? We talk about something and talk about going to Florida for a trip, and then I get an ad for a discounted ticket to Florida. That's kind of creepy. Most people have experienced this now, at least anecdotally from who I talk to. So I started trying to get them thinking about that. And I think, what do you think they're doing? How do you feel about your privacy? And I get that conversation kind of going, sparking that curiosity. And most of the time people aren't even aware, they haven't even thought about it. And I think, well, where do you think all this data is sitting? What do you think they're doing with this? Do you think there's a cost involved with getting this? Google's free, right? Anyone could open a Google account. You can go in and search all kinds of cool stuff. But do you think there's a cost for that? They're a company. They got to make money. Why are they giving this for free? Things like that, I think, really get the conversation sparked. And then I try to explain how I look at the user. I try to help people help themselves. And I say, so for example, I use anonymized browsing. I use credential and password management tools. I regularly change passwords and use other additional, privacy enhancing technologies and tools like VPNs, for example. And I try to get that sparked. And again, most of the time, most people have just not heard of this stuff, or they're not aware. Or they've seen a story on the news. We've all seen a story of a grandma getting scammed out of a couple $1,000s, or someone falling for a ransomware at a small business, or a town. Even in this case, I think Hamilton, the city of Hamilton, was hit by a cyber attack not too recently ago. So it's in the news regularly, but I still think it's not it's one of these things people kind of abstract away a little bit. So I start trying to bring it down to make it relatable, I guess, kind of when someone brings it up. So that's kind of my strategy, just to explain what I do.
I think that, yeah, that's definitely the good strategy to take with people. I think oftentimes I think about cybersecurity or cybercrime. It's like a guy in a black hoodie up at a computer, just lines of
Yeah,
code, and they're attacking a government,
yeah,
or they're attacking, a famous person, or like really important data. But I think, as you've demonstrated, it's things that everyday people do. Same thing with like your house has a lock on it,
yeah,
probably.
yeah,
So that it's the same thing. No one
yeah.
thinks about their locking system
That,
or their security system there, but it
exactly.
exists.
Or even the trade-off. Like I tell people, I view my data as my property. And so that's just my perspective. But I tell people, how would you feel if Google took a brick of your house every time you went on Google? Or how would you feel if they took a little plot of your land or something like this? I think that's kind of what they're doing with your digital identity, with your personal information. There's a cost. You're nothing's free. I'm a business student, right? Economics, one of the first things they'll tell you, no such thing as a free lunch, right? And so a lot of people just, again, they're not aware of that, those kind of things. And so I think once you get that conversation talking and they spark it, or yes, they picture, again, as we've seen over the summer, we learned that these ransomware organizations are, they're full-on companies. They have accountants, they have marketing people, they have psychology people. It's not just a bunch of nerds sitting in a dark room, no lights, nothing, and they got a bunch of screens like Batman or something like this. And they're, we joke in our lab and we say, like, we always do this impression. We're like, I'm in, like that's the classic, hacker movie, spy thriller, whatever. But that's not really reality. That's Hollywood fiction, I think, for the most part. And so breaking down that kind of illusion, I think, can help people maybe see the picture a little clearer.
Absolutely. And I think this follows up naturally with what's one misconception people have about what you study?
I think one of the most popular misconceptions, I think, is that the experts are perfect and they know, not everything, but they just, oh, there's a perfect hygiene person. There is not. My own supervisor has fallen for fishes. There are very well prominent experts with way more experience and wisdom and knowledge than I have now as a student still, that will fall for this stuff. It's not, very smart. All it takes is one of my colleagues, he just, as a kid's not even, I think, just a year old. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. He's trying to feed the baby's crying. He's distracted and he gets an email and he thinks it's legit. He's exhausted. He's tired. He's burnt out, and he clicked on the fish and thankfully he was able to stop it, but he was, he fell for it. Right. I mean, there was the one story where a CTO designed their own fish and then released it, and they fell for their own fish that they knew was coming and still fell for it. Right. So I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions, is that the experts are kind of perfect and that there's such thing as a perfect, ideal cyber hygiene person. I don't think that's accurate. I would be, I would imagine if you interviewed, let's say, 1,000 of the top or 100 of the top experts, and you ask them in reality, how often do you really change your passwords? Do you really change them every 6 months like you're supposed to? I would be surprised to see even a majority of them saying yes to this. I myself am guilty of this. I consider myself more proactive than the average person, even within my field. I'm the one who really, especially on the privacy side of things, like I really try to use the tools and technology available. I'll pay extra, I'll pay for the service. And even I am not perfect and still could work on my password credential management. So I think that's probably one of the biggest misconceptions in the field, at least that I see, where they expect, me to know. It's the same thing with coders, right? Well, your uncle asks you for a computer problem and they expect you just to be able to solve it because you have a bachelor's in computer science, computer engineering. It's like, no, I didn't design the code. I didn't design this program. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. It's so yeah, that's what I think would be probably one of the biggest sort of myths in the average person's kind of mind.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point you bring up. That it's not because you're an expert that you're infallible as a human being.
Yeah, no, like it's we're human. This is why attackers go for the human side, right? The human centric aspect, right? The human is generally considered the weakest link, and it's because we are not robots. We are not code. We are not AI. We are human beings. We have emotions. Even the smartest, most brilliant people have bad days. They get angry or upset or frustrated, or they're tired or burnt out or exhausted and not paying attention. They're distracted, not focused, and something slips through. This is the nature of being a human being, I think. So it's
Yeah, absolutely. And it's why there's so much research and discovery to be done about the human side of
exactly.
cybersecurity. So I want to know a bit more about you. And so outside of your research, what hobby or activity are you passionate about?
A couple hobbies. I am an avid. I enjoy weightlifting. I enjoy exercising, and particularly bodybuilding and powerlifting. I enjoy very much. I've always been active. I did sports a bunch as a kid. Did martial arts, boxing, soccer, skiing, football, all those kinds of things. But now I really enjoy weightlifting in particular. I also am an avid gamer. I'm a big nerd, geek, dork, whatever you want to call it these days. I enjoy video gaming a lot. That's probably one of my favorite hobbies. And I would say last, I enjoy the outdoors. I'm an avid camper. I've gone hunting, fishing, trekking, portaging, all that. Actually, just went on a trip to Pinery Provincial Park this past weekend, actually. So yeah, I'm big into that. My brother's an avid outdoorsman, as are many members of my family, including my girlfriend as well. So yeah, those are probably the main three sort of hobbies that I focus on, because obviously you're quite busy as a doctoral candidate, as a student, so you don't get as much free time as perhaps the next person. But I make do with what I have, and at the end of the day, I get a little escape away from the lab and from the research and the work. So.
Well, thank you for sharing a bit about yourself there. I wanted to move on to talk about your research itself. So, what is the specific issue that you're trying to address with your cybersecurity research?
So, I'll start with the privacy stuff and then go into the cybersecurity. So in privacy literature, there's a huge problem that we've been trying to solve and discuss and elaborate on for the last about 30 years. And this is called the privacy paradox, the infamous privacy paradox. And so this paradox is a phenomenon whereby people tend to express privacy concerns regarding the invasive nature of various technologies, be it social media, e-commerce, your smartphone, your IoT device. And at the same time, myself included, again, the experts are also included in this, we share a lot of personal information for pretty much free. Myself included, I have social media. I have an Amazon account. I have disclosed personal information online. I, too, do not mind sharing a photo of my Sunday brunch or my beach photo with my girlfriend on Instagram or something like this. And so that's really one of the main, if not the topic within privacy literature, and varieties of different, there's even a debate as to whether it exists or not. There's just all kinds of back and forths and trying to find a way to explain it or, debunk it or solve it. Perhaps over 30 theories have been employed to try and attack this problem, from IS theory, psychology, economics, sociology. Quantum computing has even been touted as a potential explanation, like quantum states, I should say, and determinacy and some of this other stuff. There's all kinds of weird creative explanations behind it: information asymmetry, psychological biases, heuristics, social factors, culture, for example, knowledge, experience, all these different things. And so it's kind of a big, I like tough problems. I like trying to solve this kind of stuff. And similarly with security, I want to look at, they're similar sort of contradictions or inconsistent findings or results, at least on the human side of cybersecurity, that I've seen. So for example, it's generally accepted in the literature that improving, awareness, education, training, experience can improve your cyber hygiene, improve your password credential management. But there's also been some recent literature that suggests that this can lead to an overconfidence effect. Oh, I don't have to worry about it, I know this. And then you end up actually engaging in, poor hygiene practices. So it seems kind of contradictory, at least on its surface. And so I like those kind of weird sort of findings, seeing these debates as to what actually improves hygiene the best, right? Like, for a long time, they thought that, the sort of, stick on the back kind of approach instead of the carrot approach, being, strict enforcement, punishment, strict discipline, That was kind of the de facto approach for the last couple of decades. And some recent research has shown this can actually have really negative effects. It can cause employees in particular to really sort of shut down and, develop hostile attitudes towards the training. If you get, you fell for our simulated fish, you're not getting that promotion. Traditionally that was thought as of a good reason, but more recent research has shown that no, that actually is not really the best strategy to improve it. Being open, having transparency, having those kind of conversations, communication, letting people know where they went wrong, and not just, you failed this, so now you're in trouble kind of thing. Turns out that this can make people kind of clam up. Makes them more hesitant, more resistant. They don't want to get involved with it. They think they're going to mess up and make a mistake, cost the company money or something like that. And so those kind of aspects, those sort of, finding maybe a contradictory finding or inconsistent results, those are the kind of areas that I enjoy looking at. So, the problem I think is that people kind of suck at managing their privacy and security, including experts even. So, and I hate to be blunt about it. I think it's just better to be honest. And, I think we're trying to figure out why that is and what can we do about it? How can we make people better without requiring, draconian measures of, super strict monitoring or enforcement or surveillance. We want to help empower people themselves, give them the agency, let them make their own decision making, set their preferences. Some people don't care so much about privacy or security as much as other folks in their individual lives. And I believe that we should allow people to have the choice, but so long as they're making an informed choice and they're not making decisions based off of, old or outdated information or research, you want to adopt current best practices. And so, yeah, I'd say that's pretty much the issue that I'm trying to work on and solve. And I think we're all trying to work on and solve together. So.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and it does seem like you're attacking the big questions.
Yeah.
So I was a bit curious. You mentioned, especially for the part about privacy, that there are a lot of theories and schools of thought that are being employed to try and answer and understand the problem at hand. But what methodology do you use in your research?
So I'm trained in various methods, but I personally myself prefer quantitative based methods, usually through the form of cross-sectional surveys, although we're increasingly looking at experimentation as part of my dissertation to try and measure true actual behavior. Surveys can only generally measure intentions, but there's all kinds of issues with ethics involved, especially with privacy, because there are some issues with privacy rights and so forth, especially in Canada, where we actually have PIPEDA and some other some legislation involved there in comparison to some other countries like the United States, for example. Not as good as GDPR, but we're getting there, hopefully. And so, yeah, that's typically the design I use. I've used mixed methods. I've done qualitative, I've done semi-structure interviews and, thematic analysis, narrative analysis, that kind of stuff. But I prefer the quantitative approach. In particular, my sort of favorite approach, this is common in privacy and security literature, especially in the IS domain, is to use partial least squares structural equation modeling. But increasingly, we're seeing some novel applications of other technologies and approaches. So I've been recently dabbling in machine learning, particularly both trying to classify people. Are you going to be a high information sharer or discloser, or low? Are you going to be, you're going to have a high chance of engaging in good credential password management, or low?
All right. Now move to our third speaker. Moving from technology and crime to the real how we're tackling crime issues, including crime investigations and crime prevention. So our third speaker is also freshly minted PhD, Dr. Hui Pan. He obtained his PhD in criminology at Monash University earlier this year, and his research focuses on investigating the operation of transnational cybercriminals networks and international policing. He was experienced police officer in Vietnam for many years before he joined Monash with me at doing his PhD. So great that to see him that move away to another step and start to really shine in this space. So his topic today is challenges in policing cross-border identity crime, the case study of Vietnam. He will touch on issues that is happening in Vietnam. I know we got a lot of research on policing cross-border crime in Western societies, but they're still lacking of research in understanding the unique situation in the Southeast Asia. And Hui's research is very much into the space, try to provide some nuance and research into different cultures and different situations in the Southeast Asia. So without overdue, I'll pass the microphone to Hui.
Thank you, Lennon. My name is Duc Huy Phan. Please call me Hui. And today I'm so happy to join our conference. Unlike the previous conference I joined, this conference is live streaming, so that anyone access to our website and can watch our presentation. So rather than focus on a small group of scholars, so anyone from any part of the world can watch our presentation today. So it's my pleasure to be here today and make a presentation about my research. So let me share my PowerPoint slide. Okay. In my presentation today, I'd like to share a presentation about challenges in policing cross-border identity crime in Vietnam. This is a part of my PhD project conducted at Monash University. And my presentation will have three parts. In the first part, I will give some background information about my study, and I will then introduce the research method of my study. And in the last part, some findings about challenges policing cross-border identity crime will be presented. Let's start with some background information about my study. So identity crime, there is a wide variety of identity crime. There is some differences in the ways governments and scholars define identity crime. But in my study, I use the definition given by United Nations Economic and Social Council, which define identity crime is crime which either targets identification documents, system or data, or exploits them in the course of committing other crimes. And identity crime is an umbrella term which covers a wide range of criminal activities, including identity theft, identity fraud, identity fabrication, identity manipulation, and land identities. And the recent statistics show that identity crime is one of the fastest growing crime in several countries, including the US, UK, and Australia. For instance, in the US, 33% of Americans have experience of some form of identity crime in their lives. And in Australia, identity crime is one of the fastest growing crimes, impacting 31% of all Australians at some point in their life. Cybercrimes, especially identity crimes, has posed considerable challenges for police all around the world in the past, at present, and likely in the future. And My study focused on identity crime in Vietnam. As you know, Vietnam is a Southeast Asia country. Vietnam's was connected to the internet in 2019. Connected internet in 1997. Since then, Vietnam's witnessed a rapid expansion of internet penetration. In 2000, only 0.2% of Vietnamese population had access to the internet, but in 2023, there is the percentage of Vietnam population having access to internet increased to 78% of the whole population. So you can see a rapid expansion of internet access in Vietnam in the last 30 years, nearly 30 years. And together with the development of technologies and internet, identity crime as well as cybercrime has emerged in Vietnam for last 10 years, with the numbers of cyber fraud increasing significantly. For instance, the numbers of cyber fraud cases in the first 6 months of 2023 increased by 64% over the same periods of last year, and 37% compared to the last 6 months of last year. And the majority of these cases involve the theft of personal information via the impersonations of well-known institutions such as commercial banks or state agencies. And these types of frauds fall into 4 main types, namely bank card fraud, void phishing fraud, business email compromise fraud, and advance fee fraud, with the involvement of a lot of foreign offenders. I term these types of crime with the new term cross-border identity crime. It covers all identity crime involving foreign offenders. And because of the complicated natures and transnational natures of this type of crime, a specialized police unit in Vietnam, which were established in 2013, face a lot of challenges in dealing with this issue. And my studies explore the challenges faced by these units in policing cross-border identity crime in Vietnam. In order to explore the challenges faced by these units in policing cross-border identity crime in Vietnam, I've used a qualitative approach. I've interviewed 17 law enforcement officers from the different police units in Vietnam. I chose participants from the numbers of local province and cities which have great numbers of cyber frauds, as well as some participants also were working at the Department of Anti-Cybercrime and Cybersecurity, the central level in Vietnam. And after the process of data collections and data analysis, I come up with some findings about challenges in policing cross-border identity crime in Vietnam. I categorize these challenges in 4 main groups. The first group of challenges is about cross-jurisdictional policing. The second group of challenges is about internal policing issues. The first group of challenges is about the natures of operation of international cyber criminal syndicates. And the last group is about victim engagement. I will elaborate the challenges in following slide. So the first group of challenges I found through my studies is about cross-jurisdictional policing or international policing. So because of the transnational natures of cross-border identity crime, international corporations, cross-jurisdictional cooperation is a crucial part of process of investigations into cross-border identity crime. The collaborations between Vietnam law enforcement agency and their counterparts has been conducted via two main mechanisms. The first mechanism is formal cooperations, which based on the bilateral and multilateral treaties signed by Vietnam and other countries. And in order to conduct the formal cooperations, Vietnam law enforcement agency has to send a mutual legal assistance request to their counterpart via diplomatic channels or via official channels, like through the Supreme Procuracies of Vietnam. And my study found that there is a disparity between the slowness of formal international cooperations and the level of urgency of criminal investigation efforts. It means that's why the formal international cooperations takes months and even a year to get the result. The criminals can take maybe a few minutes to transfer monies across the border and transfer monies internationally, and their accomplice can receive money from different countries, can receive money in a matter of minutes. But police may be with months or years to receive the replies from their counterparts via the formal international cooperation. And another issue is that the effectiveness of formal international cooperations based on the willingness of the country receiving the request from Vietnam's police. So it means that some countries consider cyber crimes is not as serious, as important as other types of crime, such as violent crime, or like, for instance, murders. So the country received requests may not prioritize the requests regarding the cybercrime issue. So it impacts negatively on the times of receiving requests from for Vietnam police. To overcome the challenges, to overcome the consuming process of formal international cooperation, Vietnam police utilize informal cooperation. It is the mechanism of cooperation based on the partnership relationships between Vietnam and their counterparts, or based on the regional international instruments, like for instance, like Interpol mechanism, Interpol's cooperation framework, to receive and sending information intelligence. But this mechanism of cooperation is mainly for sharing information. Also, the process of sharing information is quick and timely, but the outcome, the result of informal cooperation is not rarely considered evidence in criminal proceeding. So Vietnam investigations agency readily can use the outcome of informal cooperations as evidence in criminal proceedings, and it's really hard to use the outcome of informal cooperations to prosecute criminals before courts in Vietnam. So that is the weakness of informal cooperation. So, yep, this is the first group of challenges in policing cross-border identity crime. In my study also discovered some issue regarding the internal policing in Vietnam's police force. So in a lot of specialized police units, the organizations experience shortage of personnel. It means that the Vietnam police lack the skillful investigations of cybercrime. So all those Vietnam Ministry of Public Security attempt to organize a lot of training courses for police officers, especially at the local level. But the numbers of participants in this course are limited. So the investigations police agency at the local level still lack in skillful investigation, is skillful investigators of cybercrime. And another issue regarding the interpreter, because in investigations of cross-border identity crime, interpreters plays an important role in communicate, in the facilitate the communication between investigators and the criminals. However, the Vietnam's law enforcement agency find difficult in find skillful interpreters who can help them in interrogations of cyber criminal. So all those other countries like the Taiwan's or the UK's have some scheme, some mechanism of outsourcing, translating and interpreting service to the private sectors. But in Vietnam, that mechanism doesn't exist. So Vietnam's investigative bodies face challenges in find skillful interpreter in process of investigation. And the last challenges in this group is about lack of specialized equipment. The specialized equipment, I mean, about the computers and even some hardware and software to analyze digital device to collect the digital evidence. So the interviews in my studies reveal that they lack, they only have a few of specialized equipment. Even some of them have to buy secondhand from some online shopping website to with their own money to serve their job. So in many cases, they have to send the device they seize and they gather from criminals. They need to send the digital evidence to the central department, I mean the Department of Anti-Cybercrime and Cybersecurity, to analyze. But this process delay the investigation of cybercrime cases. So that is the issue regarding the internal policing issues. The next group of challenges is about the nature of operation of international cybercriminal syndicate. So my study found that the offenders, cybercriminals, often use the principle of anonymity in their operation. It means that each offender in the cyber criminal network doesn't know the exact identity of their accomplice and their companies. They don't know. They use alias or nickname to call each other, so that when one or a few offender arrested, they cannot reveal the identities of other companies, other accomplice in their network, especially their boss in other country. So the boss of cyber criminal network rarely detected and arrested in all the case I studied. And the other challenges in this group is about the complicated structures of cyber criminal network. The cyber criminal networks are formed by different groups located in different countries. So it's caused the difficulties of the process of gather evidence, identifying the offenders located in other countries, and it demands the cooperation from different law enforcement agencies from different countries. So it's caused great challenges for law enforcement agency in Vietnam in identifying, arresting offenders of the network in different countries. And the last challenges of this group is about the rising use of cryptocurrency to launder money in identity crime. So this is a matter. It is a matter I like to explore further in my future study. So it is a complicated issue faced not by only Vietnam law enforcement agency, but also as a police force when the cyber criminal use cryptocurrencies to send money send money to the other perpetrators in different countries in a matter of minutes or even seconds. And it's because of the nature of cryptocurrency, and it's really hard for law enforcement agency to detect the receivers of the money. Okay, and the last group of challenges is regarding the victim engagement. So for my studies found it is similar to the previous studies about the underreporting issue regarding cybercrime. My study also find that victims of cross-border identity crime, especially victims of advanced fee fraud or romance scam, romance fraud, hesitated to report their crime. They even deleted or erased digital evidence, including the messages or videos sent by the perpetrator before they report their crime to police. Some of them aware of their victimization after a couple of months. So all the information shared by the offenders already is deleted, or the digital evidence is not good enough to initiate criminal proceeding. And some victims also hesitated to work with police because they consider the damage, the financial damage caused to them by the offender is not significant, so they don't want to waste their time to work with police to detect the offenders and recover the money. But in the future, I think the Vietnam police can use can utilize a new initiative or measure to encourage more victims to report their victimization to police. And I do believe that the rate of the dark figure of crime or the underreporting cybercrime is significant in Vietnam as well as a country. And this is on some findings as well as about challenges of policing cross-border identity crimes of my study. And thank you very much for your listening. And that's it. Thank you, Lennon, and thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, Wei. Great. We see some same issues occur in every country. So especially now, we see the lacking of resources in especially developing countries in the Southeast Asia in combating cybercrime, especially online scam like this. And good that we see more and more emergent academics working into this area and try to help their countries to build a better system and to introduce what the issues of their country to the world and try to find a good collaboration to solve the problem. And now we're moving from Vietnam to Indonesia. We have Dr. Soon to be. Miss Irasha Shafira, she is a PhD candidate at Monash University, whose research interests center around cybercriminology, social cybersecurity, and the development of technology in the context of its social impact towards society. And her PhD research is on the intersectionality between Indonesian society, reaction to cybercrime committed against government-managed citizen personal data. And I know before she joined as a PhD, she has been working in NGO, so very experienced and have a great knowledge about this topic. Today, her talk will be on discovering a paradox, when cybersecurity is solely needed, but people don't care enough about it. So I'll let her talk about her topic as we are sort of running out of time. But Nasha, over to you.
All right, thanks, Lennon. So just let me share my screen for a bit. Yeah, so this should be fine now.
Yep.
Right.
Go ahead.
So thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Nasha. I am a PhD candidate. This is my second year. Actually, I'm taking cue from Dr. Suvik's presentation and Dr. Hilly's presentation.
Nasha, are you here? So it's should be Nasha's connection, right? So should we wait, Michael?
Did it just
Yep, you're back.
okay, I am back. Sorry guys, technical issues abound.
Welcome to the digital world.
Welcome to the digital world. Digital issues abound. So yeah, we are going to look into the issue of government data breach in Indonesia. And this is my second year, as I said, in my PhD project. This is ongoing. So if you guys have any feedbacks or maybe, you know, an idea of where this research could go to, that would be very much appreciated. Lord, nah. Okay, so first, before we go into the data breach itself, like the huge world of data breach, as an introduction, let's see the visualization of the world's biggest data breaches and hacks. Indonesia occupies two large circles over here and over here. Do you know that Indonesian SIM cards, and of course, aptly named Indonesia's health agency, these are both government-managed databases. Indonesian SIM cards is held by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, and Indonesia's health agency is held by the Ministry of Health, of course, and subsequently its public body is called BPJS Kesehatan. This is like national, the equivalent of UK's National Health Security, the NHS. And that brought us to the problem of government data breaches in Indonesia. These are, well, news headlines pertaining government data breaches. This one is 337 million Indonesian citizens data breach from Ministry of Home Affairs, and the one that has 300 in it is 300 million Indonesian citizens data breach from Civil Registry Service Officer Hacker Bjorka, claiming to have personal data managed by the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, and so on. This has been going on for consecutive years. So in 2020, the General Election Commission, we just had our presidential election a few months ago. So similar to India in that regards. And the General Election Commission was hacked, and 2.3 million voters' personal data was sold on Hackers Forum, Raid Forums, if I'm not mistaken. And in 2021, the Social Security Agency on Health, BPJS Kesehatan, I mentioned earlier, was hacked, and 279 million consumer data were sold on Raid Forums. And in 2022, data breaches occurred in the Ministry of Communications and Informatics, Indonesia, MOCI, and the KPU, with hacker who called themselves Bjorka, obtaining 1.3 billion and 155 million consumer data, respectively. And finally, in 2023, 34 million Indonesian passports were stolen from the Directorate General of Immigration of Indonesia, all allegedly done by the same hacker, which is Bjorka. And this is not to say in 2024 there is no data breach. There is one from KPU again. So this is an ongoing issue in our country, in Indonesia. What do you guys think the reaction was? Given the magnitude of this crime, something must have been done, right? So this is posted in Raid Forums. Cominfo is the Ministry of Communications and Informatics. What they say is basically, hackers, if you can, please do not attack. This is ridiculous, I know, and this brought me to my PhD. And of course, this anonymous hacker, which we don't know if it's a person or it's a collective, told the Indonesian government stop being an idiot in a very public forum in which everyone is privy to see. So there's the challenges of cybersecurity implementation, or like if we're trying to secure our data in cyberspace. The thing is, data privacy issues in Indonesia suffer from what I think is the age-old awareness problem. So if we are going to talk about what is the prevalent situation of cybersecurity, it's always the lack of awareness, the lack of understanding of the issue, limited personnel. So this research kind of goes into the tune of the same problem as well. Then there is the limited empirical research about people's reactions to personal data protection issues in Indonesia. But there's also this is also experienced globally. To my knowledge, similar research has been done in the US and also in the Europe, Germany to be exact. But then it is done for privately owned databases, so from the private sector, not the public sector. And in Indonesia, there are surveys about what people's understanding about personal data protection issues. In 2021, the Ministry of Communications and Informatics did a survey of 11,305 respondents in 34 provinces in Indonesia, in which it says that 94.1% of respondents know about personal data. And in questions that pertain to people's capability to protect their personal data, the survey finds that they are not too selective in managing access to gadgets and apps that enable the theft. Also, they do not care much about access that is needed by apps so they can be installed, and they do not change much with privacy settings in social media. And also, media portrayal of personal data protection law has garnered recognition from the respondents, and it says that 48.8% of respondents have read the PDP bill. And the PDP bill only recently, back in 2022, it got passed into law. So the personal data protection law and regulation in Indonesia is shaky at best. and practically non-existent because it just got passed 2 years ago at the worst. Findings. So to understand the people's reaction the people's reactions to government data breach, the way I did it is qualitatively. I approached 16 organizations, hence Lennon mentioned that I worked in NGOs before, it's true. 16 organizations that are part of the Coalition of Personal Data Protection Advocacy. These are basically the forefront experts of the Indonesian civil society that understands about the data protection issues and privacy issues in general. So from what I found, the reaction is feeling resigned and helpless, and it implies that there is a general low trust in government's ability to protect personal data. Then, of course, they don't really understand, low awareness towards cybersecurity issue, don't really care much. There's a low sense of urgency towards glaring cybersecurity problem, which is data breaches, and are not really aware, of course, their low awareness towards cybersecurity issue. And the interesting one is also data breach is still an elite issues in which cybersecurity is placed in a pedestal. Like it is not an issue that everyday common people should be caring about, despite the high number of internet adoption and penetration to Indonesia for the last 5 years, in which 98% of our population are in the internet. But then the sentiment found is still data breach is an elite issues and it isn't a public one. So there's a paradox there in which Indonesia is very, very much into the internet, into the digitalization of life itself. Our government is going into digital governance, and our work is all going digital. But then it is not accompanied by a sense of urgency towards protecting their personal data, which is part of what cybersecurity is going about. Then also the findings in civil society's view, the government's handling of government data breach, as in the state, the government, are lacking in capability, lacking in cybersecurity capability. So they have run tests, penetration testings, and it's found that its firewall is not strong enough to hold off external attacks from hackers. And there's also the digital authoritarian tendency, which I will get to in the next slides. And there's a low accountability in handling the citizens' personal data and the lack of transparency when handling data breach cases. From the current finding, we can surmise that there is a certain cavalier attitude of Indonesians towards privacy issues as a whole. People know, but they do not care much about personal data itself. And this connects to what Dr. Suvik mentioned about shadow victimization, in which people are not aware that they are victims of a very, very obvious crime of getting their data breached, because according to the PDP law, every body, government and private, that has the authority to control and process data are subject to the obligations to protect their consumers' data, their subjects' data, and the government has failed time and time again to do this. And of course, the cultural aspect of it is there is a discourse that privacy is not an Indonesian culture. Instead, it came from the Western world, because Indonesian culture, similarly to India, the Indonesian culture places more emphasis on communality. So privacy is not really a thing that is observed here. So that's that. And of course, the HL cybersecurity problem, which is lacking awareness. And the government does not portray seriousness when dealing with the government data breach issues. So this is my attempt to convince all of you that government data breaches is actually a very prevalent issue in cybersecurity. And I wanted to kind of make it come true for Michael Frumkin's 2009 thinking that public sector data breaches are not given as much attention as the private sector ones. It's like this. So your personal data as a requirement of access to public services. Do you ever think about it? So in Indonesian cases, there is this Singapore-esque trace. It's used to trace the victims, the patients of COVID-19, where they are and their vaccination records, right? So it's there. And then suddenly the app transformed into electronic medical record app. So the Ministry of Health put this as an innovation. So because the pandemic is receding, so they wanted to change the app into something else, but they did it without the consent or socialization or thorough socialization of what happened. So it just suddenly transformed. I never downloaded the Satu Sehat app, but it's suddenly there in my phone. Don't you think this construes as a very problematic cybersecurity practices by the government itself? So yeah. And there's also the hypothetical situations that the government asks you, it's not hypothetical, it's already ongoing, that the government asks you to fill out forms that ask your name, social security number, address, and possibly even vaccination records. And refusal is not really an option, because not filling in data means you cannot access a lot of public services or even be in a public space. And you filled it in because you have to fill it in, trusting the government to keep a hold of your data and use it as they need to. Then you saw the news that a hacker has breached the government database and sold your data on the dark web. Then what? We return to that infamous statement that Indonesian government asking hackers, like, if you can, don't attack. Like, we're in a Dora and Explorer episode and Dora told Swiper not to swipe. Yeah, this is like a legitimate government reaction to cybercrime itself. So I think this requires, this is something that needs to be given a spotlight in the cybersecurity problem, because the human-centric part of it often kind of dismisses this kind of cultural thing that is there, that if people don't really care about cybersecurity, then they would go do stuff like this. So yeah. And also there's the findings that government's reaction to government data breaches tends to lean into defensive denial and resistance. You can see the statements here, but when faced with government data breaches, they would deny it and said it wasn't our data, or we have asked BSSN. BSSN is the government agency that deals with almost every cybersecurity attack, cybersecurity related issues, but then no further responsibility is taken. And in any given incident, deny it first, then after they deny, there won't be any steps taken to repair the situation, because they won't contradict their first statement, which is denial. And I believe that the government bodies that got breached haven't really understood or realized the seriousness of the risks faced by citizens when their data got breached. So they didn't think about it and would rather give out statements of denial instead. And when the immigration offices got their data breached, they only called the Ministry of Communications and Informatics and BSSN to investigate when everyone is talking about it. So it has to go viral. Then they would do press conferences, and health agency would do this too. And they would hold press conferences and say that no illegitimate access was found in their databases. And after this denial, what are the public supposed to do? So there's overall confusion and misunderstanding that then immediately leads into the feeling of resignation and helplessness when their data got breached, even when they are forced to give that data. Like, there are no other choice if you want to get public access to public services. But then when their data got breached, like, there's literally like nothing they can do that can help them. And echoing Dr. He's statement, the previous statement, it's that people are just too lazy to deal with government, to deal with any government body, including law enforcement, because yeah, there's low trust in the government itself. So it's all very connected to each other. Another problem that I believe also presents a huge challenge to cybersecurity implementation in Indonesia is that there is the tendency to the digital authoritarianism tendency that we have, that Indonesia has, that I have mentioned previously. So in 2019, SafeNet, a very forefront CSO NGOs that talk about digital rights in Southeast Asia, not just Indonesia. They made a report stating that there is a rise of digital authoritarianism in Indonesia. This is back in 2019. And in 2020, there's digital repression amid the pandemic. And in 2021, digital repression keep continuing. And in 2022, internet freedom remained under threat in Indonesia, which digital repression keeps on continuing. And in 2023, digital rights in situation in Indonesia had worsened even further. And in 2024, because we had general election previously, as I said earlier, that's also mired with digital repressions. And this kind of makes me surmise that maybe people don't really care enough because they cannot afford to. They are afraid of getting criminalized if they just as much as utter critiques towards the government. So that's probably one of the things I would like to discuss when stating cybersecurity data privacy issues in Indonesia. So the data privacy, cybersecurity, and public policy that deals with it is a very complex socio-technical issues. So are people outraged? Yes, but only in social media because they are afraid of being criminalized for critiquing the government. Then what does the government do? How do they react? Defensively, with denial, and also resisting critiques. So that is that. And how about us as the people whose data are compromised? In Indonesia, the general sentiment is resignation and helplessness. Like we do not want to do anything because they couldn't be bothered to, probably similar to Vietnam and India as well, because we're not even aware that we're victims. So quoting Dr. Mukherjee's work earlier, we are all shadow victims in Indonesia because government data has been breached time and time and time again to the point that we have data breach fatigue already. And the most important question of all, how do we navigate the complex paradox of how the issue is a huge problem in a society and even the government itself that do not seem to care because there are more important things to talk about. So let's discuss them. So thank you, Lennon. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Nasha. Well done. Well, I'm looking forward to your final report and to learn from you more about Indonesia. It's indeed that while we are adopting some of the theories or ideas from the West, it is not really matching the culture in the East. So there's a lot of things that we have to really let a feedback to the academic discussions and really to understand what's the difference and how we can make a balance between the two. Before I make the conclusion, Michael, is there any question from the floor, from the audience? No? All right. So I'll quickly conclude what we discussed today. We'll probably see that from the very beginning we talk about how new technologies has facilitated the traditional crime and creating a new type of crime, including issues like disinformation, misinformation, and we're actually creating, as everyone will here agree, that we're creating a group of people who don't really know or sense they are the victims. So this links to the collective victimization or hidden victimization. So that may be something we really need to further explore. And to Hui and Nasha's discussion, we still see that there's a need for having more resources and really that the government put their efforts onto crime investigations and crime prevention, so the people learn the need of cybersecurity awareness. So I'll use the quote that Nasha mentioned many times in her presentation. If you can, don't attack. But hopefully, in the future, the government will say, if you can, don't attack, or we'll catch you. So will that sound better, Nasha? But indeed, that's still a lot of things that we need to research on, and we need to educate not only the government itself, but also the private sectors, including individuals, and definitely more work opportunities for you guys in the future. So get your things down, and we'll have more discussions on this topic in the future. And to conclude, I would also like to thank not only all the speakers, Hui, Nasha, Shuvik, and Andy for the great presentations today and your time. And I also like to thank Michael for taking up all the difficulty technological issues, and of course the resources that at the time that you and colleagues from University of Montreal you put in. If there's no more questions, thanks everyone for your listening. And if you have any questions, reach out to me or to any of the speakers here. I believe they'll be very happy to answer your questions and to have further discussions if there's any questions they want to explore further. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks everyone. See you.
by those types of crime. We did that because we didn't want to scare off people beforehand who might have not been sure or remembered correctly if they were victim by ransomware, and also not to prime people towards a certain answer. And the people that filled in that they had been victimized by ransomware were concurrently asked some follow-up questions to make absolutely sure that we had the right people in our sample. So this questionnaire was filled in by both freelancers and small and medium-sized enterprises, so enterprises up to 250 employees. In the final sample, we had about 2,000 freelancers and about 960 SMEs, of which part were victimized by ransomware. And the final sample of those people is 188. And the people that were victimized were consequently sent to a questionnaire where they were asked questions about what had happened to them, some of the characteristics of the attack, but also their decision-making, including the decision to pay a ransom. And in order to make this sample representative of the population of both freelancers and SMEs in the Netherlands, we weighted the freelancer sample according to the sector or branch that the organizations were in, and the sample of SMEs is weighted according to size of the company and sector. So some of the results I will be presenting now are preliminary, but I will go deeper into the decision to pay a ransom. But first, we of course asked people what types of cybercrime they were victimized by at some point in their life. And as you can see here, most people were victimized by phishing. However, what we're particularly interested in today is the number of people that were victimized by ransomware. And as you can see, 4.6% of the freelancers and 11.5% of the SMEs were victimized by ransomware. And as I said, this is at any point in our life. So we were also interested in seeing which part of that group was victimized in the last year. So for the 4.6% of the freelancers that were previously victimized, 6.8% was victimized in the last year. And for the SMEs, this was 8.8%. So we can conclude from these statistics that ransomware victimization is slightly more common among SMEs than it is among freelancers. We also asked the respondents what they thought was the way the cybercriminals got initial access to their systems. As you can see on the right, 20.9% of the freelancers and 15.6% of the SMEs was not sure how the criminals got access to their system. Of the people that did know or were pretty sure that they knew, most of the entrepreneurs indicated that it was a phishing email. And for freelancers, this was followed by that they clicked on something while surfing the internet. And for SMEs, this was followed by a vulnerability in a software or system. As for the ransom demand, about 1/3 of the entrepreneurs indicated what the ransom demand was, and they could use different types of currency to indicate this. However, for comparison's sake, we indicate this in euros. So for freelancers, the median of the ransom demand was about 1,100 euros. For SMEs, it was higher, so about 10,000 euros median. And we also asked the entrepreneurs if they had possibly negotiated with the criminals about the ransom demand. And this was not the case for the freelancers. And in the case of the SMEs, it was only 3 or 4 people that tried to negotiate. So negotiation not really on the radar of this sample. Then when it comes to payment, so we asked the entrepreneurs if they paid the full ransom demand or a part of the ransom demand. And as you can see here, about 7.6% of the freelancers decided to pay the ransom, and a slightly lower number, 6.1% of the SMEs paid the ransom, although this is not a statistically significant difference. And we also saw some differences in the ransoms that were paid. So for freelancers, it was between 250 and about 1,200 euros. Whereas for SMEs, it could be up to 5,000 euros. We were also interested to see if some of the company characteristics might be related to the decision to pay the ransom. So we checked for the size of the company, the sector or the branch that the organizations were in, their annual turnover, and whether they had insurance or not. However, there was not a statistically significant relationship between payment of the ransom and these characteristics. In addition, we also asked the most common reasons for paying. So for the freelancers, the most common reasons for paying were that they didn't want to lose files or data, that they trusted that access would be restored after payment by the criminals, but for example, also that the ransom demand was affordable for them. Their most common reasons for not paying were that they found it unethical to pay criminals, that they didn't trust that access would be restored by the criminals after they paid, but also that they were not afraid that stolen data would be leaked. So these are the reasons for the freelancers. Reasons for SMEs were slightly different. This group of entrepreneurs also didn't want to lose files or data. However, the other most common reasons were different from freelancers. So one of the most important reasons for the SMEs to pay were that they were advised to pay by an IT or cybersecurity specialist. And where for the freelancers, it was mostly if the ransom demand was affordable. For the SMEs, it was more that paying the ransom demand was cheaper for them than not being able to do business. So here we see a type of cost-benefit analysis. The most common reasons for not paying were also slightly different. So this was not mentioned by the freelancers, but the most common reasons for not paying for the SMEs was that they had backups. And furthermore, similar to the freelancers, they also thought that it was unethical to pay criminals and that they were not afraid that stolen data would be leaked. Then we also asked people about the impact of the incident. So, for example, we asked them what the financial impact of the incident was, regardless of the fact whether they paid the ransom or not. So they indicated the financial impact other than the ransom payments. And as you can see on the left, about 30% of the freelancers and about 16% of the SMEs experienced no financial impact. And then when you look at the different bars, you can see that for almost half of the freelancers, the financial impact was less than €1,000, which was also the case for the largest group of SMEs. However, you can also see that some of the SMEs experienced a higher financial impact than was the case for freelancers. So, for example, about 6.8% of the SMEs experienced a financial impact between €10,000 and €50,000. And 2.2% of the SMEs even experienced a financial impact between 100,000 and 250,000. And in most of the cases, this financial impact was not reimbursed in any way. I think this was only the case in 3 or 4 of the incidents where it was reimbursed. And in that particular case, it was by the insurance company. However, in most cases, entrepreneurs did not get that money back. We also asked them about some of the other consequences that they suffered as a result of the incidents. And here I just included the top 4. So the most common one for both groups was costs for repairs or recovery, which kind of relates back to the previous slide about the financial impact. Furthermore, they were unable to do day-to-day work as a result of the incident. They spent time on resolving the incident or even informing, for example, beneficiaries, customers, stakeholders. And lastly, there was a loss of data for part of the group. And here you can also see that most of these consequences are slightly higher among SMEs than they are among freelancers. So, by this study, we tried to provide some insight into the prevalence of ransomware victimization among entrepreneurs, but also what factors are related to the decision to pay a ransom. What we can conclude from these results is that the prevalence, ransom demand, and also the impact seems to be higher for SMEs than it is for freelancers. We also looked at the prevalence of payment, where we found that between 6.1% and 7.6% of the entrepreneurs paid the ransom. This was not related to company characteristics such as the size or sector of the organization. However, we have gotten more insight into the motives behind paying. So for example, we know that for freelancers, it is related to them not wanting to lose files, but also that the ransom demand was affordable. Whereas for SMEs, it also matters that it was cheaper for them to pay the ransom than not being able to do business. Other important difference is that one of the biggest reasons for the SMEs to not pay the ransom was that they had a backup, which once again shows you how important backups are. When it comes to the study, there are also, of course, some limitations. One of the biggest ones is that we asked for lifetime prevalence of victimization, which means that for some of these entrepreneurs or organizations, their victimization was longer than a year ago, but for some it was even more than 5 or 7 years ago. However, we know that the ransomware landscape has changed tremendously. The MO is constantly evolving. They are trying new techniques to extort victims. And one of the things that has come up in the last couple of years is to also exfiltrate data and then threaten to leak or sell that data if the victim does not pay. And the fact that some of these victims in this sample were victimized longer ago means that the aspect of files being stolen or leaked might not have been at the top of their head, which might also explain that for some of the entrepreneurs, a reason for not paying was that they were not afraid that data would be stolen or leaked, and that motive might have changed nowadays. However, from a criminological point of view, this is one of the first studies to look at ransom payment decision making, and it has given us more insight into what goes on in the victim's minds. Some of the cost-benefit analysis they do. But it also shows us what makes them vulnerable to victimization or even extortion, which can hopefully help in the identification of measures that might either prevent victimization or prevent victims from paying the ransom or, experiencing any type of impact. So thank you for listening to my presentation. In the future, I hope to present more on some of the other aspects that we did in this research. But for now, thank you and have a good day.
Of my PhD. So money mules are people whose bank account is used to execute cybercrime. So once a cybercrime offender has manage to gain access to the bank account of a victim, the money is wired directly from the bank account of the victim to the bank account of a money mule, rather than that the offender uses his own bank account. And after the money has been deposited in a bank account of money mule, it's often withdrawn as quickly as possible, or it is further concealed by additional transactions. So offenders involved in financial economic cybercrimes, they use this construction because it allows them to remain anonymous, to avoid detection, and they can use the illegally obtain money without having to worry about being caught by the police or by financial institutions. So that's why we say that money mules are a crucial component in execution of cybercrime. Cybercriminal networks are really dependent on this target group. But unfortunately, little is known about money mules, and more specifically about how money mules become involved in cybercrime. So how money mules become recruited into these cybercriminal networks. And that is unfortunate, because more knowledge on this topic can be used to basically cut down the pathways that lead into cybercrime. And if we prevent that money mules are recruited, then we basically intervene with the crime script of many different cybercrimes, which may result in lower cybercrime victimization among businesses and civilians. So this makes money mules a very valuable target group, both for research purposes, but also for intervention and prevention purposes. So the aim of my PhD is to understand the involvement mechanisms related to money muling. This is basically the outline of my PhD. It will consist of it will likely consist of 6 empirical chapters. That's at least what we're aiming for. 3 of which have already been published. 1 is currently in a review, and 2 of them are still in the process of writing and submitting. So in the first empirical chapter, and also the third, so the first 2 empirical chapters, we used survey data. So we surveyed more than 3,000 participants from the Netherlands in order to provide more insight into their experiences and their perceptions about this problem. Then we are analyzing currently 15 Dutch police investigations into cybercriminal networks and money mules. So these provide more insight into the perspective of the criminal network, basically, and how they operate and how they try to reach out and recruit money mules. In chapter 5, we did a social media content analysis. So we analyzed 43 different Instagram accounts that are used to recruit money mules. And this one is also published in Deviant Behavior. In the next chapter, we performed a quasi-experiment with recruitment ads. So we made our own money mule recruitment ads, and we employed these ads on Instagram. And then we measured how many people click on the ads and how many people see the ads. And this one has been published in the Journal of Experimental Criminology. And in the final chapter, we aim to publish an article about the perceptions of Dutch law enforcement about how they investigate and prosecute cybercriminal networks and money mules, in which we interviewed more than 30 professionals from public and private agencies. So that is basically the outline of the PhD. There are, of course, a lot of results to discuss in this matter, and I would like to refer to at least to the 3 papers that have already been published for more detailed information about that specific topic. But for now, I wanted to give 4 key takeaways that basically emerged during the PhD and can basically be communicated as some of the important conclusions of the overall findings. So I think what is important to note is that nowadays young people are exposed to recruiters both in the physical world and on social media. I would say still in the physical world, because we already know this also from previous research on this topic, which states that cybercrime networks are locally rooted. They approach new members within their local neighborhoods, and they are basically locally anchored. And that's why the physical world is still very important in the recruitment of money mules. They are approached on the street, while they're hanging out at the bus stations, or during lunch breaks at school. So the physical world is still very relevant for cybercrime networks to exist and grow over time. But I would say that the online world is gaining more attention, and that's basically what you could call a trend, or maybe an observation at least, in which these cybercriminal networks, they really rely on platforms such as Telegram or Snapchat on Instagram to reach out and recruit the members that they need. And that includes money mules, but also technical expertise, for instance, in the case of phishing. And this makes publicly accessible social media platforms a very important component in the preparation and execution of cybercrime. I found that there are some specific mechanisms that underlie the recruitment of money mules, so that can explain why and how these young people become involved in cybercrime as money mules. So, for instance, what we see is that money mules, they tend to be part of subcultures of social environments in which committing fraud is normalized, and in which they are frequently exposed and asked for their bank account details, which happens both online and also, as I mentioned, offline. And they may not agree immediately, but after multiple exposure and after more frequent exposure, then they might eventually succumb to these money mule recruiters. This is in combination or together with a low risk perception towards the likelihood and also the consequences of being apprehended as money mules. We see that money mules tend to underestimate the consequences that it can have when you're being caught money muling, and both from the perspective of the police, but also from the perspective of financial institutions, because banks, they can administer quite severe consequences if you are being listed as a fraudulent user. And many young people are not aware of this. So these are some mechanisms that basically increase the likelihood that young people become involved in cybercrime. I think what's important to note is that money mules is a very diverse target group. There's not like one type of money mule out there, and recruiters also vary in how they operate. So some money mules, they basically know what they're doing. They do it because they can earn money with it, and they provide people with their bank account out of their own will, basically, because they profit from it. But in many cases, we see that at some point in the process, there is manipulation, there is deception, and there is even coercion or threats of violence. So money mules, they think they are being recruited for actual business purposes. Recruiters, they say that they don't have an own bank account yet, but they do have a salary, but the salary can be transferred to them because they don't have their own bank account, so they want to ask to use your bank account for that. So those are kind of, the excuses that recruiters also use, and in some cases there may also be coercion, in which money mules are forced to cooperate and give up their bank account details, although this may be rather sparse. Finally, what is important to note is that nowadays we see that money muling takes on different forms. So it goes beyond the classical Dutch, in this case, Dutch bank accounts, but bank accounts in general, in the major banks in the country. But we see that now we can refer to a target group basically as crypto mules. So crypto mules are money mules who own a crypto bank account, basically. So they wire virtual money in the form of cryptocurrency via a crypto wallet that's on the name of a third person. So it's basically the same process as the classical money mule, but now via crypto wallets. This also means that recruiters they aim for things such as passports and ID cards rather than actual bank cards, because if they have access to a passport or an ID card, they can use this to open up a bank account for themselves, which you can do in the case of online banks, or in the case of crypto wallets. That's basically the same recruitment process, but they recruit passports and ID cards, so they can open up their own online bank or crypto wallet. I wanted to thank you for listening to this presentation about my PhD so far. Of course, there's a lot more to be said about this. There's also some ongoing research still, so please take a look at the papers published so far, and I will be happy to talk about any future results of our findings. Thank you.
Way of getting new people into cybercriminal activities. One of the services that is offered in this kind of market is remote access tools, and this is a malware that allows remote access to target computers without the owners knowing, or gives them permission to. And once this tool is deployed, the person can control the victim's computer, but also access confidential files. You can activate the microphone, the webcam, and more without knowing that somebody is in your computer. So it's basically a sort of sneak peek into someone's life. And that makes them really dangerous. And the ease of accessing these tools through the cybercrime as a service marketplaces highlight a shift in the cybercrime landscape, and yeah, these marketplaces continue to grow, and understanding them becomes more and more crucial. So that raises, for me, the question, like, what operational mechanisms are there that make this happen? And how can you trust somebody when you buy something from that on this marketplace without knowing who you're buying it from? So that leads to the research question: what operational mechanisms and trust signals characterize the cybercrime as service marketplaces where these remote access trojans are traded? For this research, we used two qualitative methods. First, we did expert interviews where we provided insights into the market services, the structures. We asked about communication methods, accessibility, transactional practices. And we interviewed around 23 participants in 21 interviews, and they come from all different kind of categories. So we have some people from law enforcement, we interviewed some people from academic research, industry professionals, people working at ministries, investigative journalists, and a public prosecutor. And after interviewing all these participants, we analyzed the interviews in an inductive and deductive way using Atlas DI. So not only we interviewed, but we also used a second method, online observations. So what we here did is we actually looked at the cybercrime as a service market. So for getting there, we first identified keywords to find them, and these keywords we used to identify the platforms. And these keywords, we got them from the expert interviewing, but also the Dutch police helped us to get them. And using these keywords, we searched within the identified platform. We searched for markets, advertisements, and groups. And after we found the markets, advertisements, and groups, we logged them and took screenshots of them. And then we also analyzed these pictures to get a picture on what is sold and what trust signals are really important. So for the results, we identify several crucial factors that help establish trust, because we find that trust is one of the major important things that is in these kind of marketplaces. And one of the signals we got was reputation. So trust is often facilitated through systems such as a review or a rating system, which are visible to potential buyers. And these systems allow users to see whether this is a scammer or not. Next to this reputation, reliability also plays a crucial role. So sellers who consistently deliver what they promise are more likely to be trusted. And we also found that sometimes there's this whole seller list on people who not to trust. Next to that, communication strategies is also a trust signals we found in this market. Effective and clear communication often carried out in private channels, and there is where it happens. So there the transactions happens. And the last signal we saw is the strategic marketing. So when having an advertisement, there are certain elements in these kind of advertisements who come back all the time. Things as a detailed description, the promise of support, and a contact detail on who you can contact to buy it are like crucial parts for this. And these signals, they collectively show that within these marketplaces, there is an effort done by sellers to gain trust of these buyers. So for the second thing that I wanted to discuss is the offender. So we discovered that individuals that are interested in purchasing these services can be broadly categorized into two distinct groups based on their motivation and technical expertise. And the first group consists of individuals who are less technical skilled, but they are highly financially motivated. And these buyers are primarily interested in potential financial gains using these tools. They often also seek for more tutorials alongside these tools because they need to have, they can't do it themselves because they are less technical. And their approach is characterized by a strong focus on making just quick money. And they often employ sort of neutralization technique by justifying the action by downloading such tools and using these. The second group is more technically oriented and driven by more curiosity. So these individuals not only interested in purchasing tools only to make money, but also understand how they work. And they also try to modify them and upgrade these tools to enhance their functionality and sometimes also sell the tool afterwards. So this is this group is the motivation. It is a little bit different, but it's also that they want to earn something. So they have also a financial motivation, but less than the first group. And this finding also illustrates the diverse profiles of participants in the cybercrime as service marketplaces and highlight the complex motivation behind their involvement. So to continue, we observed and we heard experts told us about the evolution of this market. And one of the trends we found is that it increased users friendly of this market. So each time a marketplace shut down by law enforcement, the next iteration learns it and aims to be even more friendly and more user friendly. And these marketplaces also looking like that you are on a shopping site like Amazon. So we had this one participant telling us, like, okay, if I want to buy a service here, it's just like I'm shopping on Amazon. So I can have customer service here, and it's really user friendly, and it also seems that I'm doing nothing wrong sometimes. And it made sure that everybody can participate in here. And then the second trend is that the services offered within these marketplaces are becoming increasingly specialized. So the marketplaces have offered more general range of hacking tools and services, but over time you see a specialization in every product or every service or every tool. So, for example, for the remote access tool, it is not only the tool you can buy, but it's also the service that makes the tool fully undetectable by antivirus scanners, or it's the access to the computers that is sold. So all these little separate steps, it's sold now. So this specialization also indicates that customers can purchase like any component of a cybercrime supply chain. So to wrap up this presentation and my research, our research indicates that despite the anonymous nature of the internet, of maybe the marketplace, mechanisms like reputation system, reliability, communication, and marketing are effectively used to establish trust. And this understanding on how trust is built in this kind of marketplaces provide a foundation for further investigations. And the message here is also to keep track of these marketplaces. And the implication for this research is that these kind of markets are really an open door for access. They are really an open door for tools. And therefore, they're also really important for a new pathway into cybercrime, because you don't have to be technical. You don't have to have like technical expertise. And given this situation, one of the things we really want to do is also enhance awareness of these markets, and it's essential to educate the public that engaging in cybercrime does not require this sophisticated technical knowledge. That's not the type of the only type of offender who's doing it. And moreover, disrupting this marketplace is critical, and by targeting the operational and trust mechanisms that sustain these platforms, law enforcement can try to take them down. So this was my presentation and what I wanted to tell you today. And if you have any more questions, please don't hesitate to contact me, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks.
The different ways in which these networks are identified and monitored by the local security partners, such as police, municipalities, public prosecution office. And we're also researching how these networks are being how they're being monitored, and the different interventions implemented aimed at tackling these networks. And we're especially interested in the improvements that can be made in these processes, I should say. This research project is a collaboration between the NSCR, so that's the Netherlands Institute for the Study of Crime and Law Enforcement, the Hague University of Applied Sciences, as well as the Regional Information and Expertise Center North Netherlands. And this last organization is also a collaboration between different governmental organizations such as police, municipalities, public prosecution office, etc. And is aimed at investigating organized crime. So the aim of the study I'm talking about today in this presentation was to gain more insight into the origin and growth of cybercriminal youth networks, as well as expanding our understanding of the different types of crime, so both cybercrime and traditional crimes, these networks are involved in. Alright, the methods. So first, in both this study as well as the broader research project, we defined cybercriminal youth networks as 2 or more individuals between the age of 12 and 24 years old engaged in any form of cybercrime. So first, a network has to consist of 2 individuals. Second, the age of the members of the networks have to be between 12 and 24 years old, and this is the same definition as used by the Ministry of Dutch Justice and Security here in the Netherlands. And they have to be engaged in any form of cybercrime. So they can be engaged in phishing or dating fraud or ransomware, DDoS attacks, online stalking, doesn't matter. To gather the data, we held interviews with 38 experts who all had knowledge on problematic cybercriminal youth criminal or cybercriminal youth networks. Examples are police officers, public prosecution office, municipality employees, fraud specialists at banks and telecom or ISPs, so internet service providers, youth workers, and employees working at elementary schools and high schools. Additionally, we also analyzed criminal investigations in which a cybercriminal youth network was the object of the study of the investigation. And we are currently in the process of analyzing police data. Before we'll talk about the results, it's important to talk a bit more about the limitations of the study. So our biggest limitation is that the characteristics of the networks and the individual members, I will also talk a little bit more about later, are based on networks and members that have been identified by the government. So by the police or municipalities, for example. And it's very well possible that the individuals that are still operating under the radar of the government possess different characteristics, different traits than the ones that have been identified. So that's very important to keep in mind when interpreting these results. That is only part of the picture and it should be nuanced. Okay, the results. So first we looked at the different types of crimes that these networks are involved in. And first they're of course involved in cybercrime and mostly in different forms of online fraud. So Currently, what's very popular in the Netherlands is bank helpdesk fraud, which is very similar to a tech support scam. And in the past, these cybercriminal youth networks were also engaged in phishing, friend in need fraud, and auction fraud. So all forms of cyber-enabled crime, and they seem all to be financially motivated. A part of these cybercriminal youth networks also seems to be engaged in traditional forms of crime. So, for example, in the interviews, experts mentioned that these networks are also engaged in burglary, theft, robbery. So, traditional forms of crime which are also financially motivated. Second, the experts also explained that part of these networks are also engaged in drug trafficking. And what's interesting here is that it appears that the money earned through cybercrime is invested in the drug trafficking. And third, experts pointed out that certain cybercriminal youth networks are also engaged in violent crimes, such as stabbings or shootings or rape deals. To give you an example, a few years ago, a rape deal took place somewhere in a big city, and the money that was stolen was money earned with cybercrime, and the person the money was stolen from, so yeah, the first offender that took the cybercrime money was shot in the head. Fortunately, he survived. But it shows that there seems to be a link between, in certain cases, there seems to be a link between violent crimes and cybercrime. So based on the types of crime these networks are involved in, we categorize them within two categories. So the first one we've called hybrid networks, and these networks are engaged both in traditional crime as well as cybercrime. So these networks appear to originate with the sole purpose of engaging in traditional crime, and at some point also start engaging in cybercrime. The second category is networks that are only involved in cybercrime. And this category is divided into two groups. So the first group consists of new networks. So these are networks that originate with the sole purpose of engaging in cybercrime. And they do not appear to also engage in traditional crime. The second group is involved in traditional crime, so originate with the purpose of engaging in traditional crime, but at some point switches to cybercrime and stops engaging in traditional crime. Alright, so the next question is, how do these networks originate and grow? And here we identified two different mechanisms that seem to play a role. So the first mechanism is offline social ties. So network members know each other because they they went to the same school, they live in the same neighborhood, they're friends, family members, acquaintances, etc. So that is how they know each other and how they become part of the larger cybercriminal youth network. However, we also found that online platforms seem to play a role as well. So experts mentioned that offenders can meet each other on, for example, on Telegram or Snapchat. There they start talking to each other, and eventually that leads to the formation of a criminal network. Then I want to shortly explain the characteristics of the members within these cybercriminal youth networks. And here it is also important to first look at the shortcomings and the limitations of our data. So first, the characteristics I am going to talk about are characteristics of cybercriminals engaged in digital or online fraud. And it could very well be that individuals engaged in other forms of cybercrime, being it other forms of cyber-enabled crime, such as online stalking, or the more cyber-dependent crimes, such as hacking or malware or DDoS attacks, that these individuals have different characteristics, different traits than the ones that are involved in digital or online fraud. So that's the first very important limitation. And secondly, as I mentioned before, the characteristics I will talk about are characteristics of cybercriminals who are identified by the government. Again, it could very well be that individuals, cybercriminals, who are still operating under the radar, who are not yet caught, not yet identified, possess different characteristics and different traits. So that's also very important to keep in mind. With that being said, let's quickly talk about these characteristics. So first, the age of the individuals involved in cybercrime or within the cybercriminal youth networks seem to be between 12 and 28 years old, with the individuals who actively commit the crimes are between 16 and 28, something like that. And the group 12 to 16 is more of the new members, the low-hanging fruit, who are not yet fully members of these networks. When it comes to gender, we mostly see male offenders. However, sometimes there are also females engaging in cybercrime. The ethnical background is very diverse, so there isn't a clear picture when it comes to that. Next, as for education, generally the education level of the offenders within the cybercriminal youth networks seems to be relatively low. However, there are exceptions, and there are exceptions, and there are cases of individuals who actually have quite a high level of education and also engage in online fraud. For socioeconomic status, we see the same picture, so generally relatively low. However, there are exceptions, and also individuals with a relatively high socioeconomic status appear to engage in online fraud and be part of the cybercriminal youth networks. As for family status, most of the time that seems to be problematic. So within the household the offender grows up in, there is violence or drug or alcohol abuse, but that's not always the case. And lastly, as for personality traits, expert mentioned that these offenders, these members, do not appear to show any remorse or have any form of morality. That was it for today, for my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, I hope you liked it, I hope you learned something. If you have any questions or comments or suggestions, feel free to send me an email or a message on LinkedIn. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you next time.
Have you on the show, Here's and Up. A lot of our viewers are, they come from a non-technical background, and some of them come from a technical background as well. So, if you would have to explain your research to somebody who comes from absolutely a non-technical background, how would you do that?
Many people use devices in daily life, for example, their cell phone or cameras, lamp, a smart refrigerator, and something else. These devices can collect data and transmit data over the internet or other networks.
Okay.
And providing security and privacy for the data is crucial. And we work on the security of Internet of Things devices in order to provide security for people. For example, some devices, like devices related to health,
Okay.
calculate the blood pressure or something else, and this data is very important and not to change with some others.
Okay.
So we should provide security for this data.
Okay. Okay. So would you say that every device, every smart device that we sort of use at home is susceptible to cyber attacks?
Yeah.
And a part of your research is focusing on that.
Yes. All the devices, electronic devices that can collect data, can become a target for some attacks and threats, because many advisors can wanted to change or at least read the data and provide some sophisticated attack for them. In fact, we should prevent them to intrude to these systems.
Oh, your area of research is focusing the IoT devices.
Yes.
So again, just to help our viewers in their day-to-day life, when our viewers are buying an IoT devices, what would you say that some of the things they should consider? Are there some particular brands that they should be buying, or what is the day-to-day practice that they should be doing to make sure the IoT devices that that they're using are safe and secure?
The most important things is to people keep their device up to date.
Okay.
And if there is any security patches, install this security on the device, and also pay attention to some, for example, emails or some links that sent by the SMS to them in order not to open these links on their devices, for example, on their cell phones, to provide their security. It's the most important thing that everybody should consider.
Okay. With respect to your research, and this is the question that we asked our previous interviewee as well. A lot of time research have a multidisciplinary approach. Would you say that your area of research goes to more than just one particular discipline, or it just stays on a single discipline of IoT devices?
I wanted to work on IoT, industrial IoT.
Okay.
It works on sensors and actuators in industrial devices. But it has many aspects. For example, we should work with hardware, with software, with, for example, some laws and something that is not a single aspect, have many aspects. We have many aspects in their work.
Okay. So now we'll move on to the next segment of the interview, and here we are going to talk about some of the challenges and some of the discoveries that you would be having. If you would have to give one piece of advice to somebody who's very young and who wants to start research in the field of cybersecurity or research in the field of IoT devices, what would be your advice to them?
My advice to young people is to make connection with experts.
Okay.
Yeah, for example, LinkedIn or something else, make connection with them and deep into a study about new technology.
Okay.
The new technology that is spread with some channels or some groups in the LinkedIn, in Telegram or something else. And also read papers, as many as they can. technical papers. Is my advice to young people.
That's a good advice to have. Like, I truly believe that your education and your learning doesn't stop. And if you have an inquisitive mind, you are always up to the learning curve. So my next question in this segment would be that doing your research on a particular subject has a lot of hurdles. It's not an easy path to choose. So during your research, what would you say some of the most rewarding things things that make you really happy?
Since IoT devices have resource constraint,
Okay.
and the resource constraint, and they work, most of them they work with batteries, and they don't have a good CPU and enough RAM or something else. We should provide lightweight methods for them.
Okay.
And when we see a new paper that work on this problem and give me a good idea, it's a good point in my daily life. I see, wow, it's a good method, and I write the method for myself at this stage. When I find a good idea, it's a good moment for me.
That's nice to know. Like your area of research is with respect to the devices which are being sold by the industry.
Yes.
So how would you say that your research is or might benefit the industry in the future?
The most important benefit of my research is to mitigating the financial loss for industry, and also provide privacy for them. For example, because industry related to money and loss and data leakage for them bring some loss and some backlog for them. And also some of the industry has crucial infrastructure, and any attack to the infrastructure can bring some disaster, may even death for their employer. So we bring them mitigating the financial loss and preserve the privacy and safety for them.
Seems quite interesting to be honest, because if you see a decade back, we weren't using any of the IoT devices, and now we are using so many of the IoT devices. So I'm sure our viewers would be happy to understand from your insights. If I sort of move to a more interactive segment of our interview, and if I have to sort of ask you that, like I've seen a lot of researchers, they wear multiple hats. They have multiple priorities in their personal and the professional life. So how do you manage some of those areas?
I have a dedicated schedule in my life. In fact, every night I bring a program for my next day, and I try to manage my time between personal life and research. When I'm in CIC, I just work, and after that, after work, I manage my time to household chores,
Okay.
entertainment, and also reading papers.
Oh, good to know that. Good to know that. So you sort of have an approach where you tend to switch on and switch off between your professional life and your personal life.
Yes, yes.
That's really a great practice to have. So Zainab, it's obviously nice to talk about your research and understand what you've been doing, especially with respect to IoT devices. There is so much that our viewers can understand and know. Now we'll move to a sort of light-hearted part of our interview. So in this segment, I'm going to ask you a bunch of rapid fire questions. It will be either and or, and without thinking, you just have to pick one of them. It's just for it won't be related to your field of study, but it will help our viewers know more about you. What will be the first thing you will do after completing your PhD?
Traveling to Italy.
Ah,
Yes, I like Italy because of history and passion.
okay.
Yes.
One programming language that you would like to learn?
Python.
A book or an ebook?
Ebook.
Okay. Your favorite academic journal?
IEEE communication. I can't remember the rest of it.
Still good enough. Cloud or local storage?
The cloud.
What would be, if you're given an option to, collaborate with an industry, what would be your dream collaboration? Oh,
Yes.
that's a good answer. With this, we come to the end of the rapid fire session. In our next session, we sort of would like to gaze into your life a little, how the life of a researcher looks like. So, I'm gonna, ask you a few questions about how the life of a researcher is. So, one thing you wish more that, people knew about life of a doctoral student?
People should know that a doctor student very busy.
Okay.
And sometimes I see that people tell me why you don't participate in parties. But I have many tasks to do,
Okay.
and I want people to understand us.
Understood. I sort of have the same issue when people tend to ask me that why don't I socialize enough, because I think and you would relate to that, when your work life is very stressful, you tend to have a non-stressful in personal life, and sometimes you need to take away the stress of your work by doing at times nothing in your personal life, spending time with your family, or watching something on TV. So these are some of the things that I do. If I sort of have to ask you another personal question to understand from you know I mean for our viewers, like during one of our interaction, you said that you growing up, your interest was in art and fashion, and you didn't like computer programming much. So what made you decide to be in this field for somebody who like art and fashion growing up?
I'm fascinated with art and fashion, but at that time, the society and also my parents told me everyone can pursue the art and fashion, so you should pursue computer. I'm good with decision because I like at this time I like computer, but at that time just it was decision by my parents.
Oh.
I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, it's funny how and I've realized this a lot of time. It's funny how parents from different backgrounds are all similar. Like I come from India, and even in India, parents sort of tell their kids to pursue a career in the field of computer science and technology. So it's good to know that all parents are saying. It was nice to interact with you and to understand about your research. Now, to our viewers who would want to get in touch with you, how can our viewers get in touch with you, talk to you about your research, or maybe even for a future collaboration opportunity?
I think the best thing is LinkedIn account. I have a LinkedIn account, or they can send me email, and I'm open for any question or any idea or any conversation with other people.
Okay.
But yes, it's the best choice for them.
Okay. Thank you, Zanab. It was lovely having you here at the interview, and I'm sure our viewers would appreciate your insight on IoT devices and how the industry is going to shape up in the next few years. Thank you for giving us your time, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
and welcome to this interview featuring academics and PhD candidates from all over the world. Today, right now, we're speaking with Daniela Napoli. She's a PhD student in computer science at the Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada, under the supervision of Professor Sonia Chiasson, who is a co-investigator at the HC2P, the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership. So, Daniela, if you just wanted to introduce yourself briefly before we get started into the meat of the subject.
Yeah, I think you described me pretty well. I'm a PhD student at Carleton University. My research focus is on cybersecurity, or specifically remote healthcare technology for older adults, and we'll probably dig into what that means and what that's all about. A lot of my research is on usable security, so thinking about human-computer interaction and taking the sort of human side of cybersecurity and diving deep into that end.
All right, thank you. I guess the first question to ask is, what really got you interested in the world of cybersecurity to the point that you're studying in this field?
Yeah, so it's been 7 years. I did my master's in cybersecurity as well, and I'm nearing the end of my PhD, so lots of time spent in this sort of world. I was initially really inspired by a lot of the work that's being done in our lab. So I'm in the Carleton's Human-Oriented Research and Usable Security Lab, or the CHORUS lab at Carleton. And there's just so much variety that comes out of our lab in terms of projects, like things relating to, obviously privacy and security, but also kids, DNA testing, deceptive patterns, social media and FOMO, all sorts of different niches that are being covered. And it was really enticing to try to, find a niche for myself and dive into cybersecurity from a different perspective.
All right. Super. Well, I'm curious because this does seem like pretty approachable as a subject, but how do you explain your research to someone who isn't familiar with cybersecurity?
Yeah, so we focus a lot on usable security, which means that we are focused on trying to understand how people understand how to take security and privacy concepts and make them really approachable, as you mentioned, to everyday users, thinking about what their concerns are from a privacy perspective and trying to translate that into maybe some system requirements to improve existing solutions. So that's a lot of what we do in usable security.
Do you have a moment in your academic career that you'd like to share with us that led you to where you are today? So in your specific field, or at the research lab, or with your specific supervisor?
Yeah, I think there probably wasn't a singular moment in time, but I had been working with my research supervisor for many years at this point, and before I sort of officially joined the lab, Professor Chiasson was my teacher in some other courses, and we really just sort of clicked and worked well in terms of our styles of working together on projects and research. So I really saw myself wanting to work under her supervision for all of my rest of my graduate studies. And so that's sort of what hooked me into CHORUS. And then, like I mentioned, the work that really comes out of CHORUS is just has such richness and such variety that it was really encouraging to think maybe I could find a niche for myself in the realm of cybersecurity. And cybersecurity just touches so many different facets of life because of the nature of how plugged in we are as a society. So there's really just like the sky is the limit, and sort of really understanding that and seeing how amazing the lab works, that sort of really drew me in.
And maybe to get to know you personally a bit better, what's a hobby or activity that you're passionate about outside of your research?
outside of work, life has so many things to take care of. For fun, I like to play video games, hang out with friends, go hiking, gardening. During COVID, I really sort of pushed myself to be outside more and sort of enjoy the good outdoors. And I think that's when I really started to kick off my vegetable garden and plan out, what my flower beds are going to look like. And so I've still got that. More recently, I've taken up crochet and knitting and the thought of making, well, I've been pursuing the passion of making my own clothing and just the idea of sort of like slowing down fashion and not sort of purchasing things that are super cheap, but maybe not impacting our environment or the people who produce the products very well. So thinking more about, using my hands, because I do use my brain a lot for research, but my free time's more sort of focused on moving my body, using my hands and stuff like that.
Oh, fantastic. And it does seem that you've been able to find at least a nook of time in your life to dedicate to these, more physical, interactive, kinetic tasks.
Yeah, I think it's super important to find the balance between, sitting at the computer and thinking and taking breaks and moving our body and getting our blood pumping and sort of refreshing that perspective. I think it brings something extra to our research as well.
Well, that's absolutely wonderful. And yeah, I think if it's something that can help you not only in your personal life, but even academically with refocusing your concentration, your mind on your work, well, that's just an extra benefit.
Absolutely.
So I want to get into the main part of your research. So specifically, what does your research try to address in the world of cybersecurity?
Yeah, so the question at the heart of our research is what do people age 65 and plus need to help them feel safe using technology to help take care of their health and well-being? And that inspiration for that research question comes from the concept of aging in place. The idea is that the majority of people would like to age gracefully and take care of themselves from the comfort of their own home rather than, going to clinics or being in living in spaces that are dedicated to, taking care of individuals. Like a majority of people just rather be in their own community, whether with their family or friends, and comfortable from home. And so when we're trying to empower individuals in this context, the idea is there are some forms of technology like remote healthcare technology that might help with monitoring or other sorts of things that are in place, but people might be hesitant to pick them up because the very nature of remote healthcare technology deals with a lot of sensitive data. You're constantly, thinking about, or the data that's being collected is related to, the way your body functions and other sorts of things that you might not feel very safe sharing widely. And so there is a lot of, there could be a lot of hesitation in that. And so our research is really sort of diving into what that hesitation is like and how we might be able to accommodate that to empower the individuals who definitely would like to use this technology and could benefit from it. But, there might just be a barrier blocking them from adopting that.
Okay, so it really is a perspective on empowering and basically cybersecurity as a way to get people to leverage and use securely technology around them.
Yeah, cybersecurity definitely, in the context of our research, we're focused more on privacy, I guess, than security, and taking that lens and thinking about how can we encourage people to use technology, but also feel super safe while they do that.
Fantastic. Well, I'd be curious to understand what methodology you're using for your current project and research.
Yeah, so our project is broken down into a few different segments. We've wrapped up one stage and now we're sort of getting close to moving on and furthering our process in the second stage. The first stage was a Canada-wide survey. We reached out to people all over Canada who have experience getting healthcare in the nation and then talking to them about remote healthcare technology and the potential for what some of these devices can do depending on sort of the health scenario you might find yourself in. And our idea was to understand not only the privacy and security concerns related to this technology, but how that might change depending on you as a patient, and what your perspective is and what you're going through. A lot of this has to do with the idea that we, as users, make trade-offs. We might sacrifice some of our privacy or some of our security in order to receive particular services. And when it comes to healthcare, those services might be very critical. So our idea was to explore what contexts lead to what trade-offs, and overall what might be the baseline measure of, standard privacy that people are considering. So our survey helped us begin to answer those questions. And now we're sitting down and chatting with people who are, like I mentioned, 65 plus, and digging deep into like the niches of their concerns and other contextual factors that might play a role in answering the question, how do we help you feel safe when you use remote healthcare technology?
Very interesting. And I think one natural follow-up question is, this is a very interesting and specific field of research that you're analyzing. So what inspired you to specifically look at not only remote healthcare, but specifically with older individuals?
Yep. A lot of my past research has focused on considering the needs and contexts of underserved populations. My master's research focused on people with visual impairments and how to basically gauge their online security and privacy tactics. How do they stay safe online? How do they assess their security online? The idea being that if there were barriers, then how can we improve those barriers and ensure that people are feeling safer when they are doing tasks online? Because being connected online is not an option. That's, something that's required. But sometimes, at least this was the case, 5-6 years ago, sometimes technology is just not accessible. And so trying to broaden the horizon of what technology can offer by understanding some of the needs of these underserved groups would be a helpful avenue in terms of reaching universal design and helping to ensure that all of this technology is accessible to all sorts of individuals. And so within that vein, thinking about remote healthcare technology and senior citizens, there is this additional layer of, well, how often do we, do people who develop things like Fitbits or Apple Watches really zone into the needs of people who are senior citizens? And that question, it might be more often now as we sort of, as a society, are moving towards accessibility, but continuing on that vein towards universal design has definitely been something that pushed me towards exploring this research topic with the niche of focusing on seniors.
That's really wonderful. I think it's all too common to sometimes focus on, potentially our lens or our perspective or what's popular in research fields. But to tackle groups that are underrepresented, there will always be new discoveries to be made. There will always be things to learn. And obviously, as you mentioned, universal accessibility of these platforms, because we seek to break down barriers and not build them back up. So that's absolutely wonderful. Do you have a feeling what the impact of your research could be it in a academic context, practical context, and for practical it could either be users or even companies, for instance, that could leverage the findings?
Yeah, a lot of our findings, hopefully our goal is to translate directly into something that can be very accessible to designers, people who make technology, and we really want to connect the dots between what we're hearing from users and translating that into user requirements for systems. So our goal is to ultimately have, a kit or something that people can point to. So if you're in the field, whether you're designing, you're developing, you're maybe in a managerial role, navigating the teams that are designing and developing, thinking about the priorities and the needs of the end users. That's really what our end product or our end research sort of outcome will be geared towards. So there's that sort of practical application. And then hopefully, if that is successful and people are able to integrate some of the lessons we learned in our research, that will translate into safer, more usable remote healthcare technology for end users as well.
Super. That's fantastic. Speaking about the actual research and working on that research, what's been the biggest hurdle you've had to face to date in your research?
Yeah, when it comes to user research, I guess one of the trickiest things is, especially if you're interested in speaking to people within a specific niche, who may have specific characteristics, whether that be age or otherwise, recruitment can be tricky. And without a strong recruitment plan, it might be very difficult to get access and speak to the individuals that are at the crux of your research goals. In order to get over that, we found one of the most successful tactics was connecting with our community groups, forming relationships with individuals or organizations who already have established close relations with our target participants, and being able to form trust with our target participants in that sense. Having good community ties definitely allows us to be a little bit more productive in our recruitment initiatives, get our word out a little bit easier, and also maybe encourage individuals to recognize, we're a legitimate research group and we're looking for your feedback for these goals and not just some random individuals looking to talk to you. So I think to sum it up, one of the hardest challenges is getting the people and recruiting individuals for research, but community ties helps a lot with that.
Very interesting. I was thinking, while you were giving the answer of it, a lot of times, especially with research that targets underrepresented or maybe vulnerable communities, it can be, as you mentioned, difficult to reach out to them. And sometimes it is difficult because of the subject matter. I assume in this case, is it more of the issue of trying to gain their trust that they might see you as marketers, or they might not see you as a legitimate research institution?
I'm not sure if that's necessarily the barrier. I think that there's probably a lot at play, and that might be part of it. I have chatted with individuals who say things like, they're solicited through email for all sorts of things that, they're afraid of, could be phishing or other sorts of things. And that's totally legitimate and valid. And so if I were to do sort of like a cold call in terms of recruitment, that might not turn out very well, especially given if you are used to ignoring phishing or being phished, and sort of protecting yourself in that way. So there is maybe that aspect to it in terms of relying on community outreach so that we can prove our legitimacy in that way, or at least, help people validate our legitimacy in that way.
Super. And it seems that maybe some of your participants might be underestimated in their security and cyber hygiene and dodging phishing and potentially, cyber attacks. So
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a fun thing to hear. How has your approach to your research topic evolved since you started working on your project?
I think in the beginning, we initially were hoping to get a temperature check in terms of what individuals were thinking and feeling. And as our work evolved, we recognized that there were a few theoretical frameworks that could help us shape our data and help us link our data back to something that would end up being very practical and system centric, so that people who are designers or developers can sort of translate the needs for users or the needs of users into their systems. So I think when we first began, this was more of like a blurry blob, and things are sort of starting to now take their form and become very organized and sort of shaped in that sense, if that helps answer the question.
Well, I guess my follow-up would be, as this original blob is now shaping and becoming more defined, have there been any surprises in terms of maybe having a certain pre-existing idea for a perspective and then seeing that the respondents, now that you actually see in the data and have spoken to people, that, oh, actually, maybe they do have a different perspective?
Absolutely. I think that resonates very closely with what our sort of trajectory had been. I think initially the thought was people who are 65 plus might not be super comfortable with technology and therefore might not feel very comfortable or aware of security and privacy best practices and hygiene practices, as you mentioned. But that's not necessarily the case. We have spoken to many individuals in this age group who are very adept at using technology, use this technology all the time, and rely on this technology in order to, bring a higher quality of life in their lives and the people that they help take care of. In fact, one of the sort of most poignant, I guess, things to prove that maybe our expectation of what people would say is not, we weren't sort of, expecting some topics to come up. So for example, although we never planned to talk about artificial intelligence, the majority of our interview participants, while in conversation, had mentioned AI pretty frequently, and not to the extent of, this is AI and at a very superficial level, but further and understanding what AI is and how it can help them, and imagining what AI would look like in the future for this technology that we're describing, and how that technology might support their health and well-being from home. So that wasn't something that we expected necessarily to really get the perspective of the potential of AI and and users describe their needs in the context of AI. So that was definitely a turn that we were not foreseeing, and we're fully embracing and diving deep into understanding the relationships there.
Very interesting. It does seem, we mentioned it a few times, but we might be not giving enough credit to the older population for their tech literacy and cyber hygiene. That's very interesting. Have you had any research setbacks in terms of things that haven't gone according to plan, or results that might not be useful for research?
Yeah, I think that at some point, every sort of chunk of data collection comes back and you're not exactly sure how it fits in the bigger picture. Luckily, I think that we spent a lot of time consulting with our partners, consulting with other researchers in the lab to come down to a really strong set of methodology that seems to be coming and working fairly well. So luckily, we haven't had any major setbacks in terms of being totally missing the mark. But like I said, while we're collecting data, there's definitely some surprises and unexpected results that crop up for sure.
Okay, and how do you stay motivated when you have these setbacks or these surprises, as you might say?
Yeah, I mean, I find the surprises inspiring. It's easy to sort of trip up and feel like, oh, are we potentially not exploring the right research questions, or what needs to be tweaked. I think having a strong relationship with my academic supervisor helps in that sense. If we need to pivot, we can be flexible in that on that front. So making sure that you keep communication lines open, being very sort of on top of potential research avenues to explore, weighing options. There are definitely a lot of unanswered questions that will crop up the more you collect data, but you sort of have to take a step back and think, is that something maybe worthwhile exploring? And the next time we have a research project, or is that something that is critical for our research now? So there's like a bit of being on top of communication, having regular sort of check-ins with yourself and with your supervisor to check that everything is on track, and then having sort of honest conversations about whether things need to pivot, or if there are things that we can explore later. So it's finding a balance between there, as exploring potential avenues, or maybe keeping them for future projects. As my academic supervisor often says, I can't tackle everything in my PhD, so having to really reduce that scope creep is super important.
Super. I think this really illustrates how having even at a high academic level like the PhD, having support from your supervisor is a fantastic tool to survive the trials and tribulations of
100%.
the thesis.
Yes.
We discussed the implications of your research and how this could benefit at different groups, but one aspect would be the ethical considerations, especially as we're considering that this is healthcare. So as you've mentioned previously, this is health data, very sensitive and recognized by a lot of people as personal and sensitive data.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you feel are the ethical considerations for the research you're doing and the results that could come from it?
Mm-hmm. I think that while we were walking through the ethics packages for each of our studies, we took a good hard look at the individuals that we'll be speaking to and the content that we'll be speaking about, in order to protect people's privacy and also, make sure that we are collecting the data that we need. We had to find a balance between digging into their everyday life and understanding the perspectives that they bring, but then also having clear boundaries that we don't necessarily need all the medical details of your conditions or the names of the people that you work with to get your healthcare support. So making sure that we respect privacy in that sense, providing options to the participants that they can skip any question, whether that was in our survey or our interview. We are very open with our participants in that this is fully, voluntary. You can end at any time. And if you feel uncomfortable with any of the topics, you can feel free to opt out of that. So making sure that our participants feel that they have a choice in participating and have control over how much information they're providing to us is definitely an ethical concern for us, and we take that very seriously. And then, sometimes people will say things that could be potentially identifiable, and we make sure that, we secure our recordings, we scrub the transcripts, things like that. So making sure that we make it very clear to participants that they don't have to, violate all their privacy in order to talk to us about healthcare and what remote healthcare technology could look like. But then also, doing our due diligence to make sure to go that extra step to protect their privacy should, we get into a conversation. And although that information is very helpful to us, but at the crux of it, as researchers, it is our goal to try to link back to our end goals. And if our end goal is to, identify some user requirements for remote healthcare technology that might not always require some really sensitive information about one's health history. So just keeping that in mind and keeping ourselves in check and participants comfortable, I think, is a one of our goals, or is our goal when we're trying to conduct ethical research.
Fascinating. It does seem that, yeah, you are taking the ethical considerations to heart, and it's not just a box you have to check to be able to do the research. So that's fantastic. I also wanted to know what's been the most rewarding part of your research journey so far?
I think the interviews that we're undergoing now have definitely reinvigorated my passion in our topic right now. Being able to chat with people for an hour or so, just talking about their lived experiences, you know, getting healthcare, using technology to support the healthcare. There are many times in my interviews where I'm just sort of in awe at the richness and the lived experience that individuals 65 and plus have. They, you know, they pull from their childhood, from their young adulthood, from their, you know, their lives now, and I can sort of follow them through the journey of their life and truly understand their perspectives. And I think that that's something that I don't always get from related literature. And so getting that firsthand from the individuals that we're speaking to has definitely been very gratifying, um, very inspiring for sure.
Wonderful. So I wanted to move on to a segment just to get to know you better and
Okay.
see who is doing PhD research. So first question I have for you is, when working, coffee or tea?
So I thought about this question and I feel like I get it often, and I don't know if it's just me, but caffeine is very counterproductive. I like go, you know, I get a little bit hyper when I've got caffeine. So sometimes it's something I'll opt out of to, you know, try to be cool and level-headed, especially, you know, while I'm planning. But I'll definitely opt for a cup of coffee when it's time to grind out some stats and push me through that day.
For getting work done, are you more someone who does it early morning or late at night?
I think I'm a morning person. My routine, I wake up, work out, eat a big giant meal, and then I'm set for the rest of the day and work until about dinner time, and then my brain just is no longer functioning. So I'd say I'm a morning person for sure.
On your academic bucket list, one country you'd like to visit for a research conference?
Yeah, actually, we're waiting to see if a paper will be accepted, but one of my bucket list countries is Australia. I know that that's you know, near and dear to HCTP, but it's probably one of the furthest countries I could probably visit. And for a conference, that would be really exciting to talk to individuals outside of the Americas and sort of the typical European groups that we see at CHIs or other sorts of groups. So definitely looking forward to seeing if we can, you know, get accepted to that conference and visit Australia.
Well, hopefully that works out so you can actually check that location off your bucket list. Where's the best place for you to write?
I think that would be my backyard. I love just being outside in nature, and I think that's very calming. And sometimes we need a little bit of calm while we're doing our research. So anytime I can sit outdoors with my laptop and, you know, there's not too much glare, I will take that opportunity for sure.
What's the most used app on your phone?
It's a good question. Let me crack open my phone, see what I have. I feel like it would have to be a tie between a very boring answer like emails and maybe my photos app. I like to take snapshots of things, whether it be, things I see out on walks, or, my dog constantly in my photos, tweaking around and that. And I definitely like the camera, at least on my phone, for sure.
Are you a Windows, Mac, or a Linux user?
Okay, so I've used all three platforms. I think out of comfort or maybe habit, I lean towards Windows. But maybe one day I'll have one of each. We shall see.
And what's the first thing you plan on doing once you complete your PhD?
Oh, I'm so excited for that day to just, feel the culmination of all my hard work. Probably take a nap, and then shortly after, yeah, just maybe do some traveling and get some bucket list items off in that way before diving into my career.
Super. Well, I hope that you get to travel and you get to take some time for yourself after the journey that is
Yes,
completing your PhD.
absolutely.
I wanted to know a bit more about your life as an academic. Specifically, how do you manage stress during intense, writing sessions or research phases?
Yeah, I think I rely on two things. One being my support system, and that support system, in terms of Chorus Lab, has been very strong. We have, good relationships with lab mates, but, strong relationships with my academic supervisor, and having those people around to cheer you on is definitely something that pushes me through really intense and stressful research phases. And then the other end is taking a lot of breaks. So, if days that I'm working hard, I try to make sure that I get up, move my body, make sure that, I'm pumping some blood to my brain, not getting too anxious or too tired, going for a walk at lunch outside, just trying to move as much as I can. And then a general rule of thumb I try to have for myself, whether it's during a really intense research phase or otherwise, is having some, clear boundaries and cutoffs. So, like, not working on anything after dinner. I think that having no breaks at all would really lead to some really strong burnout, and, sacrifice the quality of my research. So I really try to make sure that I find some balance in terms of getting rest, taking breaks, and working super hard.
Super. Oh, that ties into the next question I had on how you specifically balance this personal life with your academic life. So I was going to ask you, what's a non-research related skill that you've picked up during your times as a doctoral student?
Yeah, so I think it was either after COVID or during COVID, I started watercolor painting. Just as like something to relieve my stress. And so that's a skill that I don't get to work on very often, I'll admit, but a new skill that I had not acquired otherwise. So there's that. I mean, some other skills would be, closer related to programming languages that I didn't necessarily have a full grip on before my PhD. I definitely like to tinker around with Arduino. I've got my kit, and my idea was to set up my office like a workstation and have, all my soldering tools around to help build the systems that I want to do. I haven't yet been able to jump on that, but those are skills that I acquired through my PhD for sure.
Oh, fantastic. And what's one thing you wish more people knew about the life of a doctoral student?
I'm not sure if people don't know it enough, but it's something that's worth reminding, that being a PhD student can be a little bit isolating. You're very in your head and sort of focused on not only researching but uncovering novel insight that can really contribute to literature as a whole, and that can feel like a lot of pressure, and often I think students might, you know, turn that inwards and sort of lock themselves in their room and focus on achieving their goals, and that process can be a bit isolating. So it might be nice, you know, if you know someone who's a doctoral student, reach out, check in on them, see how they're doing, take them out for a beer, let them, you know, out of their cave a little bit. That would probably be helpful for them. But yeah, I think that's something that we might not always think about when it comes to thinking about doctoral students.
Absolutely. It's something that yeah, I do try to do with the people in my network who are
Yeah.
nearby and doing their thesis, is to yeah, get them to remember that they're humans too.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this was an interview with Daniela Napoli. She's a PhD candidate at the University, Carleton University, sorry, in Ottawa, in computer science. And as we discussed, is studying specifically the issue of remote healthcare technology in older adults, so 65 and up, specifically what sort of privacy implications and ways to get the users to actually use the technology. And as we discussed, it's a way to learn about underrepresented groups and also potentially demystify or break down some misconceptions that we have about this group of our population. So before we go, Daniela, I wanted to know if viewers want to dive deeper into your research area, what should they do next?
I think if you are in the academic world and you're trying to, you know, pick up this topic as maybe your thesis topic, there are definitely a few conferences and workshops focused specifically on this. I know that there's requirements engineering conference focused on older populations. So those are definitely some places to go to learn about the topic, but also bounce some ideas off of some people who are in the domain. So definitely would take a peek at some of those conference proceedings or conference recordings to get yourself acquainted in that specific topic.
Super. Well, Daniela, again, thank you so much for your time and have a wonderful day and best of luck with your research.
Thanks so much, Melissa.
So we are going live now, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session specifically focusing on South Asian cybersecurity, and especially a focus on Indian cybersecurity. So today we have a varied group of people with us, starting from lawyers to cybersecurity professionals to criminologists. And this particular session, we have given a broad title of cyber criminology, cybersecurity in South Asia, issues and introspection. So you can see the growth of the internet over the past 20 years is far different from the growth of the internet in the previous period, because the arrival of the social media happened in these past 15 to 20 years, and that opened up a very vast spaces to people online. And this has created a big issue in terms of security, because earlier these kind of interactions happened within the group of people limited to universities or companies or corporations. But now everybody is on, and in that case, a lot of people are conglomerating in one area, and good people are there, bad and ugly are there. So this has created problem in the varied space, and the internet is a boundaryless space, and geography is not there. Even though most of the servers are connected in the US, and most of the activities happen in other countries too, with limited servers. And that brings into focus of cybercrime, a crime which emanated in the later years, where you would find that the crimes were attack on the machines or not on the humans. But later in 2000, 4 and after, most of the attacks started on humans, especially cyberbullying, cyber stalking, cyber violence against women. This has become very normal. And now countries are working to create more laws, to develop more infrastructure, to prevent cybercrime and protect innocent people. And the Budapest Convention, many of the countries have signed or ratified, but still many countries have not ratified. And that is another thing that still a lot of things ought to be done. India, as a country, has developed the cybersecurity policies in 2013. And before that, we have a cyber law in 2000, amended in 2008. But still, these laws are not focal towards cybercrime law, because as I pointed that the laws made for information technology, especially the e-commerce, has been the focal for the law, but not the cybercrime per se. So this scenario is also creating problem in cybersecurity in India, and also the neighboring countries, especially Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, all are now jumping into the internet era. And there also new problems are being emanated. You can see some countries within the South Asian region are friendly in nature, like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, to India, Bhutan, Nepal. But some countries may not be in the same line, like Pakistan or Afghanistan, or even the recent issue with Maldives. So that may create a lot of new internal problems within the geopolitics of South Asian countries, and cybersecurity matters a lot, because cyber war is another area where you find these countries may try to make the Cold War and conflict compared to the physical based wars, and that provides an immense problem to the cybersecurity of the countries. So there are other things that we need to focus in the cyber security in the regions, especially the critical infrastructure, especially the policing and the legal and cybersecurity person. So what happens is that I would mention where the cyber issue is not a single issue. It's a very connected issue where you will find that policing alone is not sufficient, or law alone is not sufficient. You need to have these cybersecurity professionals who are the technocrats. So to mitigate the situation, you need to have a combination of several people. That means from the lawmakers, the policing, the judiciary, and also the cybersecurity specialists from the private sector. So if we are not combining, and also the NGO sector, for example, we have a Center for Cyber Victim Counseling, and I have founded in 2009, and we have counseled several victims. So starting from the criminology, criminal law, to the cyber criminology, cyber victimology, and cybersecurity and cyber forensics, all these things are not integrated, all are separate, and it needs to be integrated together so that a holistic cyber protection can be done in the region. Of course, a lot of countries are also working on this area, and we can get the help of several countries. And that way together, I would find that our session is a very opening session to the world, and that we are going to discuss on the cyber criminological issues and cyber security issues in South Asian region. So with these few words of introduction, I would now introduce the first speaker of the day, Mr. Sagar Singham Sethi, and especially he is going to speak about the issues related to space sector and cybersecurity, focusing on India too. So Mr. Sagar Singham Sethi is an experienced professional with over 15 years of experience in the transport industry, and is currently the founder and managing partner, Grey Space Law and Policy Consulting and Grey Space Academy at Brussels, Belgium. He is also an active academic and teaches air and space laws, and he has worked for various international companies based in Europe, including AirCap, TNT Airways, FedEx, and Amazon. Sagar has represented the interests of these companies through trade unions such as the European Express Association and International Road Transport Union. As a counsel and lobbyist representing companies in the transport, logistics, and technology sectors, Sagar deals with various legal, regulatory compliance. Also, Sagar deals with various legal, regulatory compliance and policy matters across Europe and beyond. He graduated from the National Academy of Legal Studies and Research, that is NALSR, in Hyderabad, and was awarded a Huygens scholarship by the government of Netherlands to pursue a master's degree in air and space law at the University of Leiden. Later, he graduated from the London School of Economics on the area of data law, policy, and regulation. Sagar has edited 2 books titled Contemporary Issues and Future Challenges in Airspace Law and Future of Transport Opportunities and Challenges. He also holds the position of Professor of Law at the adjunct faculty at the Center for Aerospace and Defense Laws, NALSR University and Law, Hyderabad. And recently I had an opportunity to meet him in person at the Mahindra School of Law, where he invited me to be a keynote speaker. He's one of a panel on artificial intelligence, and I had a great opportunity to discuss many things with him, and he's a great speaker and a lawyer. And welcome, Sagar, to the program, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Jaishankar. Thank you very much for the introduction. You just made me feel good about all the things that I've done over the years. But thank you once again, and thank you to the organizers and especially to yourself for giving me the opportunity to actually provide an insight into what cybersecurity means to the space sector. I think that's the next 15 minutes I'm going to speak about, because we always talk about land, air, sea as the 3 frontiers, but we of course have to talk about space, which is the 4th frontier as well, or the final frontier, as some people say. So I think absolutely we have to talk about it, because things have been over the last years. You have seen how the investments that are being made into the space sector, and of course the proliferation of the private sector companies as well into the space activities. So I think what I'll do is I have a presentation. I'll just run you through the presentation for the first 15 minutes, and then probably take questions after the presentation. So again, cybersecurity as such is not new to us, and space as well is not new to us. But what Professor Jaishankar he already pointed out briefly, it's about the cyber warfare that has emerged as the fastest growing, as something of a war and act. Basically, it's a silent killer, okay? And that is growing, and that is somehow emanating pretty and going very fast. So I think it's something we kind of take it for granted, or for some reason we kind of ignore what is happening in the space sector. But again, I think we'll try to see what is the link between cybersecurity, cyber warfare, space sector, and national security at the end of the day, because all these components adds to your security as a nation. Let me briefly, I mean, there's a lot of content, but let me briefly take you back a few years ago. So when the collapse of the World Trade Center took place, 9/11 took place. So basically, it was an aircraft that went into the World Trade Center, and unfortunate, but again, you could say that it was a security breach in terms of the process. But then we came up with something called insider threats and all that. But then it was a breach that you could contain somehow. And then later on, a few years later, we had something called the printer cartridge bomb, okay, where one of the aircrafts was used, and one of the pack was where the printer cartridge was loaded onto an aircraft, and then the aircraft was destined to the United States, where, of course, unfortunately, this was, the systems and the companies that were involved basically were able to identify the package, and immediately they had to land the aircraft. So that was very fortunate. But at least to say, again, the breach or the security breach as such could be contained there as well. Years later, again, as things are progressing, technology is progressing, we had this whole hacking, and there was all kinds of ransomware and whatnot that took place to the postal networks. So logistics, express networks, okay, where companies were attacked in terms of, the cybersecurity attacks took place, and the whole systems were down. So for weeks together, the companies could not revive and get back to the businesses. So of course, it had a huge impact on the operational abilities or day-to-day businesses because a lot of SME sectors were dependent on them, but they were not able to move their goods. Okay, and of course, it was a simple cyber attack, which basically where the data was taken by these hackers. Okay, and then again, when you talk about space, there is also this element of okay, we have weapons in the space. Okay, you could use a satellite as a weapon because they are normally there for peaceful purposes. But again, you could also use it by basically shooting down another satellite. But that's in very simple terms, let's say kind of an evolution that has been taking place. Okay, but now what is happening today is totally different. Because with cyberspace, as I said earlier, it's a silent killer. It comes from backdoor. Okay, somehow your systems are attacked, and then your systems are completely down. Both your Earth-related systems, your terrestrial-based, as well as your space-based. So again, I think as this slide shows, we have our reliance on space has increased significantly. This is due to the digital revolution in terms of communications, security, intelligence, and commerce. As a result, dangers have increased along with it, making it vital to prioritize cybersecurity around space assets. The threat between space to ground communications and sensors is very real and omnious. So it's clear there. And of course, what are the benefits of the space-based technologies? I think it goes without saying, but I think for the benefit of everyone who are listening here, I would just quickly read out a couple of lines from this slide. So satellite technologies are an inherent part of our use of internet and email, telecommunications, weather forecasting, disaster management, GPS for navigation, traffic regulation, and civil aviation, precision timing for financial transactions, and satellite remote sensing for geographical or topographical mapping. Space plays a role in states' intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, disaster response, troop movement tracking on land, at sea, and in the air, classified and unclassified telecommunications, refugee movement tracking, identification of evidence of war crimes, genocide, or other mass human rights violations, drone operations, GPS-guided weapons, and of course, the recent phenomenon of cyber warfare, which is inherently caught up in satellite technologies. As you can see on the right side of the slide as well, the space exploration is projected to create 1.2 trillion in retail revenues between 2020 and 2030. So imagine now the growth in this sector and what it means globally. So again, space is a global sector, like many other transport sector in general is a global sector, but space particularly is significantly global, I would say that. So what does space economy, I mean, again, I have said that 1.2 to 1.3 trillion market, and it's acknowledged by many across the world as well. But what you probably don't think about are the thousands of entrepreneurs who are quietly transforming nearly every major industry here on Earth by finding new ways to have space-based data and to integrate into it terrestrial operations. So therefore, my point, as you see on the slide, is this is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity that we are all trying to get a piece of it. The space economy is much more than just rockets and satellites. Its real potential is to be found in data. Okay, I said not hardware, but I say that when it comes to cybersecurity, I think that's probably where a lot of things happen. And as you can see on the right side of the screen as well, the number of satellites that are currently there, and you could see on the the idea of that slide or that particular graph is to show that the military satellites have reduced over the years, but then the commercial satellites and the commercial use of space activities have increased over the last years, as you can see here in that particular graph. So when it comes to government expenditures as well, so when we are building our budgets, you see that, sorry, total investment of 117 billion has been reported in 2023 as per the government expenditures. You will see a number of countries. Okay, you have United States, you have China, you have Russia, you have the European Union, and you have very small countries like Luxembourg, where you have hardly like a million people living there. But one of the interesting part is they have space-based GDP income is almost close to 2% to 5, anything between 2 to 5%. So again, there are very few spacefaring nations, but on the other hand, you see that there is a growth. There is basically a number of countries coming up as well who are interested, who have seen the benefits, or basically want to be part of this, the space activities because they see the benefits. Or I have to say that maybe I have to tell you, when I go to law school and tell them, this is probably what has changed everything. A mobile in your hand and the ability for us to communicate, connect with each other. And that would have been impossible if not for the space, technology that we have invested over the years, okay, as governments have invested. And we all have seen the benefit. The fact that we are sitting here, I'm sitting here in Belgium, Professor Jaishankar is sitting in India, and you're all listening from across the world, is simply because there is some satellite hanging, hovering around and providing us this communication abilities, to put it very simply. And you could see that during the COVID pandemic as well, the benefits that we have all had sitting at home, the fact that we were able to work from home, but at the same time, we were able to also get the food and the medicines, because they have been somehow directed through a lot of communication systems that are enabled by space technology. So again, there are a lot of investments going, because now that discussion where should we invest into space technologies, should we invest into, or are we really deriving benefits from space? To me personally, is not a question anymore, because we have seen the benefits, we know what we are getting out of it. But the question now is, governments are investing, having all these budgets in place, but what is it that they're specifically doing when it comes to cybersecurity, which is, as I said earlier, a silent killer, okay, which is something that we are somehow neglecting, or to an extent we have realized that cyber attacks happen, hacking is taking place. From 1980s to now, things have evolved. I'm not saying that nothing has happened, but the point is, we are not yet there. I think that's the reason why we are having this conference, and that's the reason why we are having this discussion, to raise awareness, to also see what alternatives and what other solutions we could drive through these deliberations that are taking place through this conference across the world. So again, this particular slide, you see here, SIA India, which is a think tank in India, had in its memorandum, which has pushed for a substantial increase in India's space budget from the current 1.4 billion to an ambitious 62 billion, which is something close to what the US has. Of course, this is SIA India's report, because they would like to see that India's space spending with global leaders is also aligned, specifically with the United States. The rationale underlying this proposition underscored the potential to engage the private sector, drive technological advancements, and position India as a formidable force in the rapidly expanding global space economy. Of course, the report of things of bringing in new actors, or the fact that there are already more actors in the space ecosystem, which is growing, of course. But again, it is part and parcel, or something should be part and parcel of all these private actors that are coming into the space ecosystem. Some of them definitely would be providing cybersecurity related services. So Let's take this as an example now. So how many satellites are in space currently? I'm sure most of you can find all this information that I'm sharing on Google, but I'm just putting the perspective and the link to cybersecurity here. So who owns the most satellites? As I said earlier, historically it has been the government, because space has predominantly been run by the government, and even today as well. Okay. But what is changing, or what has changed, is government alone is not able to provide, or is not able to meet the demand that we have created, or the demand that is already in existence, because we are all using the internet, and every day, every minute, every second, there are X number of users that are being included into the internet, let's say, literacy. Okay. So with that demand in place, the governments have also realized that they do not have the necessary funding, and they are not able to innovate as well. Or let me turn it around. They thought that maybe private sector is in a better position to innovate and have more resources as well, whether it's financial or whether it's human resource, whatever the reason is. So today, as we stand, we have around 8,000 plus satellites, whether you talk about in the geo or medium MEO, or in the lower Earth orbit. Okay, primarily in the lower Earth orbit, because this is where you see the benefits, most of the benefits that we derive on Earth. And of course, the connection, the terrestrial connection, is linked to the LEO. So added to that, there are also another 3,000 or so satellites that have outlived their life and are still in orbit, creating a problem of space debris. Space debris is not part of the discussion here, but again, space debris is relevant because these satellites which have run, let's say, over their life, are still hovering around. And if you really have a bad actor, they could always infiltrate into one of these satellites, and probably could also target these satellites against each other, and have some unusual maneuvering as well. Okay, which could create, of course, geopolitical tensions, and could lead to something called cyber warfare, which is already happening. So you have some new entrants, of course. I mean, over the period, this is what you will see: a number of satellites that are being launched and will be launched in the coming period as well. More and more satellites. So you have SpaceX, you have Blue Origin, and OneWeb. And in India, you have Bharti, Airtel, and Jio as well, that have recently come into the foray. So, of course, increasing number of commercial entities entering the space market today, with offers of services to governments and individuals that are used every day, adding to the competition in space. So TV, broadcasting, telecommunications, and internet remain traditional competitive commercial space sectors that are dependent on space-based technologies. I think that's kind of generic, but you're very well aware. So I think I made it clear to you that the space market is open to business. I think we clearly see that both the government as well as the private sector is keen to, whether you could say, monetize on the opportunities that space sector is providing, but also through monetization, they are also connecting the globe, connecting, or bringing in a lot of benefits at a very human-centric level, okay, at a very individual user level. So definitely it is open for business, and I see more and more businesses joining as well. But now the question is, are the space assets immune from cyber threats? I think that's the question we have, and that's the purpose of this conference as well. I think that's where the big question continues. I think cybersecurity is something still needs to be, invested, and we have to see how we can bring it on par with the others. But somehow it's not yet there. Okay, so like Ian Vickers say that cybersecurity has to be a key priority. The constant development of next generation technologies in space sector is hugely desirable for cyber criminals and countries willing to exploit weaknesses in cyber defenses. So it is very clear, okay? And then one common problem is attackers targeting the service rather than the satellites themselves. We have seen even this year or even last year's It's basically has been jamming, GPS spoofing, and other cyber attacks launched against Viasat and Starlink internet services in Ukraine. Actually, not only just, I mean, if you look at since 2015, 2017, you could see on the right side of the slide as well, you have a number of other examples to, I mean, when I say example, by the way, these are real, these have happened, okay? So in 2017, sorry, you had WannaCry and NotPetya ransomware attacks. In 2015, the attack was on Ukrainian power grids, and the 2010 Stuxnet attack on Iranian nuclear reactors. So we are not talking about some unrealistic, or we are not in kind of a utopia yet here, okay? So it is real. Threats are real. They have happened in the past. Even to give you another example, there was a satellite that was maneuvered towards the sun, and the satellite got burnt, okay? And by the way, space is a very harsh environment, okay? So it is, and whatever equipment that goes onto the satellites have also some limitations, or they are very sophisticated, very sensitive at the same time. But if the hackers gets their hands on it, and then like I mentioned this example where they're able to maneuver and move the satellites in the direction of the sun or towards each other, you know, it is going to be it's not helpful at all. But these things are happening, and this is something we need to see how we could contain, how we could mitigate once such a situation arises. Okay, so a successful cyber attack against a satellite would have significant consequences. Blocking communications with the satellite could shut off vital communications and services for millions of people on the ground. A cyber attack could even alter the course of a satellite in an attempt to disrupt or even permanently damage it. I keep saying this, you know, just because they are in orbit, that doesn't mean satellites are out of reach of attack. Security is an ongoing concern, and one that is likely to grow. I think I've said it now already in my presentation, but again, just because they are in the orbit, that does not mean that we are not connected. I mean, if you look back years ago, everything was was working in silos. The air division, you had the maritime, okay, you had land, let's say railways, or the public transport that we use every day, the railways and public transport. Everything is working in their own domains, and space as well was working in their own domain. But today, look at how space has influenced or is part of each and every mode of transport that you talk about or that you are using. Okay, and these modes of transport as well are actually using space-enabled, technologies for their own. For as I said earlier, at the end of the day, it's for giving a better experience for the users. Okay, but again, when you see the attacks that have been taking place, whether in the maritime sector or in the rail sector, or let's take simply a car. You know, your car that you're driving could be controlled by someone else in the next minute. I mean, this has happened with BMW, with many other very sophisticated cars. And as we talk about autonomous vehicles or driverless cars, as we move forward, you could see how easy it could be that if a cyber attack really takes place, it's not that difficult to control your car. So in the same way, I would say that even though satellites are in the orbit, it's the logic is the same. You could see here, you know, I've taken this recent statistics in terms of what kind of cybersecurity is already taking place in the space industry. I know it's a lot to read, but maybe when you get this presentation or as you get it online, take some time to read through some of these points. But just let me give you some examples. 75.6% of organizations within the space industry experience a cybersecurity incident in the past 12 months. As of 2021, 84% of aerospace and defense companies perceive cybersecurity as a significant risk. 28% of industry organizations had a cybersecurity incident not detected by their security team. The cybersecurity market in the aerospace and defense industries is expected to reach 6.8 billion by 2026. More than 50% of aerospace and defense companies were likely to have been targeted by cybersecurity attacks in 2020. And this is something I have come across recently. I attended a conference a few days back, and where they were telling, railway sector or air, every day there is a cyber attack on them. So we're not talking about space here, but other modes of transport as well are being attacked, and definitely cyber companies, aerospace and defense companies are also being attacked on a daily basis. And 60% of space industry organizations experience daily, if not hourly, cyber attacks. And 25% of breaches in the aerospace industry involve human error, by the way. Okay, so this is not coming from external, but it could be simply a human error that is caused by, internally at the company that you're working. Cyber attacks cost the space industry an average of $4 million per attack. So imagine now the cost that the companies have to factor into, or the governments have to factor into because on one hand, I was telling you earlier that you have budgets, and budgets that are dedicated or directed through some policy initiatives for the cybersecurity, protection. But then when an attack happens, see how much you need to have. So it says 4 million per attack is what, on an average, that already the industry is seeing. And as simple as a phishing is the most common type of attack, affecting 80% of organizations in the space industry. We could say the space industry is very sophisticated and high tech, but for a hacker, it doesn't cost anything. Okay, it's probably peanuts. And 5% of aerospace and defense companies' annual revenues are dedicated already to cybersecurity. You see, and probably as we grow, I think the budget will also increase. Okay, so again, I think there are a lot of, maybe I'll also give you this stat here. It says the use of AI for cybersecurity in the aerospace sector is expected to reach 11.1 billion by 2027. And then malware represents 27% of the incident by attack type in the space industry. So again, it says that this particular study by 2025, which is not too far, it's basically next year, the global space cybersecurity market is expected to exceed $3.5 billion. So imagine now the scope of this cybersecurity market itself, because of the data breaches that are taking place, because of the hackers having the ability to breach into companies, which is happening on a daily basis, or as I'm speaking here, probably there are data breaches and cyber attacks taking place. Okay, so again, overall, the statistics on cybersecurity in the space industry highlight the importance of prioritizing cyber defense measures to protect sensitive data and critical infrastructure from potential threats. As technology continues to advance, investing in robust cybersecurity protocols is essential to safeguarding the space industry from potential cyber threats. I think I made my point. I think it's clear why space is being targeted, because the hackers have seen, they're not anymore, by the way, you are probably more, people listening here, and I'm sure some of you are cyber experts. I think you are aware that today the attacks are not anymore for ransom. It is about the denial of services. Okay, they just want to make sure that your service is dead. Okay, this is exactly what has happened a day before the Russia-Ukraine war, where some of these satellites were stopped, and then some services automatically were denied for the Ukrainian people. But that's just one example. And if a satellite, for some, as I said earlier, maneuvered and stopped or whatever, jammed, however you put it in terms of the wording, your services are down, and that's the target, and they want to make sure that your services go down, And you have seen that during the recent the Gaza crisis as well now. You have seen some of these satellites were jammed, and what happened is that humanitarian help was basically stopped somehow because there was lack of communication. Okay, and the same way you're basically relying on space so much that your warfare, your ground operations, your military operations are basically waiting for the next command. And imagine now you're on the land, you're moving, okay, with your tankers and with your military personnel, and then all of a sudden there's no communication anymore. Okay, so I'm trying to highlight, how space is connecting each and everything that we are doing, but we are not yet taking cybersecurity or cyber-related measures, not putting that particular whatever systems that we need, they're not yet there. Okay, so that's my point, and that's probably what is running across my presentation. So again, this particular slide is basically giving you a bit of examples. I think I still have a few more minutes, Professor. So I'll just take a couple of more minutes and then I'll stop. So again, what are these malicious cyber activities? So any infiltration, incursion, or incapacitation of space systems can temporarily paralyze or permanently cripple and cause irreversible damage to increasingly space-dependent food, water, communications, dams, defense, energy, financial, healthcare, nuclear, transportation, and other critical networks. And some of these malicious cyber activities, some examples could be harmful to space operations that include spoofing sensor data, corrupting sensor systems, jamming or sending unauthorized commands for guidance and control, injecting malicious code, and conducting denial of service attacks. And what are the consequences of such activities? That could include loss of mission data, decreased lifespan or capability of space systems or constellations, or the loss of positive control of space vehicles, potentially resulting in collisions that can impair systems or generate harmful orbital debris. Okay. And of course, who are the actors that are here? So besides the surreptitious state actors, possible space cyber attack adversaries include terrorist organizations, subversives, political criminals, curious computer hackers, commercial competitors, dishonest insiders, disgruntled staff, trusted but careless business partners, or rogue astronauts. By the way, space or any other business is not different when you look at it from a cybersecurity standpoint. Okay, so they're all on par with each other. If one of your systems on the ground is attacked, which means and if it is linked somehow, or most of these ground-based systems are these days linked to your satellites or satellite systems. So basically, you're also attacking somehow the space enabled assets. So again, I think these days we cannot really, as I was telling earlier, you cannot really say, oh, this is infrastructure that is based on the ground, and those are the space assets that are in the orbit somewhere that we don't even see. We cannot say that anymore. That distinction is kind of blurred because of the connectivity and the communication channels that are built around these days. Okay, so again, space-based services are strategic, and they're not immune to geopolitical conflicts. And what do I mean by that? Just as space services are central to modern day life, they also support essential services, as I was saying earlier, military, utilities, aviation, and emergency communication. This makes them particularly attractive, especially at times of geopolitical unrest for cyber attacks, the impact of which is unpredictable. And of course, there's increased interdependence between satellites and technology on Earth. I was telling you, ground-based tower signals to satellites. This is an ongoing, and as technology evolves, these technological changes will increase the interdependencies between satellites and technologies on Earth. And the last part of the last point here is space-based services may be subject to more cyber attacks. And this is something I think it goes without saying, but I think we have to keep repeating it. I think we have to raise awareness, we have to talk about it, and this is exactly what the World Economic Forum's Global Future Councils on Cybersecurity and Space that was held in April 2022 suggested that governments, alongside those who operate, use, and profit from space-dependent technologies, should identify critical space-enabled services and should prioritize ensuring their end-to-end cyber resilience. I think when we talk about cyber resilience, at the end of, I was telling, one is the attack itself, but then we need to bring back, I was telling you earlier about the postal networks going down and how, how dependent we are, or all of a sudden we realize how dependent we are for lack of those services, okay? But then you have to be also resilient in the sense that your systems and operations should be back immediately, or should be, should basically the communication channels should continue, if not the actual operations of carrying a package from A to B. But the fact that you're able to communicate in a military operation, for instance, it's super important that we are able to be, resilient. If we are not, I think that leads to even bigger issues. And that's where we need to build our strength. So what does the international space treaties talk about? I just want to quickly run you through the international, the Corpus Juris Specialis that is there. So you have the Outer Space Treaty 1967, the Rescue Agreement 1968, the Liability Convention 1972, the Registration Convention 1976, and the Moon Agreement 1984. And each of the treaties stress the notion that outer space, the activities carried out in outer space, and whatever benefits might be accrued from outer space should be devoted to enhancing the well-being of all countries and humankind, with an emphasis on promoting international cooperation. Okay. So the focus has always been from all these treaties is basically that there should not be any arms. There should be a freedom of exploration, and there has to be some kind of liability for damage caused by space objects, the safety and rescue of spacecraft and astronauts, the prevention of harmful interference with space activities and the environment, the notification and registration of space activities, and of course, for scientific investigation. But I have to tell you that nowhere the founders or the creators of these treaties thought about something like space cybersecurity issues. Okay, but that's my reading. Of course, you could interpret, you could basically break it down further, where you could say, oh, by the way, there is a cybersecurity element that has been reflected in these treaties. Great, if that is the case. But as things stand, they have always thought, one, this is a government funded industry. And two, primarily there's going to be, if at all there is any kind of a war or whatever that takes place, it is basically physical destruction, okay, between satellites. But nowhere, none of these conventions talk about cybersecurity and the risks that are basically connected to it as we speak today, okay. And of course, there are liability for the space objects and whatnot, but they do not talk about what kind of liability could be borne by basically a state sponsor or attack that takes place, or a hacker, whoever it is. Basically, there's no kind of liability and responsibility that you could really connect when it comes to cybersecurity or cyber, related activities. So it's something we need to see how this is going to evolve when it comes to the international regime. It's the same, my point here is, since 1967 to 1984 and few years later, there has been this concrete set of treaties, and then there's some guidelines that came out, or principles, I would say, relating to remote sensing and basically artificial Earth satellites for international direct television broadcasting. but nothing has happened, since what was the last convention? So 1984 onwards, nothing has happened at an international level because there has been no consensus, because every country now wants to make sure that their investments, their return on investment basically is there for them. And they want to make sure that whatever operations that are taking place are also basically secure, which means they are going to the extent of placing nuclear warheads on the satellites. But what we fail to understand here is this is again a physical element. This is what we are talking about, installing basically some nuclear warheads on the satellites, which are remotely accessed. So that is exactly where the problem comes. The fact that you are able to access remotely and you're able to control these satellites, and especially with nuclear warheads, only complicates things even further. Okay, but again, there is nothing at an international level that that is talked about, and there are a lot of these international organizations in the space sector, starting from the UN COOPUS, which is the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. You have the Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO Meteorological Organization, you have the Maritime Organization, Telecommunication Organization. But none of these organizations have come up since 1984, any kind of new legislation. And sometimes I wonder, are they in the right place? Are they doing the right things? But that's a debate for another day. But what is important is that these organizations have to pick up, have to talk about, even though they do, by the way, it's not like they're not talking about cybersecurity and the policies that require global consensus. I think these are all kind of piecemeal efforts that are currently taking place, and sometimes we are all questioning the relevance of these international organizations because they're not able to bring out any kind of even principles on cybersecurity and all. I think has been a bit difficult. So what is India doing? I think at an international level, of course, a lot of things are missing, or a lot of these efforts will still take time because before something happens at a global level. At an individual level, at a national level, at a country level, you have to protect your nationals, you have to protect your citizens, you have to protect your country, and nation comes first. Okay, that's a given thing. I think it across the world, wherever you're coming from, I think we all agree on that point. So each and every government is taking initiatives. So it is not like they're just sitting there and waiting for the next cyber attack to take place. That's not the case. I think India, for instance, the government has taken a number of legislative, technical, and institutional measures for addressing issues related to cybersecurity. Professor Jaishankar already pointed out, that there were some initiatives, but again, here, these include National Cybersecurity Policy in 2013, enactment of Information Technology Act in 2000, and setting up of Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT-IN. And then there were some specific measures taken by the Government of India to strengthen cybersecurity system in the country, which are listed on the left side of the slide here. So of course you have the first one and the most important one is the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, which is set up. And then you have the Information Technology Act 2000 was enacted to provide legal recognition for electronic communication, electronic commerce, and cyber crimes, where the IT Act has deterrent provisions to deal with cyber threats and cyber attacks. You have the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team that issues alerts and advisories regarding latest cyber threats and countermeasures on regular basis. You also have the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center that has been established for protection of critical information infrastructure in the country. I think Professor Jaishankar already pointed out one point about under cyber crime prevention for women and children scheme, Government of India has released grants to various provinces or states across for setting up a cyber forensic training laboratory and organizing capacity building programs on cyber awareness and cyber crime investigation. So there was a lot of budget also allocated there. And then all the new government websites and applications are audited prior to their hosting and on regular basis after hosting. And you also have the National Cyber Coordination Center that has been set up to generate necessary situational awareness of existing and potential cybersecurity threats and enable timely information sharing for proactive, preventive, and protective actions by individual entities. This is just to say that, again, there are a lot of initiatives that are being taken by the government. Of course, never enough, but you could say that at least it's a start, and then things are moving in the right direction in India, but also across the world, whether you take it US or in the EU, you have the NIS Directive 2, which is coming. You have the Cyber Resilience Act that is also coming in the EU. Again, there are a lot of initiatives at a national level, at a regional level like EU, and I think hopefully that will deter or somehow contain and mitigate these actions. But not only that, I think what is important or what is it that we are driving through all these legislative actions is to how do we bring the criminals, and how do we try them? Because it's very, very difficult to identify or locate any of these hackers, okay, which you probably know. So what is the way forward? Of course, there are, as I said earlier, globally, I think it'll take years to formulate, and we need to find the momentum in the private commercial sector because that is where probably there are resources available, and hopefully the cybersecurity in the space industry can be prioritized or should be prioritized. So regulatory frameworks are rarely able to keep pace with technological innovations, and they take time to progress due to the multifaceted needs of multiple stakeholders. Considering the importance and interconnectedness of space and cyber systems, more urgent action is needed. I think probably it's just an understatement, but it's there. This presents an opportunity for industry to lead the way, drawing on their best placed insights into possible threats and the appropriate solutions. At an organization level, this could include developing proactive cybersecurity initiatives, contributing to the development of guidelines and best practices for products or services, implementing and updating initiatives with evolving best practices. And that could include, for instance, to build rigor for a purple revolution, which means cybersecurity red teaming and blue teaming exercises to create a unified purple, or embedding responsible behaviors, such as considering the cybersecurity measures of supply chain participants and uplifting requirements where necessary. There are two elements here when I say the way forward, which is already, by the way, taking place. The design. So cybersecurity should not be an afterthought. It should start from the design, from a very beginning, from the time that a satellite is being developed. You have to make sure that the design takes care of all the cybersecurity related elements, because you need to understand that these satellites are, once they are launched, okay, they are going there for 10 to 15 years of their lifetime. And the biggest challenge the space sector have, unlike the other sectors which are on the ground, is that once the satellite is hovering, few thousand kilometers up or hundreds of kilometers up, the point is we are not able to repair, we are not able to provide updates, we are not able to provide these patches that are normally available on your phones, iOS patches and all, for instance, or Microsoft, whatever patches that are available, we can't do that in space or for the satellites. Okay, so it has to, cybersecurity should be taken from the start, and it should be part of the design. The second element I drive here, or something that is already taking place in the industry, is the third parties. Of course, this is not new, because your supply chain is as important as your in-house, whatever local expertise is or whatever products and services that you're offering. So your whole supply chain should be vetted, audited, and should have to maintain that certain standards where cybersecurity is part and parcel of your third-party vendors. Okay, so those two elements we need to keep in mind. And of course, as I said, about the purple revolution, you definitely have to work it out with your third-party vendors as well. It is not the case that you just do your cybersecurity red teaming and blue teaming exercises internally and you can't say, oh, I'm very happy with it because it's a great result that we have seen. No, it's every day, it's a constant these exercises have to be done regularly and with all the stakeholders that need to be involved. So again, legal and policy challenges continue both at a national level, also at a global level. But how do we address cybersecurity as such is through your national legislation. And especially in India, we lack national legislation on space. Of course, there are proposals. There is a draft currently in place. But again, it's something that needs to be put in place as soon as possible. Because the issues that we are facing or we will face is the access to data, national security, liability and responsibility, compliance and your social your CSR responsibilities, just to name a few, because they are all linked. This is cybersecurity is not anymore a single element. It is a cross-cutting element across, and it has to be running through all your policy documents and your legislation that you're building. Okay, so and for that to happen, it is important that there is a legislation in place. The other element is that India's definition of critical information infrastructure includes incapacitation leading to a debilitating impact on national security, but somehow space and its operations don't figure prominently under the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center or the Computer Emergency Response Team India. Because when we're talking about hundreds of startups and various MOUs and the whole ecosystem, space ecosystem is expanding, but the fact that space is not considered as part of your critical information infrastructure, it begs a question, what exactly are we trying to do here? How exactly are we going to resolve this issue, which we are currently already facing? And a number of other countries, are already looking into it. By the way, we are not alone in this, okay? If at all that makes any of you feel happy and good, that to say that we don't have a legislation, we don't have a space legislation, we are, and we haven't recognized space as a critical information infrastructure or critical infrastructure as such. It's also there with many other countries, but that change needs to come. Otherwise, I think we will face the issues, or we'll continue to face the issue, because if you are not recognizing space as a critical infrastructure, there will not be investments, there will not be budgets allocated towards this particular sector, and we will have a huge issue as we move forward. So again, a comprehensive national space policy and should be interweaved into a comprehensive critical national infrastructure level cybersecurity guardrails through national cybersecurity strategy, and it should be dovetailing them into national security strategy. So what main point I'm trying to do is we have to have a legislation, first of all, and that legislation should basically be carried forward somehow into the national cybersecurity strategy and your overall national security strategy. So again, I think I've given you a broad and a high level overview of what cybersecurity means to space. And I hope I have done the job in terms of giving you that link and providing you a food for thought, let's say, for the purpose of this conference. But again, there are a lot of things to be done. I haven't got into the nitty-gritty of it, but yeah, maybe I stop here, probably take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagar. It was a wonderful presentation on space issue connecting with cybersecurity. I think it is a first of its kind because not many have thought in this area. And since you are working in this area for a longer time, probably you have included the new component of cybersecurity, because many are not aware that there may be a cybersecurity issue connecting with space and space issues, because these are very confidential and these are very highly protected compared to the other systems, because it may have a deeper impact if any space critical infrastructure is broken or any hacker or anything invasion happens. It may impact not only one nation but also multiple nations. So that way around, I appreciate your presentation, and I don't see much questions because you have answered almost all the questions and also enlisted a lot of recommendations integrating the legal perspectives to the space perspectives. And I wonder if any of the other panelists have any question to Sagar, Prasanna, Raj, and Eswan. Any question, please feel
No,
free.
I think
Raj, yeah.
Sagar explained everything in detail, and those explanations for somebody like me was going through space dimension for the very first time. Thank you so much for explaining everything in a very simplistic manner, Sagar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Sagar, yeah, as Raj pointed, since you have done the holistic perspective, so I take this opportunity once again and thank you for joining us from Belgium in the early morning. And thank you once again and have a great day. And so this time to start the panel now, the next panel.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you again for the opportunity, and to the organizers and to yourself as well. I'm glad at least I had the opportunity, and that was the idea, to bring at least the element of space into the discussion.
Yeah,
so thank
I
you
hope
again.
in the future we can have an exclusive discussion on this, because it's a very novel and emerging area. As I pointed out, probably many may not have ventured or even understand this kind of idea, because as I pointed, it integrates confidential issues, because more governments are also there inside, and also some private parties like Elon Musk is also coming into this picture. So we are not clear on how to demarcate the boundaries when it comes to space law vis-a-vis the cybersecurity law, or any new law has to be done. So in the future, we may have such discussions, and hope you'll be back as a panelist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So the next panel is on cyber criminology and cybersecurity in South Asia. So today we have three panelists, namely Raj Pakaria, Prasanna Guntur, and Eswan. And this panel will have a roundabout discussion. So first I will introduce all the three speakers, and then later we will go to the presentations. It's not a kind of a presentation. We are going to have a question and answer session. So the first panelist would be Raj. Second would be Guntur, and third would be Eswan. So in this order, questions will be asked. So first, I have briefly introduce Raj Pakaria. Raj Pakaria is a partner of technology law at the Cyberblog India, Stellato Techno Legal LLP, leads a team of cyber law enthusiasts who provide legal assistance in the advisory in cybercrime cases. They have handled over 16,200 cybercrime cases, ranging from hacking and financial frauds to blackmailing and revenge pornography. This is one of a remarkable achievement. And they have also successfully removed private photos and videos from over 54,000 sites for their clients. And in the last 3 years, the team has expanded its corporate advisory practice through engagement focused on data protection law and emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain. They also advise clients on the legal and regulatory implications of these technologies and the best practices of data security and privacy. And Raj is passionate about cybersecurity awareness and online safety. So he's also a voracious speaker and delivered 580 workshops and webinars on the topics on cybersecurity at various platforms, including community programs such as IIT, Gandhinagar. And he has also been a part of UNICEF campaign on cybercrimes and online safety in Mahasamund district, Chhattisgarh. He is regularly invited by cyber law and data protection conferences, and his latest speaking engagements have been at prestigious institutions like Maharashtra National Law University, Aurangabad, and Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad. So with this brief introduction, I welcome Raj. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you so much, sir.
So the next panelist is Guntur. Mr. Prasanna Guntur has 20 plus years of experience in working with teams in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, USA, Europe, and India. And Prasanna comes with a strong Big Four consulting background and is a technocrat who is equally skilled in technology management, leadership, and business domains. Prasanna was instrumental and a key driver in setting up a cyber lab in Nalsar University, Hyderabad. In the capacity of freelancer, and Prasanna has delivered guest lectures to corporate and government departments. Under the government, UPSC officers of various ranks working in the departments and verticals were addressed. Most of these sessions were conducted in Administrative Staff College of India. And he has completed a master's in information systems from the Central Queensland University, Australia. And he was a director's award holder in that program, and an MBA from National Institute of Management, Kolkata. And he's a certified Prince 2 registered practitioner, Lean Fundamentals, Microsoft certified in designing, assessing, and optimizing software asset management, and also a certified IST QB advanced analyst. He has worked in senior roles in organizations like Psychops, Truth Labs, KPMG Australia, Dell, and Berger Pines India, and was selected to set up a new Plan IT business office in New Zealand. And he is also currently a founder of an organization called Sura. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, Guntur, for this program. Thank you for joining us. And the last panelist today we have is Mr. Yaswant. And Mr. Yaswant hails from Bangalore. And he has a combination of cybersecurity and law. So he had a bachelor's degree in commerce, and then later he went to a master's degree in commerce. But after that, he got a law degree also from the Karnataka State University. And further, he also did a master of business law in NLSC Bangalore. And also he is currently pursuing a LLB degree also there also. And Yaswant's professional journey in the cybersecurity led him to establish a cybersecurity consultancy where he serves as CEO and director. Under his leadership, the company has thrived, offering cutting-edge cybersecurity solutions to various clients. And also, Yaswant has fostered collaborations with many educational institutions like Vaikunta Balika College of Law, Udupi. Also, he has completed several certifications recognized globally, including Certified Ethical Hacker Program, Certified Hacking Forensic Investigator from AC Council, as well as Computer Internal Security Auditor from ISACA. Additionally, he holds the designation of Cybercrime Intrusion Officer from ISAC India, and has completed a training in web application penetration testings and bug bounty from Madhiroho Academy. So, with this brief introduction of Mr. Yaswant, I once again welcome you to the panel. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. First, let me go to the panel and ask a question to Raj Pakaria based on his experience. So, Mr. Raj, what are the most prevalent forms of cybercrime in South Asia, particularly in India, and what measures can individuals and organizations can take protect themselves? And what is your experience? Because reading out your biodata, we have understood you have a lot of experience in this area, connecting to several clients and solving their problems, like somewhere around 50K. So that is a very big number. So can you please explain about this?
Thank you for the question, sir. So I would answer this question from two perspectives. One being an individual's perspective, and another one being from a company's perspective. So when we talk about individuals and cyber crimes, so we are currently observing a few trends. So first is sextortion, where people get calls, WhatsApp video calls from different numbers, and those video calls get recorded. And then the perpetrators use those recorded calls to blackmail the victims. So we started seeing this kind of cases during the first lockdown, and these cases have continued to come. So first, they will even impersonate police officers, and they will tell victims that if you're not going to pay us, we are going to file an FIR against you. They also share a fake identity card of YouTube employee, telling them that we have received your video, and if you don't pay us, we are going to make it viral. So this is the first trend that has continued over the course of last 3 years, 3.5 years. And I think we've got about 3,500 cases where same thing has happened. The victim receives a video call, the video call gets screen recorded by the perpetrators, and then the perpetrators blackmail. So this has been something that is very, very common. So in terms of how to stay away from this, don't pick up calls from unknown numbers, one. Second, if you're being threatened, don't pay the blackmailers, because if you pay once, it is a never-ending vicious cycle. If you pay 5,000 now, they will ask you for 10,000. I had one client who ended up paying 1.67 crores in total. So that is a huge amount, right? So it started with 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. And third, if you're not sure who is the caller, don't pick up the call. A lot of times our curiosities often leads us into positions that do not have good results. For example, if you're receiving a video call on WhatsApp, you don't know who the other person is, but you're curious that, okay, I will pick up and see who is this. But that even just 2 or 3 seconds of video they will take, and they will morph it with a different video to show that the victim is masturbating with another person on the video call. And then they use that. And since most of the times they connect through Facebook or Instagram, these perpetrators have idea about uh, who your family members are, who your good friends are. And as a result, they can even threaten you by saying that, okay, if you're not going to pay us, I'm going to put your video or send your video to your family members. So this is one trend that we've observed. The another one that we are seeing, and the cases are coming up and coming up, is people getting scammed in the name of investments. So this is happening through WhatsApp groups and Telegram channels, where perpetrators or fraudsters are reaching out to people, asking them to be a part of task-based job or something like that. So they will just have a very detailed reason that, okay, this is how you can invest and earn. And they promise investments which have a very good rate of a rate of return. So first, they will do is they ask that, okay, deposit 1,000 rupees, and then the next day they will give the victim 1,000 as profit. So the 2,000 is there. So this is how they build trust. So they take 1,000, give back 2,000, then they take maybe 5,000 and give 10,000 back, and then they ask for, let's say, 1.5 lakhs. But using those two small transactions, they've developed trust, and then they exploit that trust by asking for an amount that victim easily gives, because the victim believes that, okay, this is good to go. I invested 1,000, I got 2,000 back, or I invested 5,000, I got 10,000 back. So this is second type of cases that we are seeing happening very prevalently. Third type of cases, I wouldn't say it's exactly a cybercrime, but it is happening, and a lot of people are facing issues. So a lot of people do P2P trading through various cryptocurrency platforms. And what is happening is when they are putting up their cryptocurrencies for sale, the other person is making them payments in INR. Now, these other persons that are making payments, this is most likely amount or transactions that have been identified as a fraudulent transaction. So when this amount comes to, let's say, my client's account, the police considers that amount as the proceeds of crime. And my client, who under a set of terms and conditions of the platform and with the purchaser, transferred his or her cryptocurrencies, whatever currency that he was dealing in, gets money in INR, but that amount gets frozen under a notice from police because that is identified as the proceeds of crime. And even though the police has the power to hear the party and pass an order to the point that the amount gets defreezed or the free status is removed, the police is not very much willing to do that. And we have to go to the High Court to get an appropriate order that, okay, at least remove the free status, and whatever the amount is, mark it as lien on the account so that the person can keep on using the account. So yeah, sextortion is something that we've been seeing very frequently. Scams in the name of money or getting high rate of investments is another trend that we're observing. In third, accounts getting frozen by police because the money that you got for a P2P transaction is apparently a proceeds of crime. So these are three major trends that we are seeing for individuals. From a company's perspective, I think there is only one thing that will always be true as far as cyber crimes and companies are concerned, the biggest threat to company is their employees, the internal team. So I have seen so many corporate data theft cases in the last couple of months that hacking attempts are there, cyber attacks are happening, but the biggest threat is their employees. Employees who have a grudge, employees who want to damage reputation, they are taking away data, and companies can do nothing apart from filing a case. And I've seen a couple of cases in Indore itself where the Aadhaar card that the company had on record was an edited Aadhaar card. And the address, the residential address of the employee that was there on the Aadhaar card does not exist. So to sum up, from an individual perspective, we are seeing sextortion cases booming, continue to boom. Then we have fraudulent scams in the name of investments, and then accounts getting frozen by police as a result of P2P transactions. From companies' perspective, we are seeing a lot of corporate data theft cases coming up. And with this, now during COVID, people started taking up multiple jobs. Now that things are settled in and companies are getting a little strict about work from home and whether you're required to work from office, those policies, those standard work policies are seeing their implementation again. And that is essentially not settling well with a lot of employees, often pushing them to do something or misappropriate the confidential data that was given to them by the company. So these are the trends that I'm facing, and I usually recommend companies to have a full-fledged system of policies and procedures in place where you define who has access to what and you document everything so that when you have to ascertain responsibility or liability in a certain in a case involving misappropriation of their confidential data, they can ascertain this is the person and that's when they've done it. So yeah, these are the trends that I and my team are observing in the recent past.
Thank you very much for that question, Raj. It has substantiated the panel, basically how the cybercrime victimization happens in India and how the systems are responding. So as you pointed that it's a collective effort, not only the effort from corporates, but also the effort from the policing, the judiciary, and also the government. So this kind of multi-pronged approach will help in mitigating the cybercrime situation in India. And I move on to the next panelist. Probably Prasanna has some issue. So Prasanna, are you able to unmute yourself? It looks like he has a problem. Michael, if you could unmute Prasanna, it would be nice. In the meantime, I'll go to the next panelist as well. Yeah, Yaswant, I regret for the delay. So the next question is for you, and until Prasanna unmutes, probably he needs the support from Michael. So let us see. So the next question for you would be, what are the existing legal frameworks and regulations governing cybercrime and cybersecurity in South Asia? And what steps can policymakers take to ensure these frameworks are robust and adaptable to emerging threats? So this is your first question. So can answer briefly for 5 to 10 minutes.
Sure, sir. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to present over here. So just received the news that Dell has been hacked and 49 million customers of data has been affected. A few minutes back, I have been received this news. So this is a very huge in amount. 49 million is not a small number. And coming to this particular question, the primary source which related to India, the earlier speaker the guest has been spoken very much about the Indian enactment. The IT Act, Information Technology Act, has been enacted in the year 2000 and the amendment has been done in 2008. And many guidelines, regulations, rules are there year on year. And the digital evidence is to be controlled and proven in court as per the provisions of the Indian Evidence Act as amendment done by the IT Act in relation to the IT Act. In case of bank records, the provisions of the Bank Record Book Evidence Act and the investigation and adjudication of cyber crimes is done in accordance with the provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure (CRPC), CPC, and IT Act. The RBI Act was also amended by the IT Act for the few purposes. And many enactment has been regulated by the government of India by several times. And so currently India is having intermediaries and digital media related rules, advisories, clarifications, orders, many guidelines and many regulations which has been regularly created by and regulated by the government of India, adjudication officers, related rules, security related rules, cyber appellate tribunal related rules and regulations. And very recently, in the August 2023, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha has been passed the Digital Data Protection Personal Act, DPDP Act, can shortly say like that, and it has to be notified by our governor yet. And coming to the perspective, the data privacy related rules and these policymakers has to ensure that each and every cyber victim has to get the possible way to the as soon as possible. The cyber victims has to get the law eminently, and the police officials has to be appointed very huge, and they have to give the softwares and tools very much in possible way. And Government of India has to take the step of awareness programs in a huge. Government of India and the many state governments are doing these steps and yet to increase these steps and the frameworks as adaptable frameworks like the DPDP Act has to be enacted more. And while coming to the relevancy of South Asian countries, Japan is having some more acts with Act on Prohibition Unauthorized Computer Access Code, Penal Code, some Act of Extradition. So basic acts they have also in relation to that IT Act they have enacted. And while coming to the Malaysia, they are having a Computer Crimes Act which has been passed in the year 1997. And coming to the Singapore, they are having many acts like Computer Misuse Act, Cybersecurity Act 2018 with relation to the Criminal Procedure Act, and the core Cybersecurity Critical Information Infrastructure Regulations with the Evidence Act and the Penal Code. So these steps have been taken by the many countries in the South Asian continent, and this could be my point for the first question. Thank
you. Thank you, Yashwant. And since Prasanna is having a problem in logging in, I'll go back to Raj with the second question. So Raj, how do you assess the current state of cyber law enforcement and prosecution in South Asian countries, and what are the improvements that are needed effectively to combat cybercrime? Probably this will be an addition to the previous question answered by Yashwant. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for the question, sir. So what I understand and what my experience has been, is that the enforcement and prosecution of whatever legislations we have, let's leave their whether they deal with everything appropriately or not, let's keep it aside for a while. But even the enforcement and prosecution of cases that is happening, that is very poor. And I have multiple reasons to support that statement. So I was going through research that my team is currently undertaking on prosecution of child pornography cases in India, or child sexual abuse material, as we prefer to call it. And we were going through reported orders and judgments of the high courts and Supreme Courts. And then we tried finding their trial court judgments. And what we found out was something very concerning, is that they are talking about the police, when they are presenting their charge sheet, they're talking that this case involves a video or a photo. But that video or photo is not being sent to forensics. And also, they are not presenting the evidence in the required format and form is prescribed by the Section 65B of the Indian Evidence Act. So I'm not talking about that this happened in one or two cases. This is happening in most of the cases, that there is digital evidence, but it is not getting presented. So if the evidence is not going to get presented, it won't be admitted, it won't be taken on record. And if it is not getting taken on record, conviction under Section 67B is not going to happen, because there is no evidence to support that charge, right? So one thing that needs to be done, although there are some efforts that are happening in terms of capacity building, but when we look at the entire criminal justice delivery system, and I think I can say, at least for India and neighboring countries where we inherited our judiciary the way we have today from the UK, we need to, right from the first step of the criminal justice delivery system, where a victim or a survivor walks to a police station to file a complaint, to the prosecutor, also including the investigation officer, and then the prosecutor, and then the defense counsel, and then the judicial officer who is hearing the case in the first instance. We need to do capacity building for all of these people. Because if the police officer who is recording the case, who is registering the FIR, if they are not able to understand what is exactly happening, the actual incident will not get documented. And let's say that if they document it properly, then the investigation officer needs to collect digital evidence in a manner that it holds up in the court. Because if they are careless about how they're collecting digital evidence, the defense is going to rip apart the prosecution's case. So then the prosecutors, they need to be aware how to present and justify the process and procedure that was involved in collecting the digital evidence, to demonstrate that there has been no changes to its contents. The evidence has maintained its integrity, and the court can rely on that evidence, right? So the police officer registering the case, to the investigation officer, then to your prosecutors, then to the defense counsels, so that when they are arguing against a particular piece of evidence, their arguments are logical. A lot of times when you hear arguments from defense counsels and trial courts on digital evidence, it shows that their understanding of digital evidence is far from what is in practice. A lot of people don't even understand the value of hash value, or what is the importance, or what is the context of hash value for digital evidence. So that capacity building needs to happen. And then, of course, the final person who is going to have a say, and they are going to write the decision, the judge, the judicial officer. There is a good chance that the judicial officer might be 20 years into service and they may not be very comfortable with technology. But this training needs to happen, because if you look at every case that is coming to the court, there is some form of digital evidence, there is some form of IT involved in it. There is a divorce case, there will be chats. There is a civil dispute, there will be WhatsApp chats or contracts over email. You name a dispute, there will be something IT in it. So this is the one challenge, because in the research that I just talked about on child pornography, almost every case got bailed. even if they had non-bailable offenses. So if we are going to get bail so easily and we are not going to have convictions, I remember it was only in 2015 or 16 that India saw the first ever conviction in a revenge pornography case by a district court in West Bengal. So IT Act came in 2000, but for the first conviction to happen in a revenge pornography case, it took us 15 to 16 years. So unless those reports of convictions make it to the news, they make the headlines, the fear factor that the law seeks to create, that doing this is wrong, if you're going to do something like this is the punishment, that is never going to get created. That impact that the law seeks to have on the society to prevent or to deter people from doing certain acts that are considered criminal offenses. But the message that gets conveyed right now is that somebody created a fake account and they've gotten the bail. What does this tell the next person? This tells the next person that if they are going to create a fake account, they are going to get the bail. This doesn't tell the next person that creating a fake account is a punishable offense and you might go to jail for up to 3 years for it. So that impact that law should have on the society in preventing and deterring crimes, that is not happening at the moment, because this entire system, all the stakeholders that are there in the criminal justice delivery system, they need to understand and adopt technology. Thanks to COVID, we have virtual courts and a lot of courts are now preferring virtual modes. But if you look at before COVID, people had to go to the high courts just to get an approval that they can appear in person before a district court. They can appear virtually before a district court. So we are very late in adopting technology as far as the criminal justice delivery system is concerned. And since we are very late in adopting technology, we are facing issues in enforcement of laws, because everything that is tech driven, you are living in a society that is tech driven. And if you're not comfortable with technology, you cannot be expected to adjudicate on technology or argue on the basis of a technology, because you don't understand it. You don't even understand the basics. So for all the stakeholders that are there in the system, capacity building is one thing that can address these challenges. And another practical aspect that I feel is prosecution in India and in most of the countries is usually the responsibility of the state. Now, as far as my understanding of Indian prosecution system goes, prosecutors are employed by the state and they don't have just one or two cases. They have a plethora of cases. And special public prosecutors are appointed only in very rare situations. And not a lot of states in India have a special public prosecutor for cybercrime cases. So that is another challenge. And if a prosecutor has 30, 40 odd cases in a day to appear before a court and argue or present anything, this is too much of a workload. So again, we need more people in the system. We need trained police officers who are good at technology. We need prosecutors who are comfortable with technology, who can present digital evidence in a manner that holds integrity and it is reliable. Then we also need judicial officers who are going to be comfortable with technology, who understand technology to an extent that they know that this is a good argument and this is a bad argument. Since they don't understand technology, I have seen arguments that are not logical at all, especially in cybercrime cases. So these are major challenges and these are major obstacles when it comes to enforcement and prosecution of cybercrime cases. The situation is very bad. I won't deny that. There are some developments happening to address that, but I think we are still, we have a very long way to go before we can say that our criminal justice system is efficient in prosecuting cybercrime cases.
Thank you very much, Raj, for that detailed explanation on the challenges. So now we'll go to Prasanna Guntur. He has joined back, and it is a similar question but in a different way, because Prasanna Guntur is a cybersecurity specialist, and like the other two persons who are more into the legal arena, also connected to cybersecurity. But Prasanna is more a cybersecurity person. So the question to Prasanna is, what are the key cybersecurity challenges faced by governments and businesses in South Asia, and how can they develop robust cybersecurity strategies to mitigate these risks? Over to Prasanna.
Hello, everybody. I am Prasanna here. Sorry, there was a bit of issue with the audio and then the video also. So probably I'll just go off the video for a while. To answer Mr. Jaishankar's question with regards to the key cybersecurity challenges faced by the government and the businesses in South Asia. Well, I think we cannot combine government and businesses together because the challenges they face are different, and there are some challenges which they face are pretty common. So there are certain challenges which overlap, and there are certain challenges which are unique to the specific areas. Now, one of the key things I would say within the South Asia is that South Asia is very densely populated, and saying that irrespective of the educational background, irrespective of the upbringing, irrespective of what has been taught to them, everybody and anybody can use technology these days. And that is one big challenge, because what is understanding is we are, as businesses or as a government or whatever, we are putting a very powerful instrument in the hands of people who do not realize that along with the use of technology and facilities, there comes a responsibility and accountability. And that is a big challenge that the governments are facing. It's a very big challenge. And businesses, in the name of increasing their top line and the bottom line, whatever, they are proliferating the apps and the number of devices and whatnot, left, right, without realizing that they are compromising on security. And many people think that cybersecurity, is a separate domain or it works in a silo. No, cybersecurity cannot work in silo. Cybersecurity is and will and should be a priority in every area of the business or the government, whether it is the finance, it's the HR, or even in terms of within the technology, whether we are talking about IoT, we're talking about AI, we're talking about crypto, we're talking about blockchains. It doesn't matter. Security has to be a part of it, and it has to be a priority. Many a times, what is happening is both in businesses as well as government, it is more of a tick in the box. In fact, I was actually speaking to somebody yesterday, and they were actually talking about a business, an app, and they wanted it to be released. And apparently, the marketing department has already decided on the date when they want to release the app, which is like in a 10 days time or 15 days time. So they've already marked their calendars when the product has to be out there in the market. And that point of a time where we know that there is hardly 2 weeks of time, they have come to us asking if we can do a quick security check and give an approval for the product to be released. Now, here lies the challenge. Now, one is we have to test it out from a security point of view and see if the product is good enough to be released into the market. And so two is, suppose what if it is not ready? Is the development team ready to go and fix it? And will they be able to fix it within the time? Because once they fix it, it needs to be checked again. So there are a number of questions. More importantly, what it shows is that the business never put security on their priority list. Cybersecurity was never their priority. It is just a tick in the box, and they think that in the last moment, somebody gives an approval and they can just go into the market. In all probability, they think that if there is no cybersecurity approval and the product gets released in the market and there are any issues, they'll be in trouble, in legal trouble. So just to keep their back safe, probably they want to get a quick cybersecurity check done. And probably that is not the best thing to do. Now, these are some of the approaches taken by the businesses, and this is a very big challenge. And in many cases, what is happening is even the businesses are not making sure that they educate the customers and their clients how to use their products which are technology based. And I think that is very important. Awareness and educating the customer is a very, very big thing. And especially when we have a very large young population in India and South Asia, mostly is young population. So I think it is very important that businesses take the ounce on educating their clients and making sure that along with the usage of the apps and the technology, the clients also take the accountability of safe usage of the technology. Now, as far as the government is concerned, the challenges are many. There are, the countries are very closely and densely populated, and the borders are in some cases porous, and the laws that are used to govern a particular country are very different from the laws of a different country. There is no exchange of information or cooperation between the countries in terms of making sure that technology is used safely. Without going into too deep, there are a lot of geopolitical pressures and reasons wherein in South Asia there is very little cooperation between the countries, even though there is certain level of exchange of information in the between the security forces, but there is not much that can actually happen. For example, say the government actually finds out that there is a certain cyber crime that is happened in a certain part of a particular country, and this particular crime was perpetrated by criminals from a different country, which is a neighboring country, or it could be any of them. Now, I mean, how does the law work? I mean, they have to go through an Interpol or something. But would they cooperate? Would be able to nab them? And what law would apply? Because the cyber law in X country is very different from the cyber law in a Y country. So how do they actually, there's lots of questions, and I think there has to be cooperation between the governments. And when we come to the government and the business, where there is an overlap, yes, the government and the businesses need to work hand in hand. The reason being that businesses are mostly busy in developing technology, in making sure that the latest technology are out there in the market, and the governments are more busy in formulating the policies, the regulations, the framework, whatnot. So I think they need to work together to make sure that what they try to do is fit for that particular country. I mean, that is at least, we have to work in I would say ring fence it, and work in bits and pieces, wherein at least within the country, if things are fine, then we can think of cooperation between the countries, right? So there's something within, then something outside the country. So I think the government and the businesses, they need to work together. This is very important, because many times the businesses are caught by surprise because they don't realize the regulations and the policies that the government has framed for the land where they're operating. So I think this is another space where there needs to be a lot of improvement. So I would leave this open for questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Guntur, for that nice explanation. Then the next question connects the same. However, a little bit slightly different to you, because already you got late into the program due to certain technical difficulties. So I'm going to ask the second question to you itself. The second one would be, in light of the recent cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure and government institutions, what do you see as the public-private partnership to enhance cyber resilience and incident response capabilities? Already you have connected these two, but I want to go a little bit deeper on the recent attacks that happens in the Indian or the South Asian context.
I think here, this is a very, very tricky question to answer. The reason being that cooperation is, definitely something that both government and the businesses are trying their best to work out. But there are many other challenges within this, because there is a lot of, I would say, regulations. At the same time, there are certain rules and the law that needs to be followed for a certain access of information by anyone. For example, there are certain departments within, say, the uniformed forces. Let us say the army. There is something called as a engineering services. It's called a military engineering service, MES. Even though they are a part of them, they still do not have access to a certain servers. They do not have access to certain areas. They do not have access to certain records within the military system itself. Now, the reason being that in the same way as we provide authorization to individuals within the organization, like say a level 1 user would have a certain level of authorizations. Maybe the supervisor would have a different level of authorizations. The admin would have another level. The super admin would have the ultimate level of identity and access to within the system. So similarly, within the government department also, not everybody has got access to everything. So that is where I think the biggest challenge is, because the government and the uniformed forces and the services would need the knowledge, the skill sets, and hands-on working people from the industry to help them out. But at the same time, they cannot share a lot of information with public or the civilians. No matter how many NDAs you sign, still, it is not a straightforward thing. Why? We even talk about civilians. We even within the uniformed forces, say a police cannot actually walk into an army area and start accessing that information or start looking at the information, because there are very clear set guidelines and rules. And vice versa, army person cannot walk into a civil police office and start checking his records or start accessing information because he wants to resolve some issue. So I think this is where the challenge is. So it is not that they do not want to work together. They're trying the best. In fact, some of the recent attacks you're talking about, a particular organization, and I wouldn't like to take the name for good reasons. They are quasi-government, and they work very closely with both the state and the central government. The gentleman who actually heads this actually reached out to me on a particular day where there were a lot of attacks that were happening, and said that, hey, can you guys actually help us out to fix this, because there is a lot happening out here. Now, here is where the challenge is, because he's come to us as an SOS, and we have to help him out. Now, how do you get private organizations like us or anybody here to sign those agreements and say that, okay, whatever we see there or whatever we read there, we want to keep it confidential? Well, for our own good, we will keep it confidential, but not necessarily everybody would do that. So I think, this is something that people have to work out. And within the government departments, it's not very easy to get the top talent or the people who have the skills, especially in this space, and retain them for various reasons, because people love to use their skill sets in the private sector, and they want to have their own way of doing things. So I think the biggest challenge that the government is facing in protecting these infrastructures is finding the right skill set and people to help them out. And in terms of public and private partnerships, yes, I think they need to work out a different way of resolving this. Maybe in terms of an MOUs, or in terms of having a part of the private sector with these services working with their space, where they do their own level of monitoring on them, or background checks, regular background checks, whatnot, to make sure that there is no leak of information from inside the organization. So, in terms of the effort that is being put, yes, definitely they are working out. But I would say that they should increase the pace, because I would say that we are slightly slow on this. Yeah, thank you. Jaishankar, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Prasanna. Due to the time limitations, I'm cutting short the questions to number 2 only. So with this, we have only one more question left to S1, because I asked only one question to him. So with that, because there is one more presentation to happen within some around 5 minutes only, I should take. So S1, the last question for you would be how do we evaluate the effectiveness of international cyber norms and agreements in promoting cybersecurity cooperation among South Asian countries, and what role can regional organization play in this regard? So I would give you only 2 minutes, so please summarize. So how will you evaluate the effectiveness of these norms and agreements? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So almost all the issues have been spoken by Mr. Prasanna, sir. So almost the same thing I wanted to say about this. So many institutions and the regional organizations has to come out with the solutions, with the many solutions. It has to be happen in the huge thing, and the awareness sessions has to be provided, and the government has to provide the major manpower to the different sector, especially for the army and for the terrorist purpose, and the police department for the sake of tracking out and taking down the cyber fraudsters. And the solutions I can say other than this, many countries have to be come together for the agreement, relation, cooperation has to be over there. And then stopping over here for the time convenience. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Yaswant. And with this, we wind up this panel. The panel was excellent, and the panelists, Mr. Prasanna, Raj, and Yaswant, excellently answered the questions posed by me. And since we have another 5 to 6 minutes, so I would wind up the session with Ruxana's presentation. Due to technical problems at her university at Bangladesh, she couldn't present, even though she's able to be participating, but she's not able to have the audio or the video facilities correctly. So she has shared with me the PPT, and that I would be able to present it. So I hope you are able to see the PPT. Yes. And she is presenting an idea that is cyber violence against women in Bangladesh. And she has done extensive studies on this. And I will have a small introduction on Ms. Ruxana. She completed a graduation in criminology and police science and masters in criminology from Maulana Basani Science and Technology University, Tangal, Bangladesh. She has been involved in several national level service from student life, and she joined as a research assistant in Bangladesh Women's Lawyer Association in 2010. Later, she joined as a lecturer at the Department of Criminology and Police Science, Maulana Basani Science and Technology University in 2012, and was promoted to assistant professor in 2014 and associate professor in 2021. So she accomplished post-graduation in victimology, victim assistance offered by World Suite of Victimology at the City University of Hong Kong. And she is a life member of World Suite of Victimology, South Asian Society of Criminology and Victimology, and also a country director of South Asian Society of Criminology and Victimology at Bangladesh. Her major fields of study are cybercrime, human trafficking, border security, and criminal investigation. She enrolled as a doctoral research fellow for a PhD in August 2019 in the Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences of OP Jindal Global University, Haryana, India, and will be defending a thesis in cybersexual violence against women in Bangladesh in the coming work. And I take this opportunity to congratulate her and to get the PhD soon, and we would call her Dr. Ruxana. Thank you. And with this small introduction, I would go for the presentation. So the presentation is on cyber violence against women in Bangladesh, and on behalf of Ruxana, I'm presenting this. And the situation in Bangladesh is something like 73% of women internet users have reported cybercrime. And you can see that there is a cyber help desk, which I found it's very interesting in the context of Bangladesh. They received 70,000 complaints, and 70% complaints were also women. And many cases are happening in this case, where in 2010 to 14, Bangladesh National Women Lawyers Association identified a total of 65 reported suicide attempts by female victims of violence, especially cyber violence, 11. And this creates a big problem in the context of Bangladesh for the past 10 to 15 years. There are around 8,715 women have been reported of being subjected to hacking, impersonation, online sexual harassment. And in continuation to that, there are many statistics offered by Ruxana on this, where 228 respondents have faced online violence in the Bangladeshi context, and many of them were in the places like Facebook, Messenger, and other platforms. And also the typology of violence is mostly sexual in nature, and the fake ID was created in their name, and they were attacked because they were speaking about gay rights, especially when women are open in their ideology, and then that becomes a big problem. And then they were forced to have sex in exchange of work. Also, they were cheated also. So there are some entities which are working specifically to protect women in cyberspace. That is like the police stations, or the hotline is there, emails are there, Facebook pages are there, and Hello City is there. And there is a separate government entity for supporting women victims of cybercrime, and police headquarters has a separate cell where women can seek help also. And the legal aspects are also there, where you can see there are some definitions given by the Bangladesh Penal Code and other laws, and also, as pointed, have some cyber support. She did a study and during a period of 2017 to 22, and the total sample size was 1189, but finally it concluded to 147. And she utilized a survey method and a questionnaire method. And she sent to all the victims of cyber violence in Bangladesh, especially 147 people, and also did some analysis on the socio-demographic characteristics of the victims, and also the victim-offender relationship, which is emerging, and time of victimization, nature of case, etc. And predominantly the age group somewhere is between 24 to 28, and also the education, most of them are educated, and marital status, most of them are unmarried, and the family income is very medium. And also the studies showed that there is a nature of cyber sexual violence reported 40%, and 22% on threatening and distributing the fake information also. And also victimization is predominantly done by people closer to them, especially the ex-boyfriend is one of the key person, and also some other online friend. And experience with cyber violence victimization, naturally, it's a very traumatic event, but still some people felt very extremely traumatic. And reporting here happened more in sometimes somewhere in 2020, more people reported. And time also of complaining is within the 1 to 30 days, more people have done. That's a good thing, because reporting behavior is an aspect that we need to note it. Without that, the ball will not roll to the criminal justice processes. And also, many people have not reported. Of course, a lot of people reported, but some have not reported, and naturally that has an impact on the criminal justice processes. And most of the helping tendencies is within the family. People have helped the victims, 38%, and also the local police is very supportive. In this study, they have found that local police has been very supportive. And our awareness about complaining platform is also there, but through the police is the main resources. So Ms. Ruxana has presented some recommendation, especially to the civil society, to the media and the private sector, to have some advocacy programs, to conduct research on best practices, and introduce capacity building and awareness programs, and media to develop some guidelines, and private sector to provide clients with contacts and the compliance with the High Court guidelines. So with this brief presentation, let me wind up this session correctly on 1:30 Indian time. So once again, I take this opportunity to thank all the presenters and the panelists, especially Sagar Singham Reddy for bringing out a very novel idea of integrating the space sector with cybersecurity, and also Raj for bringing in a variety of ideas and propositions, which comes from a practical input of counseling and taking measures to mitigate victimization, because this is one area which many of the countries are struggling hard with, because managing victims is not that easy because police, the courts and others. So that for him, thank you very much, Raj. And S1, thanks for giving that legal perspectives, which is very, very essential. And India is still struggling hard to create a law like the US and the UK, an exclusive one. And also thanks for Guntur, who joined late. And he has done a wonderful presentation. Within 10 seconds, I have to complete. So the final one, Ruxana, thank you very much for that PPT. I understand your problem. I hope in the next program you could join. And thank you one and all for making this program a great success from the South Asian and Indian perspective. Also, thank you very much, Michael, for hosting us. And also thanks to Dr. Vasilios and Dr. Ian Wright from University of Portsmouth for introducing IIJPS and CCBC and myself to this wonderful program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everybody from the UK, and what is a sunny day today on the south coast in Portsmouth. So, for our session today from the UK, we are from the University of Portsmouth, and we are covering a panel session of cybercrime, cybersecurity, and society. And I'm just going to talk through a brief introduction to our session and to our 4 wonderful speakers for today who have kindly volunteered their time to talk to you about all their exciting research. So in terms of a session overview for our 2-hour slot as part of the Security Revolutions Conference, as your host today, I'm Dr. Ian Reid, and I'll be doing the introduction for the first 10 minutes or so. That'll be followed by my colleague Soraya Harding, who will be presenting some of her research examining cyber geostrategy incident response. Following on from that will be one of our doctoral students, Martin Lynch, who will be talking about exploring the human reactions to prompts and commands from computer vision enabled machines. After that will be one of our colleagues, Brandon May, who's just wrapping up his doctorate at the moment, and he'll be talking about countering online social propaganda using online visual narratives. Our final speaker for today is my colleague Lauren Stevens, who'll be talking about child protection and cybersecurity. Following all of our speakers' talks, we'll be having a general panel session where the floor will be open up to questions from the audience, and hopefully I'll potentially be able to come up with some broad questions for myself, which I might put to our panel at the end. Okay. So, in terms of the focus of our session today, as I stated, it's titled Cybercrime, Cybersecurity and Society. And this is reflective of the broad range of research interests across our speakers. Although across all of our speakers, the predominant focus is on human behavior and its interaction with digital technologies. And this is part of the Centre for Cybercrime and Economic Crime at the University of Portsmouth, which covers expertise across cybercrime, economic crime, victimology and cybersecurity. So quite a wide area, but again, the common thread across all of our speakers' work today is understanding the human behavior. So just as an introduction to our speakers, we have my colleague Soraya Harding, who is a senior lecturer in forensic computing. So Soraya is a highly experienced professional with a strong background in incident response, mobile forensics, computer forensics, and business information system security. Her role as a senior lecturer at the University of Portsmouth suggests that she is involved in educating students in these fields and providing them with theoretical and practical knowledge. Soraya has worked for Microsoft and Cisco, which underlines her proficiency in industry-leading technologies, and her decision to continue this role on a freelance basis suggests a desire to share her knowledge beyond a traditional classroom setting. Soraya's contributions as a coach in cyber competitions like hackathons, Try Hack Me, and the Cyber 912 Strategic Challenge, where she has led students to second place alongside prestigious universities such as Cambridge, Glasgow, and Royal Holloway University of London, underscores her commitment to nurturing the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. In Soraya's talk, we'll discuss the complex challenges, geostrategic dynamics posed to protecting critical infrastructures. It will explore how organizations can build resilience to withstand and respond effectively to threats, including geopolitical tensions and cyber attacks. It will delve into strategic planning and collaborative approaches necessary for ensuring the uninterrupted functioning of vital systems. For our next speaker following that, we have Martin Lynch, who is a second-year professional doctorate in security risk management, and he's just about to enter the research phase of his professional doctorate. Martin's work has significant implications for the security industry, considering the introduction of artificial intelligence. As Martin states, Filippo has suggested by 2026, 65% of all newly acquired security technology will have an element of AI decision-making support embedded within. In the current paradigm, it is not sufficient to simply purchase and implement this equipment. We must consider and understand the cognitive processes involved for humans who contribute their normal work routine with artificially intelligent machines to safeguard the public. Following my colleague Martin, I have my colleague Brandon. And Brandon wears all sorts of hats. So today he is presenting research from Liverpool John Moores University. However, Brandon is an assistant professor in forensic psychology, about to join the Florida Institute of Technology. He's also the director of SECREV Consultancy, a defense and security focused research consultancy, and he's an academic associate with the National Crime Agency Human Intelligence Hub. He sits on the National Police Chief Council Intelligence Practice Research Consortium, and he's co-director of the Digital Technologies Research and Knowledge Hub at the University of Winchester, which is, sadly for them, his last day with their organisation. So I'm very glad he's taken the time to speak with us today. Brandon has published on topics associated with covert human intelligence practices, decision-making in complex high-stakes environments, and more recently, counter-persuasion using online and AI-generated strategies. Okay, and last but not least is our final speaker of the day, Lauren Stevens, who, sorry, just bear with me a second, I've lost my screen. So the title of Lauren's talk for today is Primary Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse and Online Safety. And for Lauren's presentation, this will be addressing how the use of the internet, particularly online forum platforms, is being used by a growing online community who self-identify as minor attracted people. Most primary prevention efforts are focused on educating parents and children to avoid victimization. Whilst it is important to educate how to lower the risk of victimization, it is becoming more prevalent that the onus of prevention should be on potential perpetrators, therefore taking responsibility for risky thoughts and feelings before it transcends into criminal behavior. Individuals seeking support are commonly suspicious of approaching seemingly official forms of professional services through fear of rejection, ridicule, and stroke or prosecution. One growing space to provide support for this group is self-regulated online forums and platforms designed to connect like-minded individuals who are committed to a non-offending life. However, the safety aspect in using these platforms is in ensuring professional support is being provided and limiting opportunity for the distribution of child abusive material. And as I say, I am your host, Ian Reid, and I'm a senior lecturer in cybercrime in the School of Criminology and Criminal Justice at the University of Portsmouth. And following that, hopefully, lovely introduction to give you a feel for our talks today and for our speakers, I shall hand over to our first speaker of the day, which is, if I can get rid of my screen share, is my colleague Soraya Harding. Please feel free, of course, to use the chat box if you have any questions.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm glad to be one of the presenters. Normally the person that goes first has all the beauties of the first glitches. I hope to let you know a bit of a broader spectrum of the cyber geostrategy. As you know, there are many events in the international context that now intertwine with cyber. So that's something that I'm going to kind of cover a little bit today. Please, if you have any questions, just use the chat. We are happy to answer them at the end or when we have the panel. So as I was mentioning, obviously, we have what is the geopolitical incidents normally intertwined with the incident response. Any dynamics that we have in the international landscape can influence any strategies and practices we have for responding to incidents when we have cybersecurity breaches, and that also covers as well with any natural disasters and any political unrest that we have. Obviously, these days, we have some nations that use cyber warfare as a tool to pursue their political goals. They target critical infrastructures, corporations, government agencies, and in some cases, as we know, in any other different countries, they disrupt their activities. So now teams need to, especially incident response teams, need to understand how the geopolitical context affects the different cyber capabilities they have. And with that, they can attribute attacks and anticipate any future threats. So, but then we start looking at obviously how they actually intertwine and why is the worry that why we start why we need to prepare a little bit more. PwC normally does an annual survey and think about obviously when do we have to be worried or why do I concern. And normally, if you look at the cyber risks, the majority of organizations, we look that it's nearly 49–50% of the worries when we look at only cyber risks. However, when you measure cyber risks and geopolitical conflicts, this kind of could be a very impactful for the organizations and corporations, because it just rises to more than a 50%. It goes near to the 8% of the worries of a company. And when we look at this, we also look at, all right, we have a conflict. If we have a conflict, an international conflict, and we start as an incident response team, we think, all right, it's not affecting us because it's not happening in our jurisdiction, in our country. But when we think about that, our corporation, our organization works in a multinational, a global market, then even if we are not completely in the conflict area, we can experience the effects, even if it's not directly targeted to the organization that we are at. So it is something that we start looking directly, and it is looking at what could be the ramifications of the conflict in the cyberspace. So when we look at this, obviously, we need to find out what could be our vulnerabilities, and we need to find out how the different conflicts will affect in a small scale to a big scale. And that's when obviously Martin will cover a little bit more about the risk management of certain options that we have, obviously. When we look at an example that we have, the non-petty attack, rapidly spread worldwide, obviously shutting down systems in a matter of hours. And then when you look at now, these events are automatic, that makes it even more difficult. So organizations these days need to review the risk continuously. And then we're talking that sometimes we have one person that is the person that reviews, so somebody that's in charge. And if these persons suddenly have implemented a fantastic response, but suddenly this person has moved and nobody else knows what is the actual effective response. So we are now not working directly in real time issues, but we need to work in near real time issues, looking at near time network traffic analysis, looking at near real time infections or any threats that we might have. So when we look at the trends that come from this, we look at different areas and the trends that have been established. You will have obviously the convergence of cyber and kinetic operations. So cyber operations, they are no longer standalone activities. They are now connected kinetically with military actions. So that is not traditional cyber attacks. Now we have the traditional with the military offensives, and that has become a feature of the majority of conflicts that amplify the impact of target nations. Obviously, we have the proliferation of destructive attacks. Before, we have only disruption attacks when we have cyber attacks, but now they're going to the point of the destruction of it, because that has a long-lasting effect for targeted organizations and the majority of cases for critical infrastructures. When we look at the hybrid cyber influence operations, now that's the other thing that it has come clear, and it's come a very popular trend, is we're not looking only at cyber anymore. We're looking at how to make disinformation, propagandas, how to can manipulate the of online information spaces, which Brandon will cover a little bit more in detail, obviously. So we have that part, and then we look at how threat actors, they seek to shape narratives, spread the false information, and as we know, they are trying to undermine the trust in public institutions. So that makes it even more difficult when you try to manage a cyber disruption or cyber attack. So when we look at the involvement of non-traditional actors, obviously we normally have the state actors, but when we have a non-state actors, it's more difficult to have attribution. That blurs the lines between if it's politically motivated, the cyber operations, or if it's actually cyber crime. And when that blurred line, we have complicated legal responses. So we have obviously the global spillover effects, and we look at obviously how it goes from interconnected nature of the cyberspace, and how the attacks target critical infrastructures, and we have essential services that in a way we know that can impact virtually any country. So, and that's when we actually look at international cooperation is more prevalent these days. The targeting of critical infrastructure is something that was never going to go away. It's one that it has been posing the majority or the highest risk to human security and the well-being. The other thing that we have is the data weaponization and espionage. We have in there that by looking at data is only one thing, but how we have the data becoming information, and that how information actually becomes intelligence, and that getting that intelligence in the end getting leaked, getting obviously getting hacked, and some of these being sensitive information as well being exposed online. That is another trend that we have. We have obviously the increased emphasis of cyber defense. So the good thing is some organizations have seen that all this could be in a way, the worst case scenario. But if we prepared to that level, at least you know that you are going to be somehow mitigating. I'm not saying fully protecting, because we're never going to be able to kind of fully protect something, but at least mitigating some things that could arise with this. So we have from that, obviously, the emerging threat actors. And then, as I mentioned before, we have the non-state threats, but then also we have the state threats that actually influence the global arena. And they have an operation of with the backing of the governments, and that gives it much more challenges for businesses when we have to protect or defend against this. We know that hacktivism is on the rise. And then during any political, geopolitical unrest, hacktivist groups normally might emerge, or normally they become more active. They tend to become more active, and then they promote their own social agenda, which again makes it more difficult to see which problem you tackle first. So we have the increase of frequency of cyber attacks and types of attacks. Sometimes an organization might have a cyber attack, one type, but as we know, they are increasing more like disruptive, and more they are increasing also the one destructive, which by trying to mitigate one that disrupts against one that destructs, you have to obviously prioritize the one that will have the highest impact. Looking at critical infrastructure vulnerabilities, and that's quite a big topic, and I'm not going to obviously go too much into detail of that, because critical infrastructures have their own issues with software, hardware, legacy systems, time of updates, all these little things, and how continue with the business as well. That is a completely different issue in that. When we look at cyber, sophisticated cyber techniques, we're not just looking these days to APTs, zero-day exploits, complex malware. We now have the big thing that all of these ones could be automated and used with AI. That makes it even a little bit more difficult. And from that, we have huge challenges for regulatory and compliance challenges. We have some backup. Obviously, NIST has is improving. The NIST has improved with NIST 2. We have DORA is going to be coming out in January. So we have all these things that the compliance of DORA for January 2025. So we have those emerging threat actors that we have, and those new things that we have to look at. Businesses obviously have look at how to invest in cybersecurity. I think the easier to follow has been the NIST framework, by looking at how we protect against cyber threats and what specific guidelines are for it. At the same time, they need to look at how the financial risk mitigation, if we have cyber insurance, if it's valid to have cyber insurance. We have the preservation of reputation, because we might overcome the cyber attack in a geo strategy. We're looking at it from different angles, but if we lose the reputation in one multinational organization, when we actually dealing with more than one country, that could be damaging as well. Looking at the business continuity and business continuity plan, and not just for the specific cyber attack, but for the whole process of the company, compliance with regulations, you have to be careful with that one. Being compliant doesn't mean that you're completely secure. So that is something to have to balance a little bit. The protection of intellectual property. This is a bit of another topic why looking at from the new trends of the AI and looking, I think one of the most difficult is adapting to evolving threats, because we normally are a little bit behind on that. We try to, we tackle whatever it is you already know, but tackling what is coming is a little bit more difficult. And looking at the supply chain security is very important, because now everything involves the supply chain. And we try to prevent the operational disruption. And the whole idea is to have a good investment to see how you're going to prevent the operational disruption. So looking at this, how the incident response has changed, including the geopolitical part, is we have obviously the normal 6 stages of incident response, but then it's looking at certain aspects that we didn't have before, which is we have risk assessment, yes, but we don't have a geopolitical risk assessment, and looking at what conflicts could affect us first and how is going to affect our assets, not just software, not just hardware, but the whole organization that depends of cyber, because now we depend pretty much anything with digital. When we look at the identification, we look at target analysis, but we obviously don't have that geopolitical attribution, which is something very important. When we look at containment, now this little part that's very important, the containment, cross-border coordination. It's been some cases that is better to actually stop for a bit the organization procedures for a bit, so we can contain it a little bit in more depth, but that could have some ramifications, as we know. So it's balancing those two. Eradication, we're looking in eradication, when we do incident response, we look at securing the supply chain when we're looking at incident response. When we look at recovery, this is something in the recovery, looking at policy revisions, but more like international policy revisions, looking at how this, in the lessons learned, we're looking at the advocates of international policy advocate, internationally increase awareness. Yeah, so all that is something very important. So hopefully, in conclusion, there is something that we normally look and what we actually need to do with geostrategy. It's more about the collaboration and information sharing among businesses in the cyber domain. It is very crucial for fostering a robust collective defense against myriad challenges posed by cyber threats, because it's an ever-evolving cybersecurity landscape. There is you have malicious actors continue to refine their tactics. So we cannot be in silos anymore. We need to look at real-time threat intelligence. But sometimes we have seen that organizations deal with cyber strategy, but they say to people, we have dealt with it, we overcome it, but they don't tell you how. And it will be quite good to have that multi-cross organization when you say, this is how we do it. So if this happens to you, this is how you overcome it. So that's why we look at collective defense mechanisms and having a pooling of resources, of expertise and experiences. And this, obviously, this type of talks helps you with that, because at least I heard this person talking about this. I can contact them and see how we can deal a little bit better with that. We look at vulnerability mitigation and best practices. There are plenty of frameworks that will help you. The ISO standards definitely help you with that, but it's more looking how it fits the business and how we can implement it effectively in the business, in that organization. We have incident response and recovery, but I think the incident response needs to be a little bit more practical, in a way that not just getting trained about it, not just implementing it on paper, but actually do a proper run from the practice that I'm going to have in the incident response and see if it actually really works. We look at the regulatory compliance and standards, and that is going to be going over and over, because it's something that we cannot have standards that were working 8 years ago, but haven't been reviewed. So we look at that. The the whole idea is that we build a capacity of skill development. We look at shaping training resources properly for the organizations we have. And that's the other thing, is looking at the public and private partnerships. I have worked with people in the public sector where they know how to deal, but to a basic level of the incident response. But then you do to the private and they have a better expertise because they have invested a little bit more. So merging those two is important. So the collaboration actually strengthens and makes a more robust cybersecurity incident response. So hopefully that has covered a little bit of that. I know I have touched a little bit some of the topics. This is obviously a subject that 20 minutes doesn't make it fair, and I try not to dwell too much into certain aspects that could go for hours, but that gives an option for you to kind of dwell yourself and research a little bit more about those ones, read about more those ones, listen to the news, and obviously read a little bit more what's happening. So thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed it. If you have any questions, obviously my details, but I'm happy if you have any questions. If no.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Soraya. I mean, as you know, this is a topic I'm particularly passionate about as well. I could also talk about for hours, but yeah, no, okay, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, obviously, I think I'm trying to formulate some questions for the panel at the end now as well. Cool. Okay, in which case, Martin, are you ready for sharing the screen and for taking us into a deep dive into AI CCTV?
I am.
Brilliant.
You can see that.
Thank you very much, Martin. And I shall hand over to your capable hands now. And you can see your screen fine. You ready to go?
I am. I'm just looking for how do I click to the next slide?
If you press the right key, that might move, or have you got the mouse on the screen now?
There, the mouse.
You see it all right?
Oh.
If not the keyboard key, right.
No.
No.
Okay.
I think it should be okay if you just click it. Is it not working? Yeah, if you go to the yeah, you should be able to go now.
Right.
Right.
That should work. Cool.
Okay, let's give that another try.
Yeah,
all right.
Let's give that a try. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name's Martin Lynch. Ian introduced me earlier. My work sits in artificial intelligence and operational security technology. And that means really how we look at what's coming. What's the next area of investment in security and why it's important. So my work is, as said on the slide, an exploration of taxonomy of the nexus of human and AI relationship and their reaction to the prompts and commands of artificial intelligence inside CCTV systems. And they're going to ask, why is that important? And it's important really because of one particular incident which sticks out in mind. You may have all read about it and seen it on the newspaper or the press. In 2017, here in Manchester, we suffered a horrendous attack, which left 22 dead and 1,017 seriously injured when a terrorist exploded a device in an Ariana Grande concert. So where we are now is the Kerslake report that came out in 2018 found some gaps, which would have us believe that technology is the answer to all of these questions. Technology will protect us, as in a sort of Greek Deus ex machina style intervention, where the gods will descend as machines and protect us from harm. And I don't believe this. I don't think this is right. I don't think that industry should be allowed to answer these questions, because they're going to send us glossy brochures and ask for millions of dollars, give us some equipment, which I think needs investigation, it needs consideration, it needs proper implementation, and it needs people like you, academics, to answer these questions and look into them. I don't think industry can do it, and that's why I'm talking today, so we have a wider view on this, and people in academia can ask these really difficult questions and help to answer them. So I'm sure that all of you today understand artificial intelligence to some degree or other. I'm taking the McCarthy stance on it, and no more than that. Machines that mimic the problem solving and decision making capabilities of the human mind. I'm not going to go into any more depth than that, apart from I will explain some of the limitations and some of the scope I will not be looking at during my research phase. So for those of you that are not entirely sure what algorithms do, this is a very simple one. It's a single digit memory gateway transformation, and it's how mathematically we can come up with a solution. So you put a digit in on the left, it goes through a series of values, a series of pluses, minus, multiplications, and on the right we come out with a result. So for instance, the one you're looking at now on the screen tells me how I can safeguard the community that are in Manchester Arena tonight, looking at Take That. That's all that does. We're not going to have much more in the way of in-depth looking at how machine learning, supervised or unsupervised, lambda models is not going to be part of my research. I am purely focusing on how we as humans and the operators as humans interact with the prompts and commands, which will become apparent a little bit later. So what I will be prepared to talk about is machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, and computer vision in particular, which does look at patterns. To explain it on a very basic level, the machines that we have available today, which are very few and far between, can look at patterns, they can look at loitering, they can look at the behavior of a human. All of this is taken from a large data set, which isn't necessarily correct. So inside machine learning supervised in a local environment, we can alter the way the artifact understands its local environment, which is incredibly useful. What we have here today is a Canadian version of this equipment, which is localized prior to dispatch in Canada. It makes mistakes. It doesn't understand how it can be localized in the UK. But this will play a large part in my work in pedagogy. So ultimately, what I want to do is establish a pedagogy or an andragogy of how security operators can understand their own prompts and commands from AI. Of course, I won't be touching on natural language processing, GPT, Lambda, etc. So for this, and it's, of course, you're all far more experienced than I am. However, I've looked long and hard over the past few years whilst I've been at Portsmouth University, and previous to that, I was at John Moores in Liverpool. There is not a vast amount of help out there when discovering methodologies to deal with the human reaction to what we still don't understand on a very hard ontological basis. The ontology of the artifact we're talking about is yet to be discovered. And even though ontologies do exist for AI, they're very computational in nature. So I have come up with my own paradigm. I'm going to use phenomenography and change it very slightly into what I will be calling Deus Ex Machina phenomenography. And I think that should prove interesting, really, for the future of the discovery as we move forward with artificial intelligence and the human reaction to it. I say reaction a lot because I do not mean interface or interaction in any way, shape or form. It's the reaction of the human to the prompts and commands, just to be absolutely very specific on it. So yes, it's Marton's phenomenography. It delivers deep insights into the experience of a phenomena, which in this case is the artificial intelligence or the prompts and commands from a computer vision system. It allows to discover how we humans feel about it. And in there, we have various ideas that come from Daniel Kahneman, type 1, type 2 thinking, fast and slow, I think the title of his book is. We've got ideas from Gary Klein, which brings into the mix the idea that we are constructed on our experience, and we develop a way we can use heuristics, as in his examples of the firefighters. Although I don't think neither of those two scholars are going to solve my problem. I've looked at Piaget, who developed the schema. So inside all of this, there's still a grey area, which my research in the next few years will hopefully be able to develop and make clearer. As I mentioned earlier, the ontology of the phenomena is something that I'm working on. It's specifically computer vision. It specifically looks at patterns, K-class patterns, K-class clusters. And some of the work I've been recently involved with Vincent Blocks in Holland, who describes this kind of thing as decision support technology, where the human is delivered an outcome space. They can then make decisions based on their own cognitive processes, their own perceptions. And in there, everybody's different. So that's going to be part of my pedagogy. I'd like to see if we can streamline some of the ideas and introduce an educational package into the scheme, because, and this does not meant to be disparaging, as you can see, I work in the physical end of security, and without doing a quantitative exploration, most of the people who work here in industry with me, the vast majority, in fact, were not educated past what I would call secondary school. Only a very few % got to undergrad. And in the business I work at, less than 3% got to postgrad. So I think it's hugely important that we help develop a way of educating people into this to safeguard you, to keep the populace safe. Teleology is an aspect. So the teleology of the machines is not anything that you won't have seen before. Problem solving, automation, and enhancing human capabilities. I'm going to show you on the next slides exactly what this teleology means. But each of these brings their own aspect. You know, we have automation bias, which was brought in by Bornstein in Berkeley a few years ago, where all the people were asked to leave the building, and they all followed the automaton after they were told it tells lies. Very interesting concept from him over there. There we go. So in an effort to help you understand what the difference is between a traditional non-artificial intelligent enabled system, we're looking at that now. Hopefully you can see that there's 53 different screens displaying all sorts of information to one person. It's incredibly difficult to concentrate on all of that. Some of the screens are very small. You wouldn't really be able to see what happens. And according to research, after a few minutes, a human being's going to lose interest and pick up the smartphone and do something else. The next screen I'm going to show you is the latest technology with artificial intelligently enabled system. Now, of course, I do know I'm going to bracket artificial intelligence. It's there as a placeholder. So this is computer vision doing the same thing. So what we've got now is the same 53 cameras being monitored and a display from the enabled system giving us color-coordinated pentagons. Well, one of the problems we have with this, which was discovered quite quickly in my research, you have to have color vision to be able to do it. You have to be able to read information off a screen. So we can't have operators who are colorblind, not in the glossy brochures. We can't have dyslexic, we can't have dyscalculic, and we can't have dyspraxic. None of this is new epistemology. None of this was known. So it's a very interesting field that I am endeavoring to research at the moment. So if we went back one, traditional, very difficult to comprehend for the human, very easy to comprehend for the human if we can understand what's being delivered to us by way of commands. Now, of course, you can see there's yellow, blue, grey, red. Those are different scales of importance to deliver a task. On the left, we have a display of what the machine is trying to impart in alphanumeric description of what's happening. And this is the area that will take a huge part of my pedagogy. So these are some results that came out. Now you can see immediately that the guy on the right is 100% a person, yet the machine's predicting it's 90% a person. So probabilities are issues. My pilot research discovered cognitive process in the outcome spaces or lack of understanding of it, trust bias, anthropomorphism, where the people became very, very connected to the device in a very short period of time, and complexity. And by complexity, I mean the ability to be able to teach the machine through supervised machine learning how to be localized in its environment. Limitations for my work. There's a lot of reluctance across corporate environment. I work with some very specialized equipment. People don't want other people to know what we've got. Finding participants who have used the old-fashioned version you've seen and the new version you've seen. Operator bias through technophobe and technophilic. My own unfamiliarity with phenomenography and psychological anthropology, those are gaps I'm going to fill. And researcher-induced bias. So that presentation came out of my pilot study, and the truth of the matter is it's prompted more questions than I have answers for. So on a personal note, I can't thank the University of Portsmouth enough for allowing me to do this work, and I'm very excited to move into the next phase of the full-time research part of my professional doctorate. Thank you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Martin. That was absolutely fantastic to see the results of your 2 years of hard work in the pilot study being presented to a global audience. So well done, and I look forward to carrying on with the next steps of a very exciting project. Okay. All right, is it okay to stop sharing your screen now, please? And I can hand over to our next speaker, who is Brandon May. And I know Brandon actually worked with Palace on the study you mentioned there as well. So I'm sure you both may have a lot to talk about in future conversations, I hope. But yeah, I shall hand over to Brandon now. So thank you very much.
Perfect. So hopefully you can see the screen. I'm assuming so. Perfect. So I'm Brandon. I'm an assistant professor in forensic psychology, as Ian very kindly introduced. And first of all, what some amazing talks. Martin, I've got a million questions for you as well. Such an interesting topic. So what I'm going to present today is a project outside of my PhD research, outside of my typical job at the university, this is a project that my esteemed colleague, Dr. Marek Pallis, devised going back about 4 years ago, and I'll give you some context about it in a minute. But the sort of nuts and bolts of this is how we can try and counter propaganda. And the way we look at this is quite novel. So if we go back probably about 5-6 years ago, particularly during COVID, you probably saw on social media a huge influx in memes. And what we devised at that particular stage was perhaps memes were a really influential process of changing behavior and actions, and in a way influence something that we want to action. So if you have a very anti vaccination sentiment, or perhaps you've got a really far-right extremist view, is there an approach where you can use memes, and we'll talk about some of the fun terms we use around this later, but can we do that in a way that perhaps promotes our narrative? This is a project that was underpinned on an anti-vax basis, so it is very much COVID or vaccine related. It is just a pilot study, and the idea here is that we are trying to get a proof of concept and a pilot data set that we can then propagate further. It was funded by the British Academy. I said it was Dr. Marek Pallis that devised this project. And since that point, we've worked on numerous projects from countering anti-vax to pandemic preparedness. There's a current project looking at breast cancer screening and bowel cancer screening. We've got projects looking at counter-terrorism, and the list goes on. If anything, this is a really, really good funded idea. There's about £4.2 million worth of funding currently going through for these types of ideas, which yeah, fantastic, right? So to give you a little bit of context, words have power and words really do influence. Now, for anyone in the UK, or perhaps you've attended the UK, it's not too dissimilar in the USA, you've probably heard the words see it, say it, sorted. It's one of those really free annoying terms that you hear on every train journey, but it's memorable. And it's not just memorable, it's influential. And we know that because the British Transport Police about 2 years ago released data suggesting about 90% increase in reports based on those three words. Now, this particular slogan was developed by the Ministry of Defence for a counter-terrorism perspective. So if you see a bag left unattended, typically in a train station, then you report it. And so it does seem to be really effective. But what we take from that is it's not just effective, it produces a culture. And a culture that is very much meme focused. So to give you some idea, and a little bit more humorous, and we'll touch on why that's important later, you get bollocks to Brexit, see it, bin it, sorted. Some really fun anecdotal, but also very influential propaganda that's been put out on social media. Now, at the time, Facebook was probably one of the biggest sources of propaganda and misinformation on social media. We're now seeing a slight shift more towards X. I wonder if that's Elon Musk's doing, but you can see some of the fun narratives that are being produced. Another one, if you pee somewhere, this isn't right, pee it, spray it, sorted. So again, some really humorous but quite influential sentiments being put out using social media. So what is persuasion then, and why are we really concerned with persuasion? Now, there's a whole wealth of theory underpinning this, from things like the COM-B model developed by Susan Mischie, looking at behavioural change. That's very much what some of the sorted evidence was based off. But if we go right back to the ancient Greeks, we can look at Aristotle, and he states that the art of getting someone to do something they wouldn't ordinarily do. So the best way to think of this is you are being prompted or pushed towards something that in your mindset you wouldn't necessarily do or ordinarily do. If you go to an airport, for example, pay attention to the environment you're in. You may see, for example, we walk in a particular direction. Look at the tiles. The tiles are persuading you and influencing your behaviour. So part of our role as academics and as practitioners, whether it be in government, military, security, is we are trying to persuade you to do something that is pro-social, trying to support national security. In our case, we're trying to promote anti-vax sentiments or pro-vax sentiments and countering anti-vax sentiments. So we want to try and persuade something that is very much beneficial for society. So what can we do about it? What is the sort of processes and strategies that are available to us as academics, but also available to everyone else as practitioners? What is the evidence base? Now, I'm going to apologize in advance. There's a little bit of statistics underpinning this. I'm not going to bore you about all of that. I'll just try and summarize it in really brief details. But in sum, what we have is this idea of counter-influence. Now, there are various strategies underpinning this, one being deny. So we wanted to try and deny an adversary's moves. So if we look at Russia, for example, and some of their propaganda around weapons of mass destruction, we want to deny the opportunities for that even to take place. And there are specific units, whether it's in the UK, the USA, or other international allies, that deny this type of propaganda. For our sakes, we're trying to influence human behavior, but we can deceive, we can exploit, we can degrade propaganda and social influence, perhaps disrupt a particular line of misinformation that's put out on social media, or absolutely destroy it. We don't want anything being put out. We'll flood it with other information and see if that's effective. So this is where our research comes in. So we've coined it mimetic engineering or mimetic counter-influence. There are several projects on this particular pilot study that I'll talk about, but I'll tell you it took quite a while to come up with that term mimetic engineering. It sounds really fancy, it sounds nice and plush. It is just, I use a lot of memes, generate memes with Dr. Marek Palace to try and counter behavior. Now, the inception of this was particularly relevant for perhaps the younger audience. There was research suggesting around 18 to 24-year-olds were most likely to engage in this type of influential behavior and engage in sharing memes. So have that in mind when you're thinking about some of this context. It's not necessarily for perhaps those 25 and above. There isn't a huge amount of evidence supporting that. Frustratingly, when this was devised, TikTok wasn't really a thing. It now is. Mimetic engineering, still really relevant, really interesting, but perhaps slightly outdated, and it just shows the speed of technology and the influence of virality, particularly in very small 60-second clips. And I'll come on to that a little bit later as well. So just to give you a brief overview on the first study then. So this was a thematic analysis. In other words, we're trying to subjectively view what characteristics or views within these particular four memes were influential and persuasive on an anti or pro-vax sentiment. We interviewed 15 participants. There was about 7.5 hours worth of transcript data. Always good fun trying to code that type of data. And what we're looking for here is the factors, features, characteristics that make any one of these particular memes really influential and then persuasive. In other words, would you trust it? Is it credible? Is it humorous? And some of the key findings from this sort of gave us this idea that actually for a meme to be influential, for it to be persuasive, for you to really want to share it and engage with it, it needs to have strong visual sentiments. The language needs to be accessible. So if we look at the bottom left corner there, you'll see it's quite text heavy. It isn't really bringing the sense of humor and visual sentiment that one would perhaps expect when it comes to persuasion. But perhaps we look at the top right, you'll see the classic, and this really was a thing, taking a COVID vaccine was going to make you magnetic. This was a viral meme that spread all over the internet. And what we see here is it adds an element of humor. Now, we found this wasn't particularly persuasive because of the sort of conspiracy theory elements. But what we noted in this particular study is that you have to have humor. It needs to sort of resonate with emotion that is sort of taking the mick a little bit. Beyond that, it needs to be simplistic. We don't want to overload individuals with too much information, too much scientific jargon, too much detail that makes someone think far too much. It needs to be to the point, like the See It, Say It, Sorted slogan campaign. It needs to boost that idea of persuasive power and emotionally resonate with a participant. Now, across all of these, while we saw the persuasive power of some of these memes, there was a huge amount of challenge around their susceptibility to misinformation. So what this sort of led us to believe is while memes are really effective at persuasion, they're also really effective at presenting misinformation. So one of the outcomes there was, well, perhaps there needs to be an element of credibility about these memes. So rather than suggesting an individual's magnetic, they provide a credible source that underpins that sort of magnetic theory, right? So there's a sense of the government supports it, or there is research that supports it. There's something scientific sort of within that. But again, that has some complications for public health communication. If we've got a very anti-government or anti-rhetoric within government or science, and we saw this a lot within the conspiracy theories around the government are trying to implant microchips, for example, for the COVID vaccine. That sort of pushed people away from the persuasive power of pro-vax sentiment. So we had to find a way in which we can try and counter this that captures all of those areas of visual communication, humour, simplicity, some sort of emotional resonance, but still provided credibility. It wasn't going to be susceptible to spreading misinformation. This is where we say, well, research, we need to do more research. We just kept thinking more and more research. And this is where my stats brain was like, this is great. We can have so much fun doing lots of statistics and developing lots and lots of fun models. So study 2 then took this outside of the UK. We know this was a worldwide problem. So we used UK and Indian participants. We did collect data from Australia, South Africa, and the USA, but the numbers were far too small for us to do anything with that data. So we just stuck with UK and Indian participants. And what we tried to measure here was not just the persuasive power of memes, but also the characteristics that perhaps influence their persuasive power. What makes an individual more susceptible or likely to be persuaded based on things like their conspiracy beliefs, whether or not they fit on a psychopathy scale, whether they're right-wing or authoritarianism, a few different personality traits, openness and agreeableness, if you've got a huge health anxiety and general health. And what seems to come out of this is a few things. One, if you want to persuade someone to stay up to date with their own vaccination, so if you're trying to persuade individuals to get vaccinated or counter some of those anti-vax sentiments, well, our model suggests that if you are very open to information, you're perhaps slightly right-wing and you're male, you're more likely to stay up to date with your vaccination. And the models that we generated here explained a reasonable amount of variance. For those in perhaps more of a hardcore sciences like mathematics, you may argue this is quite a low explainability factor, but we're social scientists, we like to play with our numbers, and for us, that's a fantastic number. We're happy with that. So we can quite confidently say that our models of persuasion, looking at those characteristics and looking at the memes that we generated from this, does seem to have some implication on influencing individuals to stay up to date. That was even more powerful when it came to encouraging their friends to be vaccinated, so generating particular persuasive memes did seem to increase overall persuasive power, particularly if you're right wing or you're from India, and there's a cultural factor we'll touch on in a minute as well. And then encouraging families slightly less, but again, we see a persuasive power, particularly if you're open to information and again, you're slightly right wing. So at this point, we've got some really interesting characteristics that seem to suggest that we can influence behavior using quite simplistic but open sourced memes using our memetic engineering approach. Now, the next stage of this was to say, okay, now we know the characteristics that influence behavior. We also know the types of memes and the characteristics of those memes that influence behavior. Now we need to integrate a method and strategy to start influencing on a bigger scale behavior towards whether it's anti-vax sentiment, whether it is counter-terrorism, so we're trying to counter incel groups, for example. What can we do? Well, we started to develop structural equation models that map some of these pathways between things like neuroticism and right-wing authoritarianism and conspiracy theories. And I won't go into details on this model. It's quite a complex thing to understand in just a few minutes. But what we can see is there is a huge amount of pathways open to us where we can capture, say, someone who is very agreeable, but also perhaps open to information, but also likely to be influenced by conspiracy theories. That seems to have some effect. So this is when we start creating our memes. So we use traditional memes. We use artistically created memes. This is a graphic artist that hand draws different visual imagery campaigns for us. We have cultural specific visualizations. These are things like the Mona Lisa featuring in a particular meme, or with Indian art. We use culturally specific Indian art as well. And then the real fun bit, we get to generate AI generated images. This is typically through ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Runway ML. But for those that have used those particular programs, particularly the beta versions, you've probably noted a bit of a limitation. And for us, this was a huge limitation a little bit later. Now, this is one I created yesterday, just to show you how quick. It took about 2 seconds to create this with a few prompts. But if you look at some of the information, one, it's slightly racist. Okay, the training data we use within OpenAI, GPT, for example, seems to sort of push out quite training-led racist data. This was based on just a basic prompt of saying, please generate a credible UK-centric meme that tries to counter anti-vax sentiment. We can see here it doesn't really do that. But also you've got issues in things like the word, they don't tend to spell it very effectively. So we had a few issues in trying to overcome some of these issues. And one of the things we found that actually GPT, DALL-E wasn't very effective at doing that. So it took a little bit more work on our part to recreate some of these words, try and remove some of this inherently racist content. So what do we get out of that essentially? Well, one of our hypotheses here was using AI, it was going to be more effective than any other method, whether it be slogans, visually generated, or traditional memes. And that seemed to make logical sense to us at the beginning because of its integration into society, its effectiveness at generating very quick and strategically focused imagery, and because of its novelty. People seem to enjoy working with things like GPT, DALL-E, and a few others. So what do we find? Well, in a UK sample, AI was terrible. It didn't seem to work effectively at all. When we compared this to traditional memes, artistic memes, European cultural memes, Indian memes in the UK as well, AI came up as the worst possible persuasive technique available to us, which was a real surprise. It completely contradicted our hypothesis here that it was going to be more effective. And perhaps one of the arguments here is that, one, we were slightly leading in our questions. We were asking specifically persuasive power, and memes perhaps don't have that persuasive power as of yet. But also they are just really weird. When you look at the ways in which they generate content and the visual imagery around AI, if you have a human, it has 10 fingers. It just doesn't seem credible. It doesn't really produce the content that really makes someone go, okay, that's persuasive, that's interesting, I'm going to engage in it. If anything, it just becomes overly humorous and overly simplistic. So that was a UK context. We did the same thing for our Indian participants, and again, pretty much the same thing. Artistic memes were rated more persuasive than EU art. That kind of makes sense in an Indian sample. But again, we're seeing the fact that AI art, any AI generated visual campaign, was not effective. So again, we make the same argument here. It just seems a little bit weird. So what do we get from this essentially? Well, part of us, and this perhaps goes on some of Martin's sort of earlier conversations, perhaps technology here really isn't the answer. We still find that really simplistic but human-generated content seems to be more persuasive. It's more persuasive than slogans. So if we look at things like See It, Say It, Sorted, memes and visual campaigns does seem to be slightly more persuasive. But as soon as we start generating AI content as a form of strategic influence, it doesn't seem to be very effective. So I'll leave it there. I think I'm just at 20 minutes in. So yeah, any questions? I'm assuming we're having that at the end. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Brandon. Again, yet again, a completely what first appeared to be a completely different talk as well, but then it's starting to touch on those same issues such as AI and some of the inherent bias within the data training sets, which is always fascinating. And I'm not too sure if you're aware about this, but the person who coined memes,
Dawkins.
Yes, good.
Yeah.
Not too sure how many of our audience know that, but Richard Dawkins coined the phrase mimetic warfare actually quite a long time before memes even reached popular culture.
Absolutely.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, Well, I shall hand it over now to our final speaker of our panel today, who's my wonderful colleague, Lauren, who's going to be talking to us about online safety and cybersecurity, which, again, there's quite a bit of work looking at this, but this is pretty groundbreaking stuff, I feel, as well, at the same time, from the approach you've taken to your research here. Okay, so ready to go, Lauren? Cool. Right, I shall hand over to you now.
Yeah, whenever you share something, I swear my buttons just move. So now I've muted, great. So hello everybody. Yeah, so my name is Lauren Stevens, and I'm going to be presenting a bit of my doctoral thesis work that I'm currently working on. So predominantly I'm into the area of primary prevention of child sex abuse, and I'm going to be looking into the aspects of online safety, particularly in the use of online forums, which is used as a form of support for those that are, I suppose you can probably coin a few there's quite a lot of terminology, but in terms for this, I was, the pre-offender population, if you like. So I'm going to be essentially describing what we mean by primary prevention of abuse in terms of this context and how that can be implemented on the online forum space and that environment. So then, as part of my thesis, I did some interviews, which then I'll be exploring the benefits and challenges of using these self-regulated online forums from the very population in terms of providing access to mental health services to these vulnerable populations. So after that, just sort of a couple of bits that have come out of the research in terms of future opportunities for research and academic inquiry moving forwards, and kind of what I would like to explore next in this area. So yeah, just to jump straight into what primary prevention actually is. So in terms of my area, I'm within criminology and criminal justice, so less on the techie side, definitely, but in terms of what I do, I'm very much into like prisons, probation, kind of looking at offender management, for example. So when it comes to tertiary prevention, we're kind of explicitly looking at offenders who have already gone through the criminal justice system. So these are the individuals that have committed an offence, they have been convicted, and they have gone through the system. So the tertiary interventions is predominantly what we focus on, especially in the UK and in many other contexts. It's all to do with post-offence, where we're kind of looking at a reactive response to criminal behaviour. So this is kind of, again, looking at rehabilitative efforts within prison and within the community setting, where that will be addressing the entrenched harmful behaviours, feelings and thoughts associated with the particular offending behaviour. And in this context, it will be sexual offending. The second is looking at secondary prevention. So this is sort of referring to that immediate response on sort of like very targeted interventions who people that are considered to be more of at risk of engaging. So this is usually, again, self-identified. So individuals that, for example, may be feeling that they need to address their behaviour, which are the earlier stages of behaviour, which is turning into an offending situation. This is where individuals can use an anonymous telephone helpline. There are a couple across from the US and the Netherlands and Germany predominantly. So that's kind of the secondary prevention. But primary is the area in which I'm most interested in. So this is kind of looking at the stopping that behaviour before it even occurs in the first place. So it is putting the onus on the individual, the pre-offender, I suppose, if you want to call them that. It's probably a very problematic term to use, but there are many of them that I'll come to, in terms of addressing those thoughts and feelings before it transcends into offending behaviour. So arguably, primary prevention is kind of the most desirable goal in the prevention work overall. So this is, again, committing the offence before it actually gets to anything serious in the first place. So in terms of my PhD research, it is an exploratory sequential mixed methods with various phases. I'm predominantly looking at today just phase 2, which is looking at the semi-structured interviews that I conducted. And I had about a sample of 20, and they were a mix of professional practitioners. So these were registered psychologists and therapists, anywhere between the US, Canada, Germany, UK, the Netherlands, and New Zealand, and speaking to academics, and also for those that are involved in the online forums, which I will come on to discuss. They also identify as part of what they like to call themselves as the MAP community, or that's also known as the minor attracted person community. So that's kind of where the data is sort of originated from and what I'm going to be drawing on today. So in terms of the role of online-based support, so as I've said, the majority of prevention is all based on the post-offender funded by the criminal justice system in various states, whatever. That's kind of where most of this is addressed. But one of the biggest areas, biggest environments that people tend to use in the primary prevention is the online space. It's looking at online forums, usually self-regulated. And by what I mean by self-regulated, it's individuals from that community providing a space for other people within that same community to discuss and to provide support to the same individuals. So I'll talk about two mainly today, but essentially what these forums kind of have in common is that they're here to provide some form of access or provide some support strategies, prevention strategies for individuals to use, and also support for families and friends of those who know about their problematic sexual interest. So with that in mind, a lot of these individuals are very suspicious, naturally, of any formal support of professional services. So not many of this population are willing to talk to professionals that they do not already know that they're willing to take on this this area within their clients, mostly for the reason is that their fear of rejection from others, fear of ridicule, which obviously in this area is very common in society, is very much rigid in respect to that, especially in relation to child protection as well, and the fear of prosecution. So we'll come on to that in terms of mandatory reporting laws. So in terms of the online group, so they essentially offer support and companionship. So they usually are committed to connecting law-abiding minor attracted persons who wish to seek support and address their attractions within peer support, but then also being linked to other professionals closer to where they actually physically are in order to receive that support. So when I'm going on to talk about self-identified terminology, there are many terms. None of these are my terms. These are simply what they like to refer to themselves within the research. So we have minor attracted person, MAP, or child attracted person, non-offending paedophiles, non-offending minor attracted person. There's a plethora of terminology out there for these individuals, but they tend to go by whatever they feel is necessary to try and disengage and disassociate with the offending aspect of the risk associated with their attraction. So hence why they try and distance themselves using different terminology, since they're individuals that are committed to not offending. And second of all, these are individuals that once they call themselves, for example, paedophile, is a very much it's associated with offending automatically within society, which is one of the reasons why they use different terminology. So these forums tend to be moderated by the members themselves, and they have appointed moderators to ensure community guidelines and facilitate constructive dialogue, and to be regulating what people are sharing to make sure that it's kosher and definitely not something that is related to the distribution of child abuse imagery. So the two forums I wanted to kind of talk about today is the VERPED and Before You Act. So these are two separate organisations, both based in the US. So VERPED stands for Virtuous Paedophiles, and this is what they also call the VP Forum. So this is an online organisation that was founded, again, by the same population in which they're trying to support. So the group essentially offers companionship, as I've said, for those within want to discuss support strategies and kind of preventative work within each other, and to sort of address that amongst their peers, amongst their own peer group. And their core values for this is that regardless, no contact, non-contact offending is completely prohibited. It is something that should never people should never abuse a child regardless of the context. So I'm saying that as though it's almost like a really obvious thing to say, and of course it is, but when we're talking about certain groups do not necessarily see eye to eye in terms of what is acceptable and unacceptable behaviour. So in terms of this particular online forum, it's a blanket no on absolutely everything, including AI use of, for example, using AI to produce imagery, which they would say is a victimless crime, for example. Well, not a victim, you know what I mean? Like there's no victim in relation to that. There are individuals that would argue that. And then the second one, we are looking at Before You Act. So this is a slightly different organisation. This is a platform which is more of a collaborative organisation. So yes, they provide peer-to-peer support groups, one-to-one stuff, but they also are a combined effort between mental health professionals and individuals, predominantly in the US and some in Canada, that are essentially with the individuals that are seeking support. So they focus, their focus essentially is promoting support services and resources to these individuals and their families. So they take much more of a holistic approach to things, and they kind of encourage individuals to seek professional support, not just peer-to-peer group. Because one of the interesting things which I'll come to in the challenges is actually finding a therapist is a really, really difficult thing to do. And the use of these online forums is one of the only ways that individuals can actually seek support. So one of the things that, as well as self-regulated forums have their challenges, it does arguably provide somewhat of a safe space that for individuals that otherwise would not be receiving any professional assistance with, obviously with repercussions to some of the individuals that may use the site. But the premise is the idea is that it provides that safe space for them to actually seek assistance without feeling that they will be outed or that they will be prosecuted just for simply acknowledging that they have something that they need to address in therapy. So the population is essentially, it's beneficial in the sense that they've said that they can openly discuss their experiences, they don't feel stigmatized or discriminated against. So a lot of the participants who actually have engaged in these forums did find that sense of openness and freedom in order to discuss their issues. And in so doing, they're able to gain access, valuable resources, CBT related stuff, there's a cognitive behavioral therapy, sharing different coping strategies, receiving peer support, especially from those who have first-hand experience in terms of how the experiences that they're going through. And according to the literature and to the organisations, they claim that it does contribute to risk mitigation and harm reduction. If these individuals would otherwise be kept underground, the likelihood of that individual taking this further into harmful behaviour is highly likely. However, it doesn't come without challenges, of course. So when it comes to using these sort of online spaces, it's not very well known for one, but also there is the issue around mandatory reporting. So the reason why these are so popular amongst this population is because when you're speaking to a therapist in certain states, certain countries, there are varying different reporting laws in terms of working with this population. So this particular quote from an individual basically said that mandatory reporting laws, it is a very vague in a lot of places, and a lot of therapists are very worried about not reporting something, even if they're kind of worried about their role, so they kind of need to do their job in order to maintain on the right side of the law, even if sometimes, according to the actual reporting guidelines, this is not necessarily required all of the time. So this is where the apprehension comes from people using therapists without going through a site which allows, which I should have said at the beginning, allows anonymized use of these forums, so that these people can remain anonymous completely, using these forums whenever they feel they need to. So when it comes to the safety net with the using the forums, is that it prevents them feeling that they will be reported if they end up coming forwards and speaking about it. So a dual issue around this anonymity thing, of course, is that it's a key factor in using this online space. It is something that is promoted in amongst this population, just to make sure that they remain safe online, and that if you're in these peer support groups, you do not necessarily know though who is actually in these online spaces. So you've got the issue around, it's hard for researchers to be able to track long-term positive outcomes. It's difficult to ensure online safety, in the sense that if you are all anonymous, then there will be some people that will use the site incorrectly. So these people are worried about, for example, online trolls. People are not always tech savvy when it comes to knowing how to protect your identity online. So people are very, very worried about people being able to do really clever things and be able to work out who you are and actually hold your details somehow, and be able to work out who you are and basically ruin your life, which is essentially what people are very worried about in this population. So that not everyone is very comfortable with using the online tools for this reason, but in majority of the population do use these for that reason, is because it has that extra layer of protection of their identity. Of course, the issues around making sure that materials that they're passing on is obviously in support and to prevent the distribution of child abuse imagery and also subgrouping. So individuals have been use these sites have seen where individuals are recruiting others to go into another subgroup in order to share abusive imagery and selling these things online to individuals who, of course, is exactly the population that are trying to stop that. So therefore, the forums require 24/7 moderation and a fast response to anything that's being shared online. The shame and stigma, of course, when it comes to the concealment of identity, there is the issue, of course, that when it comes to society, regardless, it's really hard to ever see past the, and for me as well, I'm not going to lie, this is not something that's easy. So usually to ever look past all of this sometimes, but to have a complete lack of trust in individuals, and these people do tend to be very alienated from parts of society, or they wish to not engage in. And therefore, when people do become alienated, again, it does increase their risk of offending behaviour, regardless, and that does go for other types of crimes as well. But when it comes to this, it definitely is true. So some quotes here come from the in terms of what the benefits are, is that it does assist in people talking about their mental health issues, not necessarily about the actual problem itself, but the associated issues around mental health. So depression, anxiety, suicide attempts, all these sorts of things are very common amongst this group, in which they prefer to talk about rather than actually the issue within itself. So it's not always a space then just to talk about all of that stuff, it's also to talk about the side associations as well. So some of the things that they talk about is it makes it, to some individuals, makes a real difference to then being able to come to terms with things and actually be able to live a functional life. So some of the issues I found as a researcher in this area is that there's very much a reluctance towards engaging with risk-related disciplines. So I come from a very criminological, risk-focused background. I've definitely had to adapt my language quite a lot when it comes to working with these organisations. They're not necessarily as always ready to engage with other disciplines, even though it's a very holistic approach in many of these crime prevention work stuff. It's not really always easy to discuss these things from a different discipline, especially when you come from a different perspective entirely in a lot of things. I've missed one. So in terms of the challenges around, say, like, for example, the before you act, there are very limited professional practitioners in certain states, and there are certain, obviously, restrictions in terms of where people can practice. So, for example, if you're living in Florida and you want, and you need someone to, a therapist to be assigned to you, you have to actually, the clinician has to have a license for that particular state, rather than if they live in California but they don't have a license for Florida, they can't. So, for example, those sorts of things are very limiting, but that's kind of one of the main functions that this organisation has, is mapping people with appropriate therapists that are, one, able, and two, willing to discuss this, which is also very problematic in and of itself. So I suppose one of the things I've kind of found in terms of my future research opportunities, it's really, really difficult to assess when you're using such an online space, looking at the impact of these forums in tracking user positive outcomes, especially in relation to mental health and mental well-being. There's not much in terms of tangible ways of comparing users' successful desistance from criminal behaviour as they move along the process. So it's really hard to kind of track positive outcomes. It's only usually anecdotal things which they sometimes do collect, but other than that, there is nothing we can really track using that. So that's also problematic that I'd like to explore. I would like to see more collaborations between organisations and disciplines, especially since it is very much considered a holistic approach. And then, of course, I do really want to explore how these organisations in general do reduce the risk of people being targeted or outed online, and being increase their safety online, basically. So that's kind of where I am. So thank you. I'm happy to take questions. Hope that was all good.
Brilliant. Thank you so much there, Lauren. That's absolutely fascinating stuff, and it really does highlight, I feel, across all of our across all of our speakers today, that there is a real need for understanding the range of human behavior, from the political side, the geostrategic side, to our interactions with technology, to how we interact and communicate online platforms as well. It just shows the huge breadth that is required to understand the human behavior in terms of for online safety, for cybercrime, for cybersecurity. I think it always comes back down to the human, but I don't know about other countries, but at least within the UK itself, there is currently a move to seeing cybersecurity itself as a transdisciplinary area, which should not just be limited to computer science. And I know, at least from a lot of the events I've been to, I'm sure my colleagues have as well, that at least half the people in the room now are from social and behavioural sciences backgrounds, which is absolutely fantastic. But in terms of some questions popping in, I have a couple which have been kindly forwarded to me in the chat, which I shall start off with before I have some potential more general questions for the panel as well. So the first question I have is for Martin. Sorry.
Hi. Yes, go on.
Which is related to the adoption of new technologies. And I'm not too sure if you've come across this model yet, and I probably should have told you about it as your supervisor, is the technology acceptance model. So this looks at the adoption of new technologies. And have you come across that one before?
Yeah, briefly. It's something that is on my radar. However, personally for me, and I don't mean to sound egotistical in any way, but this really is epistemologically new. I don't think people have actually taken the time in the past. I've only come across Pallis et al. And Palawowski in 2022 that I've asked the question of people responding to technology from a very low level. So yes, I have seen it. It's some work I'm going to be doing on at a later stage, but my work really is on a granular level. So I'm speaking to people who operate this technology on a daily basis under duress, who predominantly don't sit inside academia, who sometimes don't understand, and this is why I'm expanding my semi-structured interviews, don't understand the idea that we might think, like Kahneman, dash in and save the baby, or in reality, what we should do is put the life jacket on, then dash in and save the baby. So I don't have any real answer for the question, but it's something I will accept and look into. But the gap at the moment is quite large, and I'm willing to take advice from people on this.
Thank you. I mean, we can also have a look at that as well as a technology integration model, as the technology acceptance model has been updated over time. And I know one of my former PhD colleagues was doing some work looking at that as well, which I can direct you towards, but it could be quite useful stuff.
Thank you.
Cool. Now, Brandon, I have a question for you as well. Obviously for the generating the memes for the counter online influence strategies. The question is, have you considered if the AI issue is the difference between laughing with the author, which is a sort of like shared bonding experience, and laughing at the author, which isn't?
The simple answer is no. So we haven't taken the idea of humor to sort of the more fine-grained level. So essentially what we tried to find, and this is a pilot study, what we're trying to find is just the characteristics or features that make a meme persuasive. So the point of, are you laughing at or against the author? I think it's a really interesting angle that we can start to perhaps try and refine. Part of that perhaps coming to sort of the idea of credibility, and that's absolutely mitigated by conspiracy theory. So if you take a government perspective that perhaps either supports or counters a conspiracy theory, you can argue either way there, right? You can say, well, I'm laughing at the government or I'm laughing against the government. So there is an angle there, but the short answer is no. In terms of the AI specific elements, I'm going to be honest, I think AI at the moment in its current form is not sophisticated enough to even do that. So if we take a strategy that is meant to be reactive, right, we don't want to spend hours and hours developing these really complex, humorous, detailed visual imagery to counter a narrative, because by the time you've done that, the other narrative is gone viral. Yeah, these things are really quick. So you want something that is quick, responsive, and it's just not at that point to do that. We also want it to be cheap. So this goes back to a point that Martin mentioned earlier, on the idea of perhaps technology isn't always the answer. I think part of that is just the expense of technology. If we start integrating really expensive bits of kit, I've seen this with the Manchester Arena attack, for example, where we try to train security officers. Some of these bits of kits are millions and millions of pounds. We don't have the funds to do that, and nor is that tangible to do that. So things like GPT, open source, a bit of AI. Free, great, but it's just not capable of what we need to do that. Are we looking at or against a particular author?
Oh yeah, no, it's just got me thinking as well. Do maybe potentially a future where you could have a AI spun up which was automatically spots a new campaign, automatically spits out a counter image as soon as a new one pops up.
We've got a funding application currently with the Defence and Security Accelerator to do exactly that. So it will identify and immediately generate a counter narrative. Again, some of the findings, or at least some of the early pilot bits we've done with that, it's not that great. It's good at identifying. It's not that great at countering. So we need a few more models that can do that effectively.
Yeah, really disrupt the OODA loop stuff. Okay, and I guess it brings down to I know some of the alt-right say that the left can't meme. Maybe that goes for academics as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Not too sure if there's more questions which have popped up in the chat yet or not, but I have some, I guess, quite big questions, which I'll take to the panel as a whole. So what do you reckon is the biggest challenge from your own work to cybercrime, cybersecurity, and online safety? Anybody like to?
Well, I start.
Sorry, thank you for volunteering. Sorry.
Don't worry, I always got the first in there. So I think the main thing is the cyber awareness across different generations. Because we're not just employing certain specific age, certain specific ethnicity, and certain specific experience. We are going through all the different realms, and then having the right awareness of the new things as well as the legacy things has, in a way, is one of the biggest gaps. Anyone else think about that?
Yeah, I can add to that. So. Yeah. And this is some of the earlier research we did on part of my PhD. So the horizon scanning piece, the idea that you're looking for new, whether it's technology focused or other innovations, I think is a really important bit. But there's two arguments I tend to make with that. One is I don't think technology is always the answer. So if we're looking to things like AI, fantastic, novel, innovative, but I don't think it's going to provide the responsible strategies that we need in order to improve, say, cybersecurity. I think it's a buzzword that is just floating around the ether somewhere, and big corporate companies are jumping on that. They're selling product. They do really well, but it's not going in the right direction. The other, and perhaps some of you agree, perhaps you disagree, is I think we need to retain what we call human in the loop process. So rather than going fully integrated, all technology focused, AI will do all of the work, we need to retain human in the loop. As soon as we take that out, what we see in things like autonomous weapon systems, as an example, is we get quite a big fallout. They're not designed to make moral decisions, for example. So I think that human in the loop process, I think, is also quite important.
I think something I'll obviously continue with that is what we have and lacks a little bit is, especially in incident response, is the focus is taken away from the people part of it, because obviously we have the holistic approach goes from the procedures, processes and the hardware and the software, and the people is kind of the last thing that we tend to look at regarding the anomalies where the problem started, because they didn't understand something that it was told to them. They didn't understand what software was applied, what they should have done in the first way when they actually realized something was going wrong. So it's true, keeping them in the loop is very important.
Absolutely. And poor Ian's reading my PhD at the moment, so he's going to probably read this over and over again. But what we found from big critical incidents, predominantly terrorism related, so the Manchester Arena attack was a good example we used, was that we're very good at identifying the policy procedure stuff, the big political, ethical conundrums that we see. We're great at organizational failures. We never really focus on the individual who makes those decisions, who integrate themselves into that complex process. It's just ignorantly ignored. We're one of the first days that have actually tried to break it down to the individual. So like Martin mentioned, things like Carmen's work and Klein's work, the heuristics for decision making is an area we know about, but we don't ever really research. So you make a really good point. I think that's absolutely key with anything, whether it's terrorism focus, security focus, cyber focus. People come first.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Some of the areas that I've been able to look at, and I know my supervisors would like the word emerged, but the things that I've been able to look at is that in the decision process, and of course you're all aware that I'm still at the beginning of it, is we've got two people who are identical in experience, identical in education, identical in training, making different decisions from the same artifact output. So they're looking at exactly the same incident and coming up with two different scenarios of how it might transpire, which has a Heidegger temporality aspect, which AI can't give us. It can't look into the future and say the gentleman loitering over there is suspicious, as was the case. I'm in that building today, as was the case not 100 yards from me here. It does eliminate racial bias because the machine would say, I don't care, go over and have a look. But we're making humans, and they're sitting there under duress, perhaps worried about the home life, or worried about the lunch they're going to have, or worried about the payday, and they're making really difficult decisions based on what's being delivered on a screen by the artifact. And I'm finding it really difficult to quantify how these people understand it, and that I think that work needs to be done amongst the whole body of people. A granular understanding of how we cognitively perceive the prompts and commands of AI. It might even cross platform to cybersecurity in some way. If we're blue teaming or red teaming, we may have a prompt from a system which we both look at in a different way.
I couldn't agree more. It's interesting, and the idea of red teaming again as a methodology to test that is fascinating. I remember working on projects. This is going back a few years ago now, within defence, where red teaming exercises. This is particularly on your point, Martin, around CCTV and the fact that our brains just can't comprehend the amount of information we're processing. Looking at screens, red teaming has demonstrated you can get weapons through security systems, knives, God knows what else, because we are people. AI definitely helps, but the things like dyspraxia and dyscalculia, all of those are factors that we're still really learning, but we don't really know how that integrates yet. So
we don't. One of the fascinating things, which led me to ask a question previously of the university, was about doing a sort of a mini quantitative dive into it, because depend where you look academically, there's anywhere between 3 to 6% of the male population who have colour deficiency syndrome. So that would say today, depending on the amount of CCTV badge holders, this thing, there are some 15,000 people on duty today who can't interact with an AI system.
Yeah.
So these things are going to be very important in the future of this. If we to believe Filippo and the rate it's coming, it's going to be very important, I think.
No, I agree. There's an interesting system that perhaps our audience are aware of, called iBorder Control, which was meant to be an AI-generated border system, but it wasn't effective. It was relying on techniques going back to Ekman's work on microexpressions, for example. The science has debunked that idea time and time again, but the systems are there to be integrated because the world thinks they work.
Boardroom are offered such big deals, aren't they? £1 million and it solves all your problems.
Was that the work from Jane Nunemaker, Brandon? Sorry to interject, because
I can't remember the name.
No, I don't think.
No, I remember criticising something about that way back in 2015, but there we are.
Yeah, it was about 2014, 2015 that started to be integrated into European airports.
Right.
I know
What's it
Louise.
called?
iBorder Control.
Sorry,
That tells you a lot.
So I was about to say, I'm not giving Lauren a chance yet to share what is your biggest challenge. Sorry, as we've just got sidetracked to a fascinating conversation.
That's fine. It's interesting to hear it because I don't
AI
actually know much about this area. So this is really a fascinating listen. Actually, listen to all of you guys. For me, I suppose the biggest challenge, I think, all the ones I mentioned earlier, a lot of it all boils down to lack of transparency. In the sense of what the protocols are for these organisations when things do go wrong. I suppose is something that is not something that is very publicly known. It's not, and also when it comes to transparency, I think, but not so much transparency in terms of the onus goes on the individual to protect themselves online. They have to already know how to make sure that they stay anonymous. Not all the individuals will know how to do that. So I think that there is a lack of understanding of that, which would deter somebody from using these sites.
I think
So
that,
I think-
I think that goes back to the point Brandon raises, that these websites might have their own policies and guidelines for keeping stuff in place.
Yeah.
As you say, these people who might not be familiar with technology in terms of their own decision making for maintaining their own security as well. And I'm starting to see the crossover now between it all.
But then on the flip side, how do we ensure that people are using these sites appropriately? How do we protect those individuals from harmful content?
Yeah, exactly.
That is something that's not very, like I said, transparent, I don't think, in terms of how they do that.
But that goes again back to how we train them, how we make them aware of these things. It goes to the people's awareness of all the guidelines or the way of using things. That definitely goes back to that. So back to the circle of getting people informed of how to use things.
Yeah, one of the other interesting areas that came out of that from a study that I published in 2023, I believe, and we've extended this slightly. So just playing a bit of devil's advocate with that idea of transparency is the idea then of accountability. So one of the things we see, particularly when it's a high stakes response in any context of cybersecurity, terrorism, and the list goes on, is that the way we train and the processes and protocols in place retain a sense of accountability. So if you have that level of accountability, your subsequent decisions are within that accountability framework because you're going to be queried on that. If you make a bad decision, you need to account for why you made that decision. And that, in a lot of high stakes contexts in the security world, seems to have a detrimental effect. Goes back to the idea of the trolley problem. If you're going to try and save 1 or 5 people, you're going to save 5. But in context of high stakes security events, that's not always probable. You're going to potentially have to sacrifice the 5 to save the 1, which is directly counterintuitive to policy and procedure. But we don't see that because of the idea of accountability. It's going to inquiry. The Manchester attack is a great example of that. Same as Grenfell. It goes to inquiry. You have to account for your decision.
I think drawing on to my next big question, and something which I think Soraya mentioned as the biggest challenge there, is the awareness. And following the general conversation, obviously, people needing to learn how to use all these new technologies, whether they understand them or not. And I know there's higher level discussions going on within the UK at the moment, and I'm sure in other countries there, but the need for a cybercrime and cybersecurity education and pedagogy that's accessible to all. I mean, cybersecurity is not on the curriculum in the UK. Teachers are hard pressed to find new areas where they can bring these sorts of things in. I know we have organisations like CSE Connect within the UK, and I know the Cyber Body of Knowledge in the UK, the CyBOK, has been funding research looking at these sort of pedagogy and education things for this area. What do you reckon the further challenges there are and the need for developing a pedagogy for cybersecurity, cybercrime, online safety across all levels, from primary, secondary, further education?
Well, I think the biggest challenge you will have is in secondary at the moment, because we have year nines that are looking into taking the GCSEs options, and they get to year 10 and computing courses stop. So that's it. So it's not just the cyber part, is that it's completely stopped. Recently, we were looking at a research as well where the actual, when we were saying online safety, it was not delivered in all the lessons that use computers, or in any workshops that use computers. They didn't even have a line in there to say, all right, this is how you're going to be safe if you were doing this at home. So I think that's the biggest challenge, is changing that curriculum, because once you have these youngsters becoming adults, and then joining, if they join university or go to an apprenticeship or get to a vocational course, all those little streams get to the point of, all right, if I go to university, my computing skills are not good, and the majority of assignments I have to present are in computers. So are using computers. So that's your main problem in there. Then you have the vocational ones where they decide to do something that is carpentry, plumbing, all the things that don't involve that much, but they need to do the taxes, which again goes back to the computing. Then you get the apprenticeship where they actually, and there is a little bit more balance, more because if the employer has put as the training of their employees, has put as a priority to get them trained to the standards that they are more effective in the actual work they're doing. But that's only if there is part of the cybersecurity and the business purpose in that. But if it's not, they will actually train them with the process and procedures of the organization, but not with the training of computers anymore. So that, again, it gets there. So it's a challenge that needs to be tackled from different angles. But I think that the earliest they could be tackled, the more aware they become. They are very, as we said, youngsters are very good at figuring out technology. They figure it out. But one thing is figuring out something to make it work, and the other thing is to make it work effectively and safe. And it's more like if I can get away with this, nobody's going to tell me or punish me in any way or form. So then it becomes automatically a vulnerability and a threat in that, because they became the vulnerability and the threat at the same time. So that's, I think, one of the biggest challenge we will have there.
Thank you, Soraya.
I can add a little bit to that. So going outside the realm of education specifically, if we look at policy, for example, so you take the recent Online Harms Act, I think it goes some way to, say, protect people online. So if there's issues in, for example, trolling, although it's not specifically mentioned in the detail, but it probably needs to be in the Online Harms Act, it needs to go more into detail into the crimes that are still UK priorities. So if we take violence against women and girls, for example, a huge issue across the UK, from domestic abuse, domestic homicide, facilitated domestic abuse, at no point does it really mention it. So legislatively, I think we've got quite a while to go before we're at a place where we can actually do something about this. I think tech-facilitated domestic violence is not just on the rise, it's exponential post-COVID. So, and we've not really done much to tackle that, even with legislation trying to push it in the right direction.
Do you think there's anything specific which might be needed for the online safety education in your area at all, Lauren?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Your audio cut.
Oh, sorry, Lauren. I was saying, I was wondering if you need for your area as well. I mean, there's obviously a lot of online safety from both perspectives.
Mm.
How do you feel like the education is needed there?
Oh, in terms of ensuring online safety, well, it's not particularly. I mean, Verped do have a information site at the very beginning where they do discuss like what section of the website is for you, but they don't necessarily go into the intricacies in terms of understanding what it is to use the site in relation to keeping yourself safe. They do not necessarily give you a prerequisite to what might occur when you're going on this site, so people don't necessarily know what to expect. And I think when it comes to protecting those that are using it from abusive imagery or being trolled or anything like this, I think those sorts of things are not actually openly discussed when people are actually using these sites beforehand. So I do think in terms of education, I think people do need to know what they're signing up for before they do it. And I do think it's really helpful to have these, I suppose, forums being used, sort of being shared more widely. I think because it's not exactly an area that most people are. I only stumbled across this research area anyway, and being a researcher looking into like sex offending typologies, that was quite a new thing to me. It did, and this area is quite relatively new, so I do think in terms of awareness of these forums is a really good because they do rely upon the public space for usage. So.
Thank you. Martin, any thoughts at all? Because I know obviously you talk a lot about pedagogy within your own area. Bearing in mind we've only got 4 minutes left.
And for that very short 4 minutes, I think the people that I've just spoken sort of encapsulate everything to me. I wouldn't have anything significant to add to that. It's just slightly outside my area at the moment.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I mean, another sort of common strand I saw across everybody's work as well. Researching on the online space, it requires the development of new methodologies. I mean, we can all agree on that, or innovative ways of applying existing methodologies and creating and changing them. I think that's definitely a parallel which has been seen across everyone's work to date there. Where do you think the trajectory of some of these methodologies will go?
I'll be really brief. I think given the current landscape of technology, I do think AI is still going to sort of stand at the forefront of most of this. If we take the idea of the next revolution, many individuals across the world, academics, practitioners are sort of suggesting that's the next stage. AI integration, full AI development. So I'll leave it at that because there's obviously lots more I can talk about, but I think that's one of the next things.
I would completely agree, and I see it going in a way that is people like us and the rest of the broader people who are listening to really nail down the ontology of AI and how we look at it as humans.
Yeah, I think in my part it's more like I'm kind of using AI so for my research because I'm trying to do predictive forensics with AI. So kind of is looking at the both sides, obviously what Brandon just mentioned and Martin just said is mentioned, and it is prevalent, and I'm trying to look at it from the point of how it's going to help without taking away the human side of it. I think it's more like how we continue enhancing of making it better for the human instead of making it better for the AI. So, but that will continue. That is in the rise, obviously.
Obviously, with the use of AI and data, this is a question as well that we've been having conversations with, at least I was the other week, about the need for maybe expanding techniques from science communication and applying it to all this lovely cybersecurity AI research, like the use of visual graphics as well. I've also used them in some of the work I've done as well, Brandon. So that's been fantastic. But I'm aware that we are just about out of time for our session today from Portsmouth. So I'd like to thank our speakers, Soraya, Martin, Brandon and Lauren, for all of their contributions today, and for our audience as well. It's been an absolute pleasure in today's session, and I hope everybody's enjoyed it. And thank you very much as well for the brilliant and fantastic panel discussion. So I believe we're about to hand over to the next session now. So good luck and have a great rest of your day, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're live. So a warm good morning to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you find yourself. We are awesomely grateful to God for giving us opportunity to be part of this session. Today is the Cybersecurity Revolution SECREV2024, and this is the Africa and African Diaspora session, where we're coming from the African continent, speaking on issues that has to do with the cybersecurity landscape. And we're looking at issues from the perspective of the African continent. And we're looking at, as the globe, it's not just a global village, but what I normally describe as a compound house, where people are now connected and constantly get engaged through the power of technology and the internet space. We believe very well that this discussion we're going to be having today will be very insightful, resourceful, and invigorating. Today is Friday, the 10th of May, 2024. And we are going to be talking on the theme, navigating the evolving cybersecurity landscape in Africa, compliance and beyond. Once again, you're welcome to the Africa and Africa Diaspora session. My name is Kobina Dumazi Longden. I am the developer and chief executive of Tech Farm Hub, and I'm also a business development consultant. We are based in Ghana, in West Africa, and I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with Frank Bezwe. He's the founder of LiveGig Limited, based in Nigeria. He's a cybersecurity analyst, digital forensics investigator, and he's been doing this for quite a number of years now, empowering young people and stakeholders across the African continent. Today, we'll be delving deep into discussions, and we have some very astute individuals also going to be joining the discussion very soon. We'll be going to have individuals coming from Germany, Ghana, Rwanda, Nigeria, coming from different backgrounds within the cybersecurity landscape, and we're going to be delving deeper into the discussions. Without taking much time, I'll call on Frank Bezwe, who is the moderator for the meeting with myself, to give us our introductory statement before we delve deeper. Frank.
Good morning, esteemed participants. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to today's conference on navigating the evolving cybersecurity landscape in Africa, compliance and beyond. Your presence here today signifies a shared commitment to addressing one of the most pressing challenges of our time, cybersecurity. Africa, with its growing digital economy and a rapid technological advancement, holds immense promise for innovation and growth. However, with these opportunities comes significant cybersecurity risk. As we witness the proliferation of digital technologies across the continent, it becomes increasingly crucial for organizations and individuals alike to understand and mitigate this risk effectively. Today, we gather not only to acknowledge the importance of cybersecurity compliance, but also to explore how we can go beyond mere compliance to ensure holistic cybersecurity resilience. We recognize that compliance is just the first step in building a robust cybersecurity framework. True cybersecurity excellence requires proactive measures, continuous adaptation, and a comprehensive understanding of the evolving threat landscape. Throughout our discussions today, we will dive into the specific challenges and opportunities inherent in navigating the cybersecurity landscape in Africa. We will explore the unique regulatory frameworks, cultural considerations, and technological advancements shaping the cybersecurity ecosystem across the continent. Moreover, we will emphasize the importance of collaboration, knowledge sharing, and capacity building in bolstering cybersecurity resilience in Africa. By harnessing the collective expertise and experiences of our diverse panel of speakers and participants, we aim to chart a course toward a safer and more secure digital future for Africa. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Your participation and contribution are invaluable as we embark on this journey to navigate the cybersecurity landscape in Africa and strive for cybersecurity excellence and beyond compliance. Thank you very much. Mr. Longdon, the mic is yours.
And thank you very much, Sir Frank. Thank you very much for bringing this introductory statement, which sets the ball rolling for the discussion we'll be having today. As mentioned already, we have quite a number. We have 6 speakers from across the African continent, one actually speaking from the Europe into Africa. So it's very exciting to say that we'll start with the gentleman coming from Europe speaking into African business. I'm talking about Dr. Inhianyi Nkwako. He's an LLB. Dr. Nkwako is a senior research associate and teacher focusing on data protection law, cybersecurity law, and legal aspects of emerging technologies. He's currently a senior research associate at the Institute of Legal Information at Hanover, based in Germany since 2012. And he's a part-time lecturer, Introduction to European IT Law, focused on data protection law and cybersecurity law. He has more than 12 years of experience working in European-funded projects from FP7 to Horizon 2020. He has also been an attorney in Nigeria for over 15 years. Since 2023, he has been a member of the Nigerian Digital Rights Experts Group, organized under an e-right project of the Advocates Sans Frontières Français. Dr. Nkwako has many publications to his credit, and today we have the honor of having Dr. Nkwako speak to us on data privacy and cross-border data transfer in Ghana. Without much ado, I want to use this opportunity to call on Dr. Nkwako. Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longdon. I share my screen shortly. Please, could you confirm you see my screen?
Yes, please, we can see your screen.
Yes. Great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy to share some of the outcome of our research today with you. Today, I'm going to be looking at data privacy and cross-border data transfers in Africa. And of course, it is delighting to see that from 2021, when the first African country passed their data protection law, that was Cape Verde in 2021, to date, we have about 37 African countries with a form of privacy or data protection law. It's encouraging that out of this number, over 29 of them, have established an independent data protection authority. And apart from that, there are emerging bills from across those states that are yet to pass. Last month, Ethiopia passed a data protection bill, and sooner rather than later, it will be signed into law, and the number will continue to increase. Apart from the national states making up the African region, there are regional and sub-regional institutions in Africa that have signed 1 or 2 laws that are focused on privacy and data protection. For example, we have the Malabo Convention from 2014, which has been ratified by over 15 member states, and that convention is currently in force. It is also delightful to say that of all these African laws, there are provisions encouraging cross-border transfer. The screenshot here shows just a little bit of the numbers. And when you look at those laws, there are provisions on mechanisms of how these cross-border transfers could be effected. There are criteria for assessing whether a country is adequate as the requisite data protection privacy law to host data from these African countries. However, there are divergent, one could say, provisions as it relates to the mechanisms. Some of them require that the assessment should be done by the supervisory authority or the attorney general of the country involved, in the case of the NDPR from Nigeria, or the minister, or even the data controllers themselves. So the rules are not uniform here. Same applies to the transfer mechanisms, like the standard contractual clauses. As we shall see, these are some of the challenges one could encounter within the diverse African region, because I've already said the rules are not harmonized. And sometimes you see that the regulators are not always faithful to the provisions of the law. For example, in the case of Nigeria, the then NITDA, which was the regulatory authority that issued the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, issued some guidelines where they adjudged certain countries as having adequate data protection laws without proper or due diligence as to how they got to those countries, because some of the countries actually had no data protection law. And the matter came to court, and the court really nullified that white list because it violated the principal law that gave rise to that. Again, what it meant in practice is that data controllers seeking to do this cross-border transfer would have to adhere to multiple requirements. Of course, this is costly in terms of implementation. Apart from that, one other challenge we have in Africa is the inadequate infrastructure and the technical interoperability to effect these cross-border transfers. If you look at the leadership board of data centers in the world, the numbers from Africa is low, because the essence of cross-border transfer is for you to see to the jurisdictions where you could, store your data at a lower rate and process your data at a cheaper cost. But in Africa, due to certain technical difficulties, the infrastructure, this is posing a little challenge. That is why most of the cross-border transfers you see from Africa are actually outside Africa. They use cloud, Amazon Cloud, for example, which is hosted elsewhere. Then I already alluded to this. One problem we have is when most African countries are drafting their law, they usually take inspiration from the European data protection law, as we saw in the GDPR or the previous data protection directive. But the problem is that those laws are actually harmonizing the different rules in Europe. For example, one of the mechanisms of effecting cross-border transfer is to use a tool known as standard contractual clauses, where there is a standard contract that any data controller that adheres to those clauses could freely transfer data amongst either EU countries where that is necessary, or amongst countries or recipients that adhere to those principles. But in Africa, we do not have an overarching institution like the European Commission that did issue these EU standard contractual clauses. For example, in Africa, this was issued by the Rwandan Data Protection Authority. And it is only applicable for Rwanda. So if you want to use this for Nigeria, for example, it has not been approved by the Nigerian Data Protection Authority, meaning you will still rely on multiple rules. So this is more or less difficult for data controllers. But there are solutions to these problems. And one of the things data controllers could adhere to is to do their internal data mapping and conduct a risk assessment before they engage in these transactions, what they call the transfer impact assessment, because this will help you to know which data is either prohibited from transfer or which data could you transfer without risking the privacy of the data subjects. You could also adopt certain technical measures like anonymization, encryption, where those are feasible. It is very important for any data controller wishing to transfer data to understand the mechanisms and the appropriate one that is relevant for the present transfer. Most importantly is the technical need to audit your transfer. You must have the ability to know, regularly monitor how the data transfer is being processed. But going forward, I think there are hopes that in the future, the African continent will have a more unified data transfer mechanism, especially from the AfTA, that is the African Free Trade Agreement that is being operated currently. It is hoped that in the future, this will draw most of these African countries towards a more unified, a more harmonized framework that will facilitate not only cross-border goods and services, but also the transfer of data. And there are also emerging good news, because 2 days ago, it was revealed that the European Commission is in negotiation with the Kenyan Data Protection Authority to facilitate or to initiate more or less a dialogue on making perhaps Kenya the first African country that will be adjudged to have adequate data protection framework that will facilitate free movement of data from European Union to Kenya and vice versa. So this is good news, and we hope that in the coming years, more and more African countries will be adjudged to have this adequacy rule, and that will facilitate not only cross-border transfer in Africa, but cross-border transfer globally, and that will be a plus for the African continent. So I think I'm happy to stop here, and I'm also happy to answer some of the questions that will come up afterwards. Thank you very much, and Mr. Longdon, I hand over the mic to you. Mr. Longdon,
Awesome.
I yield the floor back to you.
I am very much grateful for you for touching base with this initial introductory to the statement. I believe very well that I've picked some few things as way of doing follow-ups, and I'm sure that during the second part of this interaction, I will definitely be coming back with some keen tete-a-tete questions to bring out some of the meat around the issues that you have brought around. So thank you very much. We just heard Dr. Inwanyi Nkwanko. He is a senior research associate in Hanover, Germany. He has been very active within the space of doing activities with cyber law, legal issues across the African continent and in Europe as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Nkwanko, for joining through. Now, we're still in the process of enjoying the business of today's activities under SECREV2024. And I have the privilege of inviting a lady from Ghana. Her name is Josephine Sam. She's an MSc Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics. She's an expert in cyber law with the Judicial Service of Ghana. She has over 10 years experience working in the judicial service of Ghana and its related activities. She manages a couple of businesses down her sleeves as by the side an entrepreneur, and she also volunteers for the United Nations Youth Association Ghana as the head of the cybersecurity and forensics department. She's been doing this as a way to support young people. So she seemed to have an idea of what young people's expectations are. I would like to use this opportunity to now call on Josephine Sam to join us in the interaction. Josephine Sam.
Thank you very much, Mr. London and fellow colleagues. I greet you, happy to be with you this morning. And it's a pleasure once again. Today, I want us to talk about the legal implication of incident response and cyber insurance. And first of all, one may ask the importance of it, but I believe when it's enforced, it's really going to help us understand the legal issues and then the implications of it. The legal implications of incident response and cyber insurance can vary based on the specifics of each case and jurisdiction. Generally, incident response involves the steps taken to address and mitigate the effects of a cybersecurity breach, while cyber insurance provides protection in cases of such incidents. Now, with incidents, it could be an incident where it would lead to data lost, disruptions in organizations, operations, services, etc. While the incident or the insurance provides or guarantees to the safety of the organization's data protection. Comes along. Generally, we look at the legal consideration or considerations that we may take when looking at this side. First of all, let's look at compliance. Ensuring that incident response and cyber insurance activities comply with relevant laws and regulations, such as data protection and privacy laws in Ghana. We really have to understand or comply with this data or relevant laws and regulations in the field of our data. If we do not understand this well, it will be very difficult for us to sometimes retrieve certain information when it comes to data loss, etc. So the laws that govern it, it is very important to comply with it, the relevant law, what the law says, to understand it well before we go into it. And then the contractual obligations, where we have to review contracts with clients, vendors, and insurance to understand any obligations or liabilities related to incident response and cyber insurance. It is very important for us to review contracts. Without reviewing contracts with our vendors or understanding it, it will be very difficult, because it's about time that as a cybersecurity expert, or those of us in the cyber field, go further to review our contracts well with other people like the vendors, etc. And then determining the liability for damages resulting from a cybersecurity incident and assessing coverage under cyber insurance policies. And then understanding legal requirements for reporting cybersecurity incidents to regulatory authorities, law enforcement, and affected individuals or organizations, I mean, we really have to report our incident by understanding the legal requirements before a step could be taken. Then evidence preservation, where taking such steps preserve evidence related in cybersecurity incident for potential legal proceedings such as forensic analysis and documentation. And then sometimes we also have to look at the legal disputes, where resolving disputes related to incident response and cyber insurance, such as coverage disputes with insurers or claims of negligence or breach of contract. So the legal disputes here is something that we really have to understand it when dealing in insurance policies. And then the evidence preservation here also helps to preserve evidence related to a cybersecurity incident and potential proceedings for. So I wouldn't take all the time, but I would also like us to navigate the legal landscape of incident response and cyber insurance, where it requires careful consideration of various legal, regulatory, and contractual factors, consulting a legal expert with expertise in cyber security and insurance law. This could be crucial in addressing this implication. So I believe that it's always important for us to address our issues here with the relevant incident report and insurance by covering every dispute with their insurance or claims for negligence or breach of contracts. So without talking much, we also look at the steps, which is very important to preserve our evidence, etc. So, Mr. London, are you there?
Absolutely,
Hello.
I am here.
So, our preservation is very important to us, and I want to end here and also waiting to log in for our questions time and also to learn more from our colleagues. Thanks so much for adding.
And thank you very much, Josephine Sam. Josephine Sam is from Ghana. She has been involved in the activities of the Judicial Service of Ghana for a couple of years, and she's an MSc cybersecurity and digital forensics expert. She has a couple of experiences down her sleeves in the cybersecurity space, and we are very, very, very happy to have you join us in today's session. We're still on Secrev 2024. It's an exciting experience because what we are doing is actually going around the world. Secrev is an opportunity, it's an annual event that streams from locations around the world, following the sun, to provide a truly international exchange of cybersecurity knowledge. It combines streaming and social media to create an open and inclusive event for sharing and discussing cybersecurity related issues. So today we are very much connected with others who are doing this across the globe. And hey, who says we're going to be doing more learning together. We have another conversation to do, and this time we're delving into another aspect of the conversation. Next to join us in that line of conversation is Professor Jenna Ndiwe. Prof is from Melton University, Africa, based in Rwanda. He's going to be telling us a few things about the emerging threat and mitigation strategies in African cybersecurity issues. He'll be looking at the key provisions relating to cross-border data transfer. Now, Professor Jenna is an assistant teaching professor in cybersecurity at Carnegie Mellon University. He previously worked at the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology as an IT network specialist and a lecturer in cybersecurity. He earned a PhD in information security from Japanese Nara Institute of Science and Technology in 2019. And in assisting to address complex cybersecurity challenges, his specialization includes cybersecurity, military intelligence, applied cryptography, ethical hacking, and the psychology of cybersecurity, digital forensics, and cyber defense. Professor is going to be talking us on emerging threats and mitigation strategies in African cybersecurity provisions relating to cross-border data transfer. Prof, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah,
Professor
hello,
Jana?
can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Good to have you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, my name is Jema David Ndibwe. I work at the Carnegie Mellon University as a cybersecurity professor, and I'm originally from Tanzania. Yeah, so nice to meet you all, and it's a great day to discuss various issues pertaining to cybersecurity, especially in Africa. Today, actually, I'm going to share just what I've been involved for the past few years at the Carnegie Mellon University. So this is just a high-level presentation, which is just a summary of what I've been doing. I'm having 4 studies here to discuss. The first one is not necessarily, I mean, it cut across the, globally, not necessarily to be Africa, but the other 3, they're I've had this research with one of my students. It's about the server-side request forgery. And I'll tell you why this kind of attack is important to mitigate. So perhaps you might ask you a question, what this kind of, what is this attack all about? So we have this issue here, the server-side request forgery, where an attacker can abuse the fact that you have a secure web server and you're accessing another resources, let's say a cloud platform or another web server for some resources. So an attacker might not be able to access your server because it is secured.
Mr.
But the
Jima,
fact that you, yeah.
can I interrupt a little bit? Can you share with us your screen?
I think I shared.
And your camera, please.
Your camera
Okay,
is
Mr.
off
London.
and your
Mr.
screen is
London,
not
stop
shared.
Yeah, Mr. London, stop sharing.
Okay, let me check quickly.
And your screen, your camera, please.
Okay, so whilst we wait, I do want to believe that we are looking to appreciate the dynamics of what we are doing here today. Like already mentioned, SECREV 2024 is looking to address a number of key focus areas, including increasing the capacity of researchers to share their findings effectively online, create opportunity for exchange between groups around the world that work on the issues of cybersecurity, and also to provide a near zero cost event to enable groups to contribute together. As you can see, we are all doing this on the spirit of volunteerism. We are giving what we can offer to society to become better. And we are doing this as a form of giving back to communities around us. So as we wait for Professor Jenna to join through. These are some of the dynamics. Now, what are some of the things that we've been talking about since morning? Since we joined the session this morning, we've been delving around major issues on the African continent in the cybersecurity space. Our theme has
Sorry,
been
just
on
30 seconds.
Our theme is navigating the evolving cybersecurity landscape in Africa, compliance and beyond. And we've been doing this together with key speakers from across the African continent and beyond. Myself, coming from Tech Farm Hub, and of course from LiveGig, we have Frank Bezue, who is the founder of LiveGig, and he's also a data forensics investigator. Now, whilst we are delving deeper, there are a couple of speakers who are already speaking to the key issues. So we've already had Dr. Nkwanko, who has spoken on data privacy and cross-border data transfer in Africa. We have had Josephine Sam, who is a data forensics and cybersecurity expert in cyber law. She spoke on legal implications of incident response and cyber insurance. And we're still delving deeper. Our next speaker, as we are doing, is Professor Janna. Professor Jama.
Yeah, can someone allow me on the other device? I am trying to join with a different device.
Great. I think we'll be looking at that to ensure you come through.
You can type your request on the chat bot. The tech guy had 9,000 will respond.
Awesome. I think awesome. So, okay, Prof, we can now see your screen. So please, you could go back and perhaps start from where you would like to start from, but we can now see your screen.
Yeah, all right. So I hope you can hear me.
Great.
Okay, so thank you. Again, I was explaining about the some of the studies that have been written up in the past few months. So I have 4 studies, and one of the studies is about the server-side request forgery, and this one occurs not necessarily that for Africa, it's a global problem.
Professor Jana, Professor Jama, can I slightly interrupt you? Please do well to mute one of your devices, because I think we are getting a bit of a feedback and it's not helping with the audio. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. You mute the sound, the actual volume, so that it doesn't echo into your current microphone. Great. Great. So whilst we're still waiting, we are waiting for Professor Jama Ndiwiri is speaking on emerging threats and mitigation strategies in African cybersecurity, key provisions relating to cross-border data transfer. Prof. Okay, so still talking about other related issues whilst we try to get Prof on board. I would wish to request that Prof, if you wouldn't mind, please, you hold and we go to the next speaker. We'll come back to you. I'm sure that by the time we return to you, you would have had the opportunity of streamlining some of these things so that we can keep the conversation going.
I think it's muted. That's why it's muted.
Prof, please, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, so let's continue.
Yes, I think it's better now.
Yeah, thank you. So our some of the things attack is not very common. Where attackers in the market of the not access the server. But the fact that you server can access other resources in the cloud or in other online platforms, which is effective for vulnerabilities. So they can take advantage of compromise the third-party system that your system is accessing, and then they can send malicious code to your website. So this kind of attack they provide over the past 4 years. So in 2019, the system was the one had about $80 million worth before the reduction in compromise of about 140,000 numbers and 30,000 market cap. But again, after 3 years, we put it came back again. So approximately 100,000 probably again after 1 year. So this was last year. I mean, Microsoft Russia, they look at us. We kind of likely they left quickly and they so you can see the trend. So the question is why this is happening. So you see the trend 2019, 2022, then 2023. And when you try to check to do a research, you realize that there's very little work done in this area, and especially harnessing or leveraging the ability of the AI. So we thought of using AI always to try to detect and block this kind of attack. So we use all different models and also bi-directional improvement of the LFTS. Quickly, we use the Canadian Institute of Performing in Canada. They offer huge about the number of data sets. We got here around 8,000 to 100,000 the kind of major URLs filling levels that they will train our model to go depending on the so we got some good results. So at the moment we have these 90%, but it will be the highest in the country. So for LSTM, we are 398 and 2 compared to what they also the projection for 2019. And then we thought of using the higher model to make it perform. So these are just refined to the and also we got this is the general achieved accuracy. So this is 98.64 compared to 98.2. And the cost by that you can see that 393 and here we have and
Hello, Professor John now.
Yes, I'm here.
Professor Jama, please, I'm still getting a feedback that we are not actually hearing you clearly. And so if you don't mind, please excuse one of the gadgets which is close to you because it sends feedback back into the presentation. So please try and adjust one of your gadgets.
Now I can hear?
Yes, well, now we can hear you much better. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so with this gated recurrent unit, GRU, we got the superior accuracy of this detection attack, which is 99.11%. So this is just what we did for the first study. We try to improve the models to have higher detection rates. And our consideration, of course, was the fact that we have seen the trend of these attacks from 2019 to 2023 without proper solution. Study number 2, this pretty much African based, or it aimed to solve some African issues. We have a book we developed called the Cyber Heroes. So this is the effectiveness of an African-themed comic book in educating preteens on online safety. So I was supervising my student, and this was my idea actually. So we thought that when you give kids option between educational game in cybersecurity and cybersecurity book or not, definitely they will choose the educational games because it is entertaining. Kids are kids, so they will never resort to say, okay, I want a book, not an educational game. So for us, we thought, why won't we, because traditional notes or traditional method, they don't have much impact, and this is based on the literature that we did. So we thought of having the same content in the traditional notes, we transform them into comic books. So the background here, that this institute called DQ, in 2020, they indicated that 6 out of 10 children between the age of 8 to 12 are exposed to various cyber risk online. And it was determined that traditional methods of teaching cybersecurity often fail to capture the attention and interests of the preteens. And of course, this will result in limited understanding of the issues. Another issue here is Africa. We pay less attention to these kind of issues, especially we come to learn cybersecurity at the, old age or at the university, etc. Compared to our counterpart in the global north, where they learn, in Asia, of course, they learn cybersecurity at the tender age. Yeah, and we have high penetration of the mobile devices, for example, and we still have issues with how we educate our children in cybersecurity. So here we designed 4 attacks that are mainly targeting the children. So like malware and virus here, 1 in 4 children have accidentally downloaded malware while browsing the internet, and also 29% of the children aged between 10 and 18 globally have been victim of the cyberbullying, and 56% of the reported issues were during the period of COVID. Also, in cyber stalking, a crime that affects 7.5 million individuals annually, including the children. And in phishing, of course, this is general, but there are some reports suggest that the cyber criminal orchestrated over 7 million attacks on popular children gaming titles. So here was our main motivation. So our main hypothesis is, if you give the kids educational material in terms of notes or slides, and you give them one group educational materials in notes or slides, and another group you give them educational material through comic books. Our hypothesis is those who read comic books, they will have higher knowledge retention and to make impact more than those who read notes. So we designed this comic book, which I'll explain in the next slide. Yeah, but also for 95% of those children who access the internet, they've been a victim to online risk, and it exposed them to online violence, and this is according to the UNICEF. Yeah, so to address this gap, of course, we pose a question here: in what manner does the use of African-themed cybersecurity comic book differ from other education methods in enhancing children's awareness? There are very few books in the world, I mean, globally. In Africa, there's none, actually, and globally, most of the books, they are targeting teenagers. So for us, we are targeting preteens, let's say between age of 7 until 12 or 8 until 12, which is a very important age to learn about cybersecurity. And even those books in the global north that's targeting teenagers, they are not catered or tailored to African environment. So it's important for children to relate to the environment in order to better understand whatever content they're trying to consume. So this book here, you can try to scan if you have time and try to read. So every chapter, so we have 4 chapters: phishing, cyberbullying, malware and viruses, and cyberstalking. And for every chapter, there are about 5 pages. So a total of 20 pages plus. And the inspiration here is the African, I would say, pre-colonial warriors. You can see the Maasai here. You can see the Luba Kifwebe from Congo and Rwanda, this shield here. And this mask here, the Gafa and Tafa from Ethiopia. Yeah, so all these attire and the shields, they mean something. So we have victims, which are children. Every chapter, there's one victim, and they have different stories. And some villains, which are attackers, they try to attack these children, and then there are these cyber heroes who intervene and then try to educate them about what kind of incidents they've been, I mean, what kind of attack they have been experiencing. Yeah. So this is just in summary. You can try to scan this and read more. The third study. So the third study and the fourth, they're kind of similar. So I'll just go quickly, I mean, to summarize both at once. So we have this study about, so let me try to hide my controls. Yeah, so.
Yes, Professor Jama. So we still have Professor Jama speaking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have the motivation about this study, which is the adoption of the mobile money in Sub-Sahara. It was in 2021, this is like 3 years ago, the mobile money transaction exceeded $2 billion, and the projection was to reach $3 billion by the end of 2022. So you can see how much volume we have in mobile money transactions. So, but the emergence of these emergence or the evolution of this mobile money transaction came with a price to pay. So we have a lot of these scam messages, which we call them SMS phishing, or in short, we just call them smishing, right? Which trick the mobile money user into sending electronic cash to an internet mobile wallet. So there are no much studies done in this area. So what we did is to use some algorithms, I mean, some machine learning models. We use random forests with the term frequency inverse document frequency, TF-IDF. And we got some very good score. I mean, the detection of this smishing attack, which is 99%. But this is a low resource language, just like other languages, I mean, African languages like Hausa, Igbo, Kinyarwanda, Kirundi, etc. But when you go to high resource languages like Spanish, German, Japanese, Chinese, they have this kind of research is very popular, but we don't have, because those are high resource languages where they have a lot of vocabularies. But when you come to most African languages, Native American languages, and Pacific Islanders, the models, they need to have a different kind of setting. So if you take the model that work in a high resource language and you apply into low resource language, it might not give you even 70%. It would be 70% and below. So because they were very different kind of settings. So this model could fit into any other low resource language, like I've said, Zulu, Xhosa, Igbo, Hausa, etc. So we got 99%, 99.86%, which is quite high. And we published this paper in IEEE, so you can just try to type on Google and you'll find it. So we have the last part, which is the study number 4. Number 4 and number 3 are similar, but I will tell you the only 2 differences. So number 3, we deal with the smishing, which is the malicious SMS. But in number 4 is spam. So spam could contain malicious and non-malicious. Some unsolicited SMS. They could include advertisements and those kind of bogus messages, not necessarily to be malicious, right? And that is number 1. Number 2, in smishing, we use machine learning, while in spam SMS, we use deep learning approaches. So we use the hybrid models, CNN, LSTM, LSTM. We got 99.98% in Swahili dataset, but also with the CNN and BioSTM, it perform it could perform well with the UCI dataset, which is high resource language. So you can see the difference. Some of our algorithms in a low resource language, like in Swahili, it perform well in the UCI dataset, which is the high resource language in English, and they give 98.38%. But when it is a reverse, maybe it will not give better, not more than 70, according to our experiment. So these are the main differences between these 2 studies. Yeah, so as I've said, we just had 4. So the first one is just generic SSRF attacks, and the other 3 are mainly concerning African problems. So let me end up here. And once more, I'm apologizing for the tech issue. Well, I'm trying to, in the beginning, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Professor Jamma. Thank you very much for coming through all the way from the Carnegie Mellon University based in Rwanda. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof just spoke to us on the theme emerging threat and mitigating strategies in African cybersecurity. He focused on key provisions relating to cross-border data transfer. Prof, we'll be coming back to you for some follow-ups. This is just the beginning, so thank you very much for your introductory statement. We're still building momentum forward, and next to have a conversation with us is another lady. So we try to have a gender balance business here. So another lady will be speaking with us. And this person is Onyeyichi Nkwachukwu Esquire. She's a lawyer by profession, and she's from the University of Benin, Nigeria. And she's a partner of Heritage Attorneys based in Nigeria. Onyeyichi Nkwachukwu is a lawyer with over 15 years of experience spanning from the banking sector to the nonprofit sector and private practice, with focus on policy review, legal reform, gender rights, child protection, and regulatory compliance. Her research interest includes data protection, digital rights, risk management, audits, and compliance. She is certified in cybersecurity, arbitration, and nonprofit management. She is a partner at Heritage Attorneys, where she supports the organization to achieve regulatory compliance and adoption of technology in business processes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and it's good to have you join us, Onyeyichi Esquire. Onyeyichi, you're welcome to the platform. Awesome.
I'm going to be delving into navigating the cyber in terms of regulatory compliance on third-party risk management. We all understand that generally cybersecurity is focused that organizations are protected. And one of the major in our risk surface. But what major risk surface expanded is the third-party risk. And this is of particular interest because most cybersecurity laws around African countries do not address this. Mostly focused on defining various types of cyber crimes. Businesses, they focus on businesses like banks, and then much is said about other sectors like schools, hospitals, law firms. And then we see that these areas where there are no existing laws covering are becoming more and more. Generally, the laws that provide for issues around third-party risk are mainly the Data Protection Act in various jurisdictions around Africa. And then we see also the proactive nature of the APEX banks in various jurisdictions, providing guidelines from time to time, obviously based on threat intelligence, to ensure that other financial institutions stay up to date on what they need to do to reduce their threat landscape. For instance, the Data Protection Act says that organizations are primarily responsible for their obligations to data subjects. Data protector is hired or not, organizations are held liable. So that's a form of vicarious liability, irrespective of how the breach occurred. We also see the central bank guidelines provide for steps institutions must take to address issues of third-party risk. Third-party risk, by the way, we all understand. Because third parties, supply chains bring to the table. We know that when we talk about sophisticated third parties, maybe maybe internet service providers, but we also factor in African environment where your third party may even be the grass around your premises, or the carpenter who comes to fix the door. So we deal with third parties of various categories who don't even understand what the codes they see around your premises might imply. And you by saying, oh, I think you were probably searching for this wire I just dug up. They don't realize that their action puts your organization in trouble. So when it comes to the vulnerabilities, the problems that third-party agents could bring to any organization, there is no limit to how they can be defined. Especially when you are dealing with what we call men of straw. Sometimes agreements, we look at it that, okay, penalties that will be included as recommended by the central. We want to share the cost implication of the burden. But what if they are men of straw? What if we are talking that has just a personal service person in that business and is a man of service, maybe the money you are going to use to buy a padlock to lock your door. These don't sometimes factor in. But when we talk about third-party risk, net, there is no limit to what it covers. Frameworks of the Data Protection Act and the central bank are not bothered about the details of who these third parties, what services they are providing for you, as long as when something goes, so you are a data controller, there's a breach, there's loss, you bear the frameworks provide for. Though they provide guidelines to comply with these guidelines, but we already also know that security. So the guideline says do this and you can do that, periodic assessment, conduct due diligence, but then all of that may only guard you against when you are dealing with another category. So what can organizations actually do to handle these issues? The guideline says third party should be trained by the organizations. Third parties must be informed of what your obligations are. But then imagine if your third party is an illiterate who is not even tech savvy. How do you bring this to reality? Sometimes people resort to using sub-agents. For instance, instead of the organization dealing directly with artisans, they resort to a contractor's contractor. They deal directly with. So if a grass cutter, for instance, comes to your premises and uses his cutlass to cut your network wire, you don't care. All you know is the contractor. Obviously not a man of straw. These are some steps that organizations use to protect them that come as a result of third-party risk. The guideline provides that when you have vendors around your premises, it is important to restrict their access. And where they have assets, they must be supervised. But sometimes this doesn't happen in reality, especially when this may apply when you're talking of, oh, someone is going to fix something in your data center or to your data room, or someone is going into your vault where we talk about the banks, or someone is, apply. But then there are some cases where this won't apply, especially for assets that are your premises, but outside your building. So these rules are very clear, and the agencies are doing everything possible to actually ensure compliance. Some of the consequences include these fines in some cases are daily. As long as the breach exists, you will keep paying fines until they are addressed. Organizations struggle to comply because market competition. If anybody hears that, oh, somebody's money was withdrawn without their involvement in one singular financial institution, they immediately all begin. The announcement goes viral in less than how many minutes, and everybody's withdraw your money from this institution. They are having issues, and you see people withdrawing their. Are very careful to ensure that they don't have issues of reputational damage. And obviously, the market competition is very strict. The institutions, the regulatory institutions also make provision for internal regulations ahead of the establishment of certain types of organizations. We see that in cases of internet service providers, financial institutions, and the rest. These organizations are necessary steps to comply with the provisions of these guidelines and the laws. And then we have issues of legal risk. Even if in the fines that you suffer as a result of third-party risk, resort to actually going to the court to actually charge for civil liability. At these two particular laws and framework provide third-party risk, we must also agree that they are not reality of what we find in our environment. Technology is still, yeah, we have improved a whole lot when it comes to smart devices and the likes. But then, still untouched. When we talk about issues of deepfake, we still see about issues of AI. Oh, everyone is enjoying chat of robotics. We still see we have a long way to cover those grounds. But then we see that the laws we have on ground of what we have on ground, how much more the evolving nature of what we see in technology and cybersecurity. I personally, I feel that until laws provided for that cover risks in respect of addressing risk that mitigate the, we will continue to see these vulnerabilities being taken advantage of by threat actors. For instance, we have HIPAA in the US. We don't have laws that put any obligation on hospitals around here. We don't have laws that put any obligation on schools. We don't have laws that put obligation on law firms. And then we see an increase of threats, incidents around these sectors. So until we have laws that begin to hold these other sectors responsible for these kind of incidents, some of them don't even report because they don't see themselves as part and parcel of whatever those issues are. The sensitivity of personal data housed by law firms, institutions such as hospitals and schools, they are on the high, but they don't consider themselves data controllers. No, they don't think so. Maybe because they feel, they came to me, I didn't go to them. They don't read themselves into the letters of those laws. But until we have laws that specifically mention their names, like the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2015 in Nigeria, is very specific about service providers, specific about public cyber cafes and the likes. But none mentions these categories. In fact, the new cyber levy that is making the rounds on issues now on interbank transactions, it absolutely excludes some institutions like this. And so they don't perceive themselves to be possible targets, but they are. And then they are very, very high targets when it comes to third-party risk. And then if we consider having a database of compliant vendors, I'm sure it will help because every vendor will want to strive to have their names on that database, especially if people no longer hire your services when they don't find your name on such a database. It will go a long way to make third-party vendors sit up. Since the liability is vicarious, oh, I caused the trouble, you pay you bear the consequences. There's the sense of negligence on the part of certain third parties. And then there's the issue of high-level ignorance, where we talk about non-tech-based vendors. If they realize that beyond the mere words stated or beyond the service levy agreements, that they will still be answerable to regulatory bodies, it will quicken them to be way more responsible in their dealings. And then I think the government of the various nations, the various jurisdictions needs to invest more in cybersecurity. Yes, we may not be a society where cyber crimes of certain nature, of certain magnitude are on the high. But the truth remains that underreporting plays a major factor in these assumptions. And so if the government invests more in addressing and coming up with laws that also take cognizance of the ever-evolving nature of cybersecurity, I think it will go a long way to help. Like the first speaker said, we have over 35 countries who already have cyber laws. We have about 37 of them who have data protection laws. We also have the AU Convention on Cybersecurity. If more nation countries sign up to these conventions and have more realistic cyber laws, I'm sure it will help, especially in the area of threat intelligence, because while the nature of our own threats within our jurisdiction may not align with what we see in Europe, in Asia, in the Americas, we have our unique kind of threats. And until we begin to ask ourselves, what are the type of our own threats? What is common among us? And how do we provide and come up with tailor-made solutions to our type of threat? We will not be making the progress that we need to make. However, the reality remains that the effort being put in by regulatory bodies, private institutions, ensuring that they align with existing frameworks, international frameworks, is something commendable and is something that has helped to save the day around our continent. But I think we can do more, especially with young people whose interest is on the high. I think it goes a long way to tell that there's hope for what we can achieve if we work together. Thank you.
Once again, a big thank you to you. We just had the opportunity of speaking with none other but our very own Onyenyichi Ogachuku. Onyenyichi, thank you very much. Onyenyichi is a lawyer. She's been practicing law in Nigeria for a number of years. She's very much involved in the cybersecurity issues as well. She is a partner at Heritage Attorneys based in Nigeria, and she was speaking on regulatory compliance and third-party risk management within the cybersecurity space. Now, we have our next speaker. He's in the person of Herbert Muhira. Muhira Herbert is a systems administrator with OS Limited. Muhira is a young man who has made a lot of impact within the cybersecurity space in Rwanda. And Muhira is the Systems and Quality Assurance Administrator at OS Limited, and he runs which runs the National Data Center in Rwanda. His skills, his experiences in IT systems analysis and administration, and he has over 10 years experience in this particular space. He also happens to be a certified AWS associate, and he's been doing this for a couple of years now. He's going to be speaking on the theme, implementing secure infrastructure in African organizations. Without much ado, I'll call on Herbert.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Longdon. Much
Good
well
to have you,
appreciated for your presentation. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Longdon, and greetings to everyone from wherever you are. We greet you from Rwanda, and I'm here to talk about the how cybersecurity has affected our African societies, and what are the mitigations that we can put in place to emphasize cybercrime. I'm trying to share my screen. If you can see it, you can let me know.
Herbert, please, your screen is being shared.
Is it shared?
No, I'm not seeing this topic. I'm seeing Victor's slide.
Can you see my screen?
No, okay. Yes. Okay, good. I can see your screen now.
You can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frank. Normally, I've been through the whole conference we've been having. All my colleagues have talked about data graphics and how cybersecurity has laid out crimes within the African societies and the globe, but generally we've not talked about they've not laid out what are the implications and how are we supposed to mitigate all these cyber crimes that are rising. What can we put in place to stop cybercrime? And with these arising technologies, you understand that cybercrime will always increase. I think you all understand that technology is arising every day. Artificial intelligence, people are cracking day and night. So with all these, we do understand that cybercrime has to come and arise. So what kind of situations, what kind of implications can we put in place to see that all this comes to a stop, cybercrime? So as someone who has been working in this field for a couple of period, generally cyber hackers, they come with a number of steps and situations whereby they can penetrate into your systems, either your phones, your emails, your websites, and etc. And how would you come up with a situation whereby you understand that these people can no longer penetrate into my system, into my emails, into my gadgets? How can we stop all this and we see a better Africa? So today I'm going to try to lay out a few scenarios and tools that generally can help us in terms of mitigating these cyber crimes. And just a second. And if you going to, can you still look at this tool? Can you all see this tool?
Yes,
Frank?
Yeah, I can see it. Please go on and do your presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. This is a tool called DPX. It's an IP security tool that can be used to mitigate cybercrime penetrators in different models of gadgets that you can say emails, websites, phone calls. So as you all know, every gadget has got an IP, either MAC IP, an address, website, or an email. They all have IPs. Those are addresses that determine the location of the device and where this information is coming from. So the tool I'm trying to show you here, it detects where these hackers or these cyber criminals are sending their malicious traffic from. Assuming that Mr. Longdon in Ghana, right? And you send me malicious traffic and you try to penetrate into my network or my website. So in this scenario, this tool enables me to understand, to crack that Mr. Longdon is trying to interfere with my system, with my phone. My phone, he recognizes my IP of my phone, and he can get to know what information I'm sharing. So I'm going to share to you about how this tool can determine IPs that come from different corners of the globe, and you can be able to do it to block them before they penetrate into your network or your system. So it's called Unlab Trust Guard. It works with switches, or it can be a tool that can be configured into your network at the network level, or at the switch level. Yeah. So with further ado, I'm going to share with you just a minute. Okay. Mr. Frank?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on, please.
Oh, okay. I was trying to, seems my internet is not clear. I was trying to demonstrate to you this tool. As you all know, in a world of cybercrime and cyber security implications, before we go further, how can we try to stop cybercrime? Because it's coming in a rise, right? It's coming in a rise every day. But how can we fight it? How can we put limitations on the rise? Because everyday technology is coming up. So in our daily workplaces, in our societies, what situations can we, what scenarios or implications can we put in place so that these cyber crimes, generally, like in your office, in your home network, in your data center, in your whatever. So what scenarios, what implications can you put in place to make sure that your information is secure, your data is secured, and no intrusion into your premises? That's what comes up with systems security and analysis. So here I was trying to show you from the network level security, what levels can you put in place? What implications can you put in, mitigation can you put in place so that your network is not breached, is not penetrated through? So here I'm trying to show you that on the network level, in order for you to have secure network or information that flows within your within your organization, your office, you need to have steps to put in place, or security measures. And these security measures work with systems such as switches, firewalls. These things enable you to have secure information and secure networks so that you stop all those people who are trying to penetrate into your network. Like I'm giving an example, like this is a switch called Juniper switch. These are high-level switches that will enable you to control your traffic coming from outside. And this traffic that will be coming from outside, it will be working with this tool. This tool will enable you to stop traffic and generate a secure platform for your information to flow into your office, for you to understand, in order for you to understand where this information is coming from which location, where is this IP located? I'm receiving, assuming that you're receiving an email, you don't understand that, Mr. Frank, you're receiving an email from Russia or China. You don't understand where this email is coming from, and you're supposed to, you feel like you want to open it and read it. However, in the coincidence where you open this file or this email, it comes with malicious information, traffic. So you need to understand, where is this email coming from? Is it safe? Is it unsafe? So these are the kind of tools that we come up with to detect and know where is this traffic flowing from, because cyber criminals, they tend to do things in a vast way, because they understand we have different layers that we put in place or systems to stop them. So they try to penetrate in all ways to see that their systems are broken. Our systems are broken. So you need to be very aware. With all this technology coming up every day and night, implications, they have to arise. So mitigations have to be put in place. And these mitigations are the tools we're supposed to use, the devices we're supposed to use. Generally, you all know that, example like Cisco. Cisco, when you buy a Cisco switch or a router, you need to have the guidelines. How am I going to use this Cisco switch? And how is it going to help me to understand the flow of my traffic? Ports. Is there anything that is coming that I don't know through my ports? Traffic? How am I going to stop this? So you need to have that guideline. Teach it to your fellows, your workmates, in order for you to do what? To know, in case of any data that is not understood, that is traffic that is coming to my network, which is in bulky, I need to understand, you need to understand, how am I supposed to stop this? How am I supposed to know where this is all coming from? Other than that, giving out the graphics about the numbers and the levels that we have, these big numbers in Africa of cyber criminals or cyber hackers or this and that, without having put in place, how are we going to control that? What systems are we going to use? Because these systems come from a number of sources. We need to have that in place. So without further ado, in terms of mitigating our daily public offices, home offices, anywhere we are, we need to have access controls. Access controls come in different ways in order to control people who are coming to our daily information. Like assuming like you have an office at home, you have an office where you work from, NGO or whatever, you need to have access controls, biometrics, who is coming into your office, cards, biometric cards, physical access, checkups, so that if somebody's coming to my office, how am I supposed to know this person is not carrying a flash? He can come with a flash and move away with my data unknowingly, and he can use it for a wrong reason, So a number of these access controls have to be put in place in order to know how am I regulating my infrastructure, because with all those cyber criminals or cyber crime in place, access controls, they have to be on the forefront of everything, because information comes from the infrastructure that is put in place. Emails, websites, phones, all those things are through the infrastructure. So without protecting your infrastructure, there is no way you will be secure with your information globally in all angles of the world. So with no further ado, I think that's generally the whole thing, the whole message I can give to everyone around us. Let's see how we can, let's put emphasis on the mitigations of cyber crime, because at any other point, technology is arising. Every day the Western world is really releasing new technologies. And with these technologies, that's how penetration comes in through with cyber criminals. So cybersecurity has to come with controls and understanding what tools are we supposed to use in order to mitigate cybercrime. So thank you, Mr. Longdon. Looking forward to the rest of the team.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We've just been listening to Herbert Muhira. He's a systems administrator at AOS Limited, based in Rwanda. And he's been engaging us on the topic, implementing secure infrastructure in African organizations. Today, we've been delving in a number of issues around the cybersecurity discussions. And we have one more person to go before we call it this particular session done. I'm going to now use the opportunity to call on Victor. Yes, I'm going to call on Victor. I'm going to call him Victor Moji. He's an Esquire. He's a founding member, trustee. He's a founding member, a legal practitioner and consultant with over a decade of experience in cybersecurity, data protection, among other diverse areas within the law space. He is the principal partner of ARC Law Practice with offices in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt in Nigeria. He has represented several clients in Nigeria and around the African continent, appearing in several courts of record, and as well as providing advisory and compliance services. Victor Moji is an active member of the Nigerian Bar Association, and we have him coming to speak to us on the subject, harmonizing cybersecurity regulations across African jurisdictions. Thank you very much, Victor, for joining us, Moji. We'd like you to come on board and share your knowledge with us.
Thank you, Mr. Longdon. And I want to say good afternoon, good morning, good evening to my dear distinguished colleagues and all our esteemed participants all around the world. I want to welcome you to today's event. I want to say a big thank you to the organizers for making this happen. I recall I was here sometime last year during SECREV 2023, and I must say it's an honor to be back here in SECREV 2024. I'll be speaking on the topic, harmonizing cybersecurity regulations across African jurisdictions. Mr. Longdon, can you kindly share my slide so I can speak to it?
Yes, please. Your slide is being shared.
Okay. While you're at it, it's first quite pertinent to give a general picture of what the presentation is going to be about. Like the topic goes, harmonization of cybersecurity regulations basically entails the need for Africa to have a cooperative, a collaborative, and a synergistic system in place to ensure cybersecurity is well checkmated. As we know, cybersecurity is not just a Nigerian or African thing, it's a world thing, it's an international thing. And with the advancement of technology, there is a dire need to ensure there is improved regulation and to ensure there is a more collaborative system for the betterment of the system generally.
Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you. I can see it. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, by way of introduction, it will be first important to give an idea of what Africa entails in terms of the population and the access to the internet, just to give us a picture of how critical it is to ensure cybersecurity is taken quite seriously. Africa has a very large population and is ever increasing. From my presentation, I've said we're over 1.2 billion persons, and the number keeps increasing daily. And the access to the internet amongst African citizens is ever increasing as well. And as that happens, cybersecurity, of course, it becomes a bit of a challenge because we have more users, and with the increase in users, of course, there needs to be an increase in cybersecurity regulation as well to checkmate any potential breaches that may occur. Further in the introduction, Cybersecurity laws cover critical facets, which include e-contracting, e-signature, evidential issues, copyright, and so many other areas. Contextually, cybersecurity in its broad and elaborate nature encompasses these various areas and others which shall arise as we experience a growth in the use of the internet in Africa. Before going to what Africa provides in terms of cybersecurity, we must first and foremost give a bit of an insight into a few nations in Africa and the laws they have put in place to provide for cybersecurity. Nigeria, for example, just amended the Cyber Crimes Prohibition and Prevention Act of 2015. It was amended this year in 2024. And as the name goes, the Cyber Crimes Prohibition and Prevention. So the essence of the law is to ensure cyber crimes are prohibited and prevented, and also checkmated in the event that a cybersecurity breach occurs. We also have the Nigerian Data Protection Act of 2023, which is there to provide for adequate data protection of citizens of Nigeria. We also made mention of some other African jurisdictions, like South Africa, for example. They have the Cyber Crimes and Cyber Security Act of 2021. We have in Ghana the Cyber Security Act of 2020 and Data Protection Act of 2012. We have gone to Northern Africa in Egypt, for example, where we have the Anti-Cyber and Information Technology Crimes Law of 2018. These are just to mention a few, the idea being that African countries have taken cybersecurity quite seriously and have promulgated and legislated on this issue to ensure there is a proper check generally. I'll go to the next page of my slide. We earlier mentioned several jurisdictions in Africa. Now we go to the sub-region of Africa itself. As we know, Africa has regional blocks. We have the ECOWAS, we have the SADC, we have the COMESA, we have the EAC, amongst others. These sub-regional bodies have also intervened in cybersecurity regulation, just to buttress the essence and importance of cybersecurity, particularly with the advancement in technology and internet service. A typical example, use SADC, for example, in 2012, adopted the SADC model law on cybercrime to guide and facilitate the harmonization of domestic laws on cyber crimes within the region. SADC is the South African Development Community, that's the nations in the Southern African part of Africa. And SADC, like I've rightly mentioned, has created a model law on cybercrime. The idea being it would provide as a guide for nations in that region to harmonize their cybersecurity laws to ensure they are in tune with modern realities. We started with the different jurisdictions, we went to the sub-region, and now we are in the region. Africa as a whole, through the African Union in 2014, adopted the Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, also known as the Malibu Convention, which creates a legal framework for addressing cyber crimes and data protection in Africa. By virtue of Article 36 of the Convention, the treaty was to come effect upon ratification of 15 member states. And that happened when Tanzania on May 9, 2023, ratified the convention. Thus, the convention is in full force in Africa, and with its ratification, it's quite applicable and enforceable amongst African jurisdictions. In 2022, the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, established the guidelines for a model law on cybersecurity in African Union member states during the 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF. These guidelines and rules serve as a model for member nations while promulgating or legislating on cybersecurity and cyber crimes. It serves as a guide, the essence being that if all nations adopt this guide, they will definitely have a more harmonized cybersecurity law or regulation, which will cut across all jurisdictions. If we have similar laws in most of jurisdictions, then we will not have concerns with cybersecurity generally. It's very critical at this point to mention that Africa is trying to unite in terms of trade and business. And this is seen with the AFTA, which is Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is trying to create an economic system, like a trade hub for all of Africa, just like we have in the EU. And if the business and trade system is elaborate and cuts across Africa, there needs to be a harmonized cybersecurity system in place, because Africa will do a lot of trading on the internet. And of course, if there's a cyber breach or crime happening in, for example, Rwanda, if there's no harmonized law in place, it may be maybe a bit difficult to prosecute if the offending party may have originated from maybe South Africa or Ghana or elsewhere. This just buttresses the importance of having a harmonized system, so we're able to put things into perspective and ensure we put adequate measures in place to prevent cybersecurity and cyber crimes. My slide goes further to give some importance of harmonizing cybersecurity laws in Africa. And it makes reference to the Malabo Convention, as earlier mentioned. And this convention provides a system for ensuring cybersecurity in Africa through regulation and through protecting personal data, and to also police cyber crimes. This law, in essence, is to ensure cyber crimes is nipped in the bud, because if not, it would have a very huge effect on businesses, trade, investments, and the overall development of Africa as a whole. I've gone further to give a bit of the challenges in harmonizing cybersecurity regulations in Africa. And one of these challenges is the reluctance of African nations to ratify the relevant conventions. Like I earlier mentioned, this the Malabo Convention was promulgated in 2014, but only ratified in 2023, which was almost 10 years, almost a decade. So it just shows you the reluctance of African nations sometimes to have a harmonized system. But it's important for us to know that without that in place, we will not be able to achieve our goals to ensure cybersecurity is adequately protected. I've gone further in my slide to give a bit more of the challenges, which also includes the lack of skill and expertise in cyber legislation. We also said also that implementation of cybersecurity laws and policies among African nations still faces challenges due to various factors, which include, of course, the inability to harmonize the system in place and other minor challenges that exist. For want of time, we have to go to questions and answers. I would conclude and provide some recommendations, which include, as Africa continues to experience digital transformation, Africa must create its own agenda for cybersecurity governance that will be applicable and enforceable across the board. The recent ratification of the Malabo Convention will serve as a panacea for a united system with shared and common standards. Also, the essence of cooperation beyond the spheres of Africa cannot be overemphasized. Cybersecurity is a global phenomenon that also requires international approach in attaining maximum benefits. Furthermore, the adoption of the international best practices by African countries will go a long way in improving the already existing systems and processes. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone. This is my presentation, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for joining the interaction, Victor Moji Esquire from Nigeria. It's been an invigorating interaction, as mentioned from the very beginning. And here at this point, we have the chance to just about wrap up our conversations with some few follow-up questions. And to help me do that, I'm going to call my colleague, moderator, Frank Bezwe, to touch base on some of the specifics. Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Longdon. Quickly, Dr. Ian, are you with me, Doctor?
Yes, I'm here with you, Frank.
I just have this question for you. And from your presentation, given the diverse socio-economic technological landscape across African countries, what strategies or framework can be implemented to ensure effective data protection measures while also promoting innovation and economic growth?
Thank you, Frank. I'll be brief for want of time. I think one of the key strategies will be to harmonize these laws at the African regional level, right? Just like the GDPR has done so for the EU countries. If we do that, I think we will have a uniform system. Also, I think it will be important for the individual data protection authorities in Africa to be more unified. In the EU, they have what they call the European Data Protection Board. This will help them to have a more harmonized approach, including enforcement mechanisms and the rest. Finally, I think that there should be a more how do I say it? There should be more investment towards breaching the knowledge gap in the continent. I will stop here for want of time, and perhaps I'll give the floor to some of my colleagues to address some of their questions as well.
Thank you. Mr. Josephine. Josephine, Sam, are you with me?
Yes, please, I am.
Questions. I'm going to ask, what steps should organizations take to effectively preserve evidence related to cybersecurity insurance?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me, Josephine? What steps?
Please, the question again.
I said, what steps should organizations take to effectively preserve evidence related to cybersecurity insurance?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. And I believe because of time, I'll be a little brief, but effectively, preserving evidence related to a cyber insurance requires a careful planning, coordination, adherence to best practices. And there are some few steps that organizations should take during this process. And first of all, we have to identify and document. It's very important. So there's a cyber incident suspect or suspected or indicated in the organizations or in the incident response. This documentation will really help us to preserve some evidence, secure the environment. It's very important to prevent further contamination or loss of evidence. Then I think the organization should also isolate affected systems and networks from it. This may involve disconnecting compromised systems from the network, etc. And then we also look at preserving the original state. It's very essential to prevent the original state here. It's not advisable to contaminate it. I mean, this data, when incident occurs, we should always make sure that the original document is preserved. And then it's also important to look at the chain of custody. Because of time, I want to be brief. And then forensic imaging is very important. And then document preservation effort is very also important, where detailed records are preserved, including the tools, techniques, and the procedures used to collect and store evidence. It's very important to document any challenges or issues encountered during preservation process and how they are addressed. So it is also important to involve legal and forensic experts who you can always consult for an advice and requirement. And then regular backups is very essential here. help our systems. We should always implement regular backups to always produce for critical systems data to facilitate us. And then by following the steps, organizations, I believe, can effectively or preserve evidence related to a cybersecurity incident, ensuring its integrity and then admissively and useful for investigations and legal processing. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over to
Thank you very much, Josephine, and I really appreciate your feedback. And at this point, for lack of time, what we'll do is that we are going to ask a question, but the question will go in line with your final remarks, so that would enable us to pack it all up in one. So my question goes to Onyeyichi. Onyeyichi, please, the question I ask is, in what ways do heavy fines and market competition and internal control influence the compliance factors surrounding third-party risk management and cybersecurity in financial institutions? That is a question I'm going to share with Onyeyichi. And my next question will also go to Herbert. Herbert, I would like you to touch base on in what ways do access control contribute to enhancing security within African organizations, and what are the different forms they can take? I would wish that, Herbert, you take that information question. And my question to Victor Emoji Esquire is, what are the key challenges faced by African nations in harmonizing cybersecurity regulations, considering the various variations in existing laws and cultural differences, technology infrastructure differences, and disparities? These questions will go in that order. Please, you make your info answering quite brief so we could wrap it up. Thank you.
Just 1 minute, please. We also have 4 minutes.
So I would call on Onyeyichi first, then Herbert, then Victor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Langdon.
Thank you.
I think what we can say in summary is it serves as a preventive measure. For avoidance of trouble, people are forced to take the necessary steps and actions to avoid loss of business, to avoid loss of resources, which can go as high as eating up their capital beyond their profit when they have to pay those very heavy fines. So it serves as a deterrent to those organizations. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Onyeyichi Esquire. I call on Herbert.
Yes, please.
Please, your feedback, your final words and response to the question.
Generally, can you repeat the question a little bit?
In what ways do access to controls contribute to enhancing security within African organizations, considering differences and different forms?
Generally, thank you, Mr. Longdon. With access controls in place, there are always audit trails that enable individuals to be countermeasured on anything that goes within the premises or the infrastructure within our African organizations. And deterrent of unauthorized access, people are aware who comes in, who goes out through the premises or the infrastructure within the organization or the company. And there is always timely incident responses within the infrastructures. In generally, there should always be as well cybersecurity awareness campaigns within every company or every institution. Thank you, Mr.
Company or every institution. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much for that feedback as well. I'm calling on Victor Emoji Esquire. The question I asked had to do with challenges that African nations are facing in harmonizing cybersecurity regulations and cybersecurity issues that has to do with cultural variations and technological infrastructure differences.
Okay, thanks so much for your question. I think the challenges are quite numerous, but just to mention one of them, it's the lack of adequate cooperation and collaboration. I think with that in place, definitely we can have a more harmonized system in Africa as per cybersecurity and cyber crimes mitigation. Thanks for having me in this presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for making time to be part of today's session. Today's SECREV2024, Cybersecurity Revolution SECREV2024. This is the Africa and African Diaspora session. Our focus was on the theme navigating the evolving cybersecurity landscape in Africa, compliance and beyond. Your moderator has been Frank Bezwe. He's the founder of LiveGig Limited. It's based in Nigeria. He's a cybersecurity analyst, data forensics investigator, and co-hosted by myself, Kobina Admazu-Longden, Chief Executive of Tech Farm Hub, and I'm also a business development consultant based in Ghana. I'm very excited to be saying that this session has really been invigorating, very resourceful, very interactive. We're looking forward that SECREV2025 will be coming soon, and we'll definitely be participating, bringing you perspective from the African diaspora in that regard. Before we leave, we'll say a big thank you to all the organizers, mainly for making this possible. This is an effort across the globe, and we have the privilege to be part of it from the African continent. So a big thank you to the organizers, and we're looking forward that this effort will be sustained and the momentum built with more exigency. So thank you once again. Before we leave, I'll call on my moderator, Frank. If you have a few words before we wrap it up, this is the best time to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Longdon, for being a wonderful moderator, and to all the speakers. Your presentation has been very insightful. Thank you to Mr. Mike Toro from Boston, Mr. Mike, the ED, Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership, for giving us this platform to share our knowledge. Thank you all, and God bless. Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome from Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. My name is Sumit Kundu, and I'll be your host for this session. Today we have our top presenters, Dr. Sajad, Mr. Alireza, Mr. Dana, and Dr. Kwasi presenting to you today. But before we get into the presentation, let me give a brief introduction of who we are, what it is that we do, and where it is that we are located. So I would assume a few of our listeners might not be aware of the Canadian territory. So where on earth are we located? So we are the provincial capital of New Brunswick, which is a part of Atlantic Canada, comprising of 4 provinces. That is New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, and Labrador. We have quite a good flag, which shows our historical connections with the continent of Europe, and the importance of maritime activity here in the province. When it comes to our geography, we are 80% forest, so the timber is a big industry here in the province. When it comes to agriculture, we are big on potatoes and blueberries, and hence a well-known company called McCain has its headquarters here in the province. Now, this is the aerial shot of University of New Brunswick Fredericton campus. It's a beautiful campus located on the hillside. Now, some of you might find this campus a little familiar because the campus was featured in an Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift video of the Joker and the Queen. Not just that, our campus has attracted the Hollywood as well. For an instance, a part of 2011 movie, The Town That Was Burned Down, was filmed here at the university. I must say, the University of New Brunswick is the oldest English campus in Canada. Moving from one historical fact to another, this event happened in 1970, and thanks to artificial intelligence, we were able to recreate this for today's event. In the year 1970, students at UNB were a part of a unique and a whimsical experience where they got together on a collaborative experiment to defy the laws of physics. They made a tower out of beer bottles, and which proved the structural integrity of the tower and also the student spirit back in the day. I thought it's a whimsical event that gained a lot of attention back in the days, and it's worth mentioning in today's event. So here is a brief introduction to us. That's the team at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. The institute was founded by Professor Ali Gurbani, who was previously the Dean of the Faculty of Computer Science and currently the Director at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity, and also Tier 1 Premier Chair in Canada for cybersecurity. This is a little old picture, so we are well above 100 people now. So what it is that we do? We specialize rather in 3 areas around training, awareness and professional development, research and innovation, and entrepreneurial activity. I must say that in past, there have been startups, which, CIC startup, CIC helped start from the ground. And now they're working as a well-functioning startup organization in the region. Our vision is to drive excellence and leadership in cybersecurity research, innovation, and education in Canada. And when I say that our mission and the goal is to collaborate with the private and the public sector for impactful training, research, and innovation, I say we are true to our words because we have close to 15 partnerships in both the private and the public sector. So here at the Institute, we offer both long-term and short-term training programs as well. Our long-term training program is Masters of Applied Cybersecurity, and the sponsor student in the Masters of Applied Cybersecurity ends up getting an additional 4-month training in the RICS program. We do our fair for the community engagement as well. Just a few months back, we did a cybersecurity best practice event with the Fredericton Airport. So when it comes to our short-term training, I would say we do our fair bit for the community as well. So this slide shows, where our experts, our students have landed up in the industry. I should say close to 83% of our experts land up in the industry. You can see some very well-renowned names here like Google, Airbus, Intelcom, and McCain, which is headquartered here in the province. So I'm sure a lot of our viewers must be from academic background and the corporate background as well. So if you're an academic, if you come from an academic background, you can collaborate with CIC via our no-cost membership as well. So I would encourage you to get in touch with us through our LinkedIn page, and we can help you out in that direction as well. If you're a corporate we would encourage you to get in touch with us, and we can elaborate on how you can, work on long-term R&D projects with us. Now, on this slide, I would like to emphasize that we are the official chapter of Canada's HoneyNet project, and we do have what we call is data sets. So our data sets are highly valued in the industry, and if you're a researcher, I would encourage you to visit our website. Very recently we released our data sets on IoT medical devices, which was very well received in the industry. So I would encourage you to visit our website to access our data sets at no cost at all. So this was a brief introduction about Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. Now I would like to introduce our first presenter for the day. And our first presenter is Dr. Sajjad. Dr. Sajjad will be talking on profiling to protection, leveraging datasets for enhanced IoT security. Dr. Sajjad is currently an assistant professor of computer science and cybersecurity research and development team leader at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity, University of New Brunswick. He has more than 10 years of experience in the different fields of cybersecurity and has made a significant contribution to digital media security, artificial intelligence security, natural language processing, IoT security, machine learning based detection system. His expertise as a team leader has been vital in various prestigious organizations, including Kyushu University, University Malaya, Iris Smart Technology, and Kyushu Institute of Technology, Japan. He is the founder of several cybersecurity datasets in the IoT and the NLP security domains. Dr. Sajjad served as the managing editor and the board member of the highest ranked Q1 journal of applied soft computing for over 8 years. His current interests include human-centric cybersecurity, AI-driven threat modeling, security architecture with large language models, and Gen AI algorithms. At this point of time, Dr. Sajjad, I will open the floor to you. So over to you, Dr. Sajjad.
Hey, thank you very much, Sumit, for the nice introduction. I'm sorry about the date, it's 2024, obviously. All right, so CIC, as Sumit mentioned, is famous for state-of-the-art data sets from 2017, and basically coming from a network security-based type of data set that are globally famous. But in these presentations, I try to go over the data set that we had for the past 3 years, basically mainly in IoT domain, and I focus on 2 of them. But before that, I have to explain a little bit once and for all what IoT is. So the Internet of Things, or IoT, describe the network of a physical object or thing that are implanted with sensors, software, and other technology that can sense for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with other devices and systems over the internet. So the term IoT is mainly used for devices that wouldn't usually be generally expected to have internet connection, and that can be communicated with the network independently, such as your fridge, for instance, 10 years ago. So IoT behavior is very important at this age because we have a lot of different devices that can be categorized in IoT domain. And for a very obvious reason that by end of this presentation, you will have a good comprehension of why IoT devices are very important from cybersecurity perspective, and why creating and having data set, up-to-date data set in this environment is very vital. So starting with why IoT is important. So many people are familiar with IoT technology for consumer market. These consist of wearable devices like your smartwatch, voice-enabled assistant for home, smart car technologies. But actually in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, it was estimated that each individual owns at least 7 connected devices. And you can see how much different people will spend in IoT each year. And this is by 2023. And this number of leverage in this environment, there is no surprise, because these devices basically are very convenient. And the convenience of these devices, when convenience comes in, the bottleneck will be definitely a hard thing for people like us, which is cybersecurity. So starting with what we do at CIC and CIC IT Group, again, CIC is, as Sumit mentioned, we are a vast organization in terms of cybersecurity. We have several different areas of expertise, but we also created a very strong IoT team and extensively went into most of the direction in this area. But in this presentation, I'll try to show you one of the starting points of this area of IoT domain, which is IoT profile. So as we started, we had the vision of understanding what is the difference between these new devices that comes in with no legislation, with no standards. And that's where it brought us to identification of these devices. It was a trend around at least 2 years to understand when you're monitoring your network, how you can differentiate actually between an IoT devices and non-IoT devices. And that comes to where you have the ability of creating and detecting different vulnerability. Anomaly and being very lightweight in this environment is very important. But there are several challenges in terms of understanding the life cycle of this environment. That's where it comes to several different research direction in terms of in terms of the category of these devices, in terms of the usage of these devices, in terms of how well maintained the brand of a device is. Again, the problem in this environment is when before 20 years ago, when you wanted to buy some technological type of devices, basically before iPad, we had PCs with 3 operating systems at most and different brands, but the legislations and the standards to create the operating system was same throughout all these devices, such as either is PC or laptop. Problem in this environment is that there is no standard and any brand can come in. These devices are cheap. These devices cannot be monitored like ordinary type of device that have operating system that are connected to electricity and have actually a CPU. So for device monitoring in this environment, you cannot use the IDS, intrusion detection system, such as like normal monitoring that you do, that you have normal firewall, you have malware protection on top of your intrusion detection systems, and then you are worry-free. Your admin, IT admin and vulnerability team are having no problem, because every time they actually do the vulnerability scan over your network, they have a good visibility of these devices. What's going on with this IoT profiling? And by the way, just as a fact, the first IoT device goes back to 1991, and it was an internet toaster. Then in 2000, LG announced the first smart fridge. And by 2005, UN published its first report on Internet of Things. Problem was, if from a start they put in a good standard in terms of manufacture of these devices, we wouldn't be in this mess, and I can't call it a mess right now, and having no control over it. We cannot have an IDS, we cannot have a standard type of malware detection or malware protection or network monitoring, either tools or software or hardware, because of the same reason that I'm telling you. So this mess requires individual monitoring that we call IoT profiling. And to be able to do the profiling, you require to start from scratch, from the network traffic of these devices or different protocol that these devices have, try to identify them, and then you have to go a little bit further and try to understand the type of devices in order to understand the specific vulnerability of a device. So if there is a camera, if it's Alexa, if it's a smartphone, if it's a smart speaker, a smartphone is not IoT, by the way. So you actually require to understand the specific brands in terms of to be able to understand the specific vulnerability too. And unfortunately, for the same reason that I called this environment a mess at this time, no national database out there are able to keep up with publishing the vulnerability every day. And that's where it comes when we started 2 years ago as a team, and we spent 6 months. And that's actually very, very, very starting point that it just create a very important topic of understanding the life cycle of these devices and somehow try to generalize this environment in terms of the monitoring, and which we call it profiling. So basically, one thing is apparent in this environment, in any of these IoT devices. IoT devices basically have 3 different protocols, maybe 4, and 85% are network-based. The other one are ZP, Z-Wave, the much simpler protocol for sensors and everything else, and Bluetooth at the end. But basically, they have, this is what we identified, and this is what we felt the need to bring in a very generalized life cycle of these devices. And that's where we start with understanding and capturing the network of more than, for a first data set, which we call it IoT profiling, more than 85 different devices, basically off-the-shelf devices for a smart home, for a smart city, some of them, the wearable devices, and start from a beginning that your device connect to your network, which we call it a power experience. So we had these names for different cycles: power, idle, interactions. At least these 3 was the main one that we could categorize some of these devices. And we try to observe this the ability of these devices when they actually connect and interact. And the surprising thing was, even devices in the same category with the same brand, they react differently. Then we felt the need, if we are creating this data set for others and us to be used for some machine learning models, for some AI models to be able to train a sufficient, efficient model that cannot be overwhelmed with false positive and false negative. We try to, because even we started to monitor this behavior, and we could not generalize it. So we try to understand this device in different regions. So we had this vision of probably if they are behaving differently, they might behave differently in different regions. And surprisingly, they did. So this first data set was using some of the same devices in our lab in Canada, and same devices in UK and US. And that was for the same reason. And again, we went for a one brand, for instance, Alexa, with a very specific instance of a brand, same brand at the same region, act probably same, but even the one that we had in here and US act differently. And even this every stage of this life cycle, from cybersecurity perspective, from detection, from model to be able to get as much information that they can, had different ideas. For instance, the power experience, the first 3 minutes of these devices connected to your network. And this is a list of the devices that we had for the first data sets. And this is the US lab and CIC lab. And these devices actually have to be maintained and have to be updated every second. But one of the interesting part of this observation was, for instance, this is what I usually mention for Alexa. When we did the power, when we did the interaction, then we did different scenario with this device. Then we disconnected this device, and this was not part of the experience, but after the device was disconnected from electricity, from internet and everything else, after 15 minutes, this device keeps sending leftover packets. So that was where actually me and my team started to warn different industries that interact with us that how dangerous this environment can be, because of the vulnerability of this device. So one of the things was, for instance, this is one of the usage of this data set. We try to, because there is no data set, there is no generalized data set, there is no vulnerability updated every day. We try to generate a model that can identify the device, profile the device, and give you some of the possible vulnerability of a device in terms of how you can monitor. Actually, the good thing is today is a stream, and the next presenter will explain to you, Ali Reza will explain to you some of the usage of this pipeline and actually using this data set and how the devices can be monitored efficiently. So this was the first data set that we call IoT profile. Then it comes to the famous vulnerability and the famous trend of a research in this area, which is when you are actually getting an attack, when your network observe an attack. And this doesn't matter if this is in IoT environment, this probably have the same characteristic in the whole network security domain. Basically, to be able to train your model with clean data in terms of being able to classify either attack or benign for a binary classification. And if it goes to different variation of attack, then multi-class classification requires very clean data in terms of variation of the attacks. Most of the attacks are same in the ones that are applicable in the environments of network security for normal type of devices and IoT devices, but the same challenges applies here too. We require to understand if the classification, if you have anomaly models on top of your network and detect and big volume of attack, for instance, for DOS attack, you need to have a clear transparency and have explainable AI model on top of it. So same challenges, but here the difference is we have several different domains, such as when we come to Internet of Vehicle, that's another story. Same vulnerability applies because these devices, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, when a device have the same characteristic I just explained as an IoT, a simple device with an actuator or a sensor using some protocol to communicate with each other, but they are not being maintained regularly, and they cannot be identified by normal type of scan. They can be under umbrella of IoT. Same goes for Internet of Vehicles. Same goes for charging station, that one of the presentation and data sets are today. The third one is about that part. And same attack again applies. So APT at some point, when there is the presence of IoT device in your network, can react differently, and it is required to be looked at differently. And this lack of protection and having 24/7 monitoring for these devices become overwhelming. Because if in theory this applies, and CIC is not about theoretical research, we try to come close to apply research. That means to be able to create a data set that can be used for lightweight models that can actually be used for 24/7 monitoring. But that is very expensive if your organization already have in place the network structure. Some of these IoT profiling models and methods require change in segmentation of your network. So it comes, again, this understanding the specific attacks in this environment become very important. One of these specific attacks are called Mirai. So I'm gonna just quickly explain what Mirai is. So Mirai is basically a sort of identifying a vulnerable IoT device by scanning those that can be reached using the internet. So in this case, this camera. By the way, 95% of cameras are identified as IoT devices. So once this device are identified, a brute force attack with a simple dictionary attack composed of factory default username or whatever it can be found. It can be done much easier than normal type of brute force attack that you do with normal devices with a CPU. And then this distribute the vulnerable devices and load the servers with Mirai. Load servers load the malware to a specific victim operating system. And once the device runs the malware, it becomes a bot. And it receives a new comments from the server. And which, by the way, Mirai also had a capability to eradicate other malware processes by closing all processes, such as using SSH, Telnet, HTTP ports, for instance. And it just wait for the bot carry out the distributed, usually denial of service on the target, and they continue to scan and infect new victims and receive the instruction from the server. And that's where the organizations who are having these devices are doing. So this Mirai actually in 2016 shut down a large portion of internet, by the way, including 3 headquarter giants such as CNN and Twitter. And it actually brought down the electricity of a whole county of Liberia in 2006. And that's how important this environment is. And that's where our queue to have another data set in terms of different variation of attacks. So this is the second data set that we had almost 2 years ago in 2023. The goal in here was try to have the topology clear enough to be able to capture enough attack and capture enough traffic in different domains. You can see we are increasing the number. You have to do that every time. Even this data set can be obsolete if we don't keep maintaining, which we do at CIC. We are doing this. Again, that's why we have 6 different type of data set for past 2 years. In 2024 by itself, we are bringing 4, and we are working on 2 more, but working on the same structure so it can be updated in terms of having, for instance, in this one, we had 105 real IoT devices. One of the other challenges in this environment is most of the attacks are being carried out in a simulated environment, which we are going a little bit far from it. And this data set actually included the different variation of DDoS, DOS, reconnaissance, web-based brute force spoofing, and Mirai attacks that for a basic type of testing for a statistic, for not a dynamic data, gives you a very good results. So one of the other domain are healthcare. That's we started a project 6 months ago. Again, we had challenges of reacting with different type of devices in this environment. They had these different protocols such as Bluetooth, creating a challenge and creating actual meaningful attack for Bluetooth was very unrealistic in this environment. That made us make a lot of different type of attacks in this environment, but we did not stop, and we tried to do the same at 2023 in this environment. This is basically showing you the starting from 2022 until 2024, which we have the charger attack, we have a Canvas, IOV, and we have 2024 healthcare data sets. So at the end, this is just a quick overview of what we did, why we're required to start from the profiling. This is one of the most important data set that we have, because it does not stop at attack, and it actually gives you the ability to have a good anomaly system over the behavior of your devices, and even track the movement of your devices and mobility of the devices. And this includes the attack data set that I just mentioned, and the IOMT or the healthcare devices require us to have a hybrid data set, including 40 different simulated and real sensors. The simulation is good. Simulation is important in theoretical research, in academia, probably. But when it comes to reality, being able to keep attacking a simulated device without bringing down the device is absurd. So that's why you require to have the real devices in your obsession. And this is what happened in IOMT, and this is what we did. And this is about how important these data sets are for different models, the actual models that can be lightweight enough and important enough to stop the impact in this environment. I'm not going to explain in details. The good thing, as Samit mentioned, all these datasets are free in CIC dataset page with very good support team at the back. Of course, all of them have a very comprehensive presentations on the website and the published paper beside it, explaining every little bit of it. So having worked on IOV and EV chargers and other devices, that other environment that we are not stopping, is giving us a good ability to cover this environment. And I'm very proud of our team and very proud of the achievement for past 2 years. And good thing is we are going strong, and hopefully we can have more up-to-date data set in future. Thank you very much.
That was really insightful. I would certainly be very careful when I'm buying my next IoT devices. We certainly live in scary times. So let us see if we have time for to ask our viewers question. It does seems we have a couple of minutes before we move on to the next presenter. So the question from one of our viewers is, why did you choose this type of data set creation? And how can profiling be used in different real-life scenarios?
All right, that's a perfect question. Again, what I keep telling my team, the one that were with us from the beginning, and the starting point of this profiling, which was excruciating. We had people had to, just to make this data set realistic, had to sleep in our lab for some time because of these interactions. And because we were capturing 24/7, at least for two weeks straight, 24/7 behavior of these devices, and we wanted to be as realistic as it can be. One of answering your question is for profiling. Profiling is multidimensional. Profiling is not for one purpose. Profiling is not only for your malware detection or monitoring algorithm. This profiling can be used for anomaly detection at a very low level of understanding. If a sensor in your environment try to connect to a server in, I don't want to name a country, in a bad country, for instance. We don't have a bad country. With a trade actor at a country, for instance, that you are not aware of, then this profiling gives you ability to understand any type of anomaly in that terms. So anomaly basically, specifically for anomaly detection method, have different meanings. But this IoT profiling make it more meaningful. And I think from the citations, from the understanding, from some meaningful paper that came out of this data sets, I have a good understanding that it is really very close to be used in industry, and that was the reason that we use these different ones. And we have to keep going. We have to keep maintaining, updating this data set, and come up with the new ones, because new devices are coming out like mushroom from everywhere. And these IoT devices, as you mentioned, are bad news. They're vulnerable. They do not have the capability to be protected individually, and they would not be visible to your normal type of network scan. That's the scariest.
Thank you, Dr. Sajjad. That was really insightful, and I must say, you have set some really high standards for our next presenter to live by. But thank you for your time, and thank you for your insight as well.
Thank you very much.
So now we will move on to our next presenter, and our next presenter is Mr. Ali Reza. Mr. Ali Reza is a PhD student at the University of New Brunswick and a cybersecurity researcher at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. His main research is on the Internet of Things security. He started his research by studying the security of low power, low rate wireless protocols such as Zigbee, and extended his research to state-of-art solutions such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and software-defined networking to secure IoT networks. His main research is on profiling, fingerprintings, and identification techniques for behavior monitoring of IoT networks. He is currently conducting research on IoT anomaly intrusion detection to address the challenges caused by the proliferation, heterogeneity, and resource constraints of IoT devices in different IoT applications. So Mr. Alireza, I'll open the floor to you at this point. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Sumit. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. My name is Alireza, and I will be talking about securing IoT networks using device profiling and monitoring. And I've decided to go very, very high level so that everyone with little to no background can follow. That's why I will start with a general overview of Internet of Things on top of what Dr. Sajjad mentioned earlier. Then I will move on to discussing IoT security overall. What are the challenges? What are the concepts there? And I will talk about how I used our two first data sets in IoT to actually carry on my research. So starting with IoT, I would like to first start with a standard definition of Internet of Things. Based on IEEE, a network of items, each embedded with sensors which are connected to the internet. That's what IoT is. And based on this, devices that have at least one transducer for interacting directly with the physical world and at least one network interface for interacting with the digital world. So from this point of view, an IoT device is a device or an interface that connects the physical world to the digital world. And that's at the same time exhilarating and scary. So let's talk about the interesting stuff. So in terms of application, we have several different types of application, like Internet of Vehicles, in that we connect our vehicles to the internet so that we don't have to go down the stairs if our car is out of reach and we can just easily lock the doors, do whatever. Or in a industrial IoT setting, we can deploy sensors that monitor the environment, like in a factory, and these sensors give feedback to the central systems for more efficiency and so forth. In a medical IoT environment or healthcare IoT, we connect sensors and implantables and wearables to the patients to read their vital signs, send them in real time, and basically make possible early diagnosis of different diseases or problems. To even give you more context, to make it even more tangible, in a smart home environment, we have several different kinds of devices, like smart bulbs, smart cameras, smart thermostats, and smart locks. And the whole environment works in a way that we have an application interface on our mobile phone or on our tablet, and then we can use that application interface to remotely connect to these devices to turn on or off the lights, to lock the doors, and basically turn up or down the heat and so forth. And in this case, the IoT devices are connected to our modem, to the internet, and they speak to their corresponding servers. For example, in case of smart speakers like Alexa, they talk to the server, and we use our phone basically to connect to that. Or for example, for connecting to our lights. That's really interesting because it makes possible controlling our physical environment remotely. But what makes it scary is that if we can do that, other people might potentially be able to do so. So there are different lots of applications in IoT, and in these applications, there are different things involved. And these things could be like in a smart city, sensors that can read sensory data from the environment data, from traffic lights and traffic in general to make traffic management possible. Or in an agriculture scenario, you can deploy different sensors to read the weather conditions, soil moisture, and these kinds of things, and basically produce feedback to your end application, and you can then identify if there's any problem with the crops or any other things. So you can think of a lot of different IoT devices and things that can be deployed in different applications. And a really important concept in IoT is connectivity. Since many of these devices are really low end and low rate and resource constrained, and many of these devices operate on batteries, if you may. Therefore, there has been various different protocols to adapt to this environment, this low rate, low power environment. For example, Zigbee and Z-Wave are protocols designed for mostly smart home applications. NB-IoT for narrowband IoT is a cellular protocol for IoT. LPWAN for low power wide area network is a wide area application. And most of our devices right now are either Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or wired. But the point about all these is that all these connectivities and technologies and solutions make this environment a bit more complex. So speaking of all these capabilities and interesting stuff and all those fascinating remote connections, there is a few challenges. Scalability, this network can get so huge that we can it can prevent us to keep track of everything and monitor it. It's really heterogeneous, and that's because of all of these technologies and solutions available. Another challenge in IoT is interoperability, and that is, since there are different solutions and connectivity technologies, many of these technologies and protocols cannot really communicate directly with each other. So there has been an ongoing process in CSA, Connectivity Standards Alliance, which is a really great initiative in IoT, and they are trying to standardize at least one solution for home networks, and that solution is called Matter, which directly cooperates with Zigbee, Thread, and Wi-Fi as other protocols. However, we are way far away from the fixing of interoperability. There is a compliance problem in that many manufacturers don't comply with regulations or security standards, and for the sake of benefit, they manufacture devices that sometimes are really vulnerable and can be looked at as weakest links in our networks. The asset management problem is another challenge in IoT because you don't really have full visibility over your network and your devices, and that requires solutions. Last but not least is the resource constraints of all these IoT devices that require lightweight protocols, lightweight authentications, and lightweight integrity and whatever security measures, and that makes these devices vulnerable because they don't have a lot of processing power and therefore not very powerful security measures. So that's all about the whole IoT environments and the challenges. But let's talk about IoT security for a bit. What do these challenges bring in terms of IoT security? So OWASP published in 2018 their top 10 Internet of Things vulnerabilities, and that they believe these are the top 10 vulnerabilities that exist in the IoT environment. That's a really insightful publication. I'm not planning on going through every and each of one of these vulnerabilities, but to just give you some context, one of the most prevalent weaknesses and vulnerabilities in IoT is weak, guessable, or hard-coded passwords, in that they will open a huge attack surface for brute force attacks. Basically, that will bring a lot of weaknesses in our network because most of these devices are hard-coded with passwords that are kind of weak and sometimes guessable. Other problem with IoT devices is that some of these devices run insecure network services, such as Telnet or SSH open ports, that will enable someone to remotely connect to those devices and get a terminal on these devices and basically do ugly stuff. And the list goes on and on. And if you're interested, you can definitely go and read a lot about these vulnerabilities. But what these vulnerabilities will introduce to the world is when IoT attacks. And that is when in 2016, as Dr. Sajjad mentioned, there was a huge Mirai botnet attack in that many IoT devices that had open SSH and telnet ports with easily and guessable, brute forceable login credentials, they were kind of attacked and hacked, and they propagated to around the world, and they got in hands of bad actors, and they ran a huge distributed denial of service attack on the DIN servers and disabled many services online, such as Netflix and Twitter and CNN and so forth. And this is one of the greatest concerns about IoT, and that's when IoT becomes the attacker and not necessarily IoT becomes attack. However, on the other hand, there are lots of other cases in different scenarios, such as smart homes, healthcare, and IoV applications that these devices are being hacked and attacked. For example, in a smart home or smart office environment, there are several off-the-shelf cameras installed, and most often these cameras can be brute force, and you can basically hack into them, get the live feed out of them, and watch them. For example, if you buy a baby monitor for your kids in-house, and if they're not as secure, they could be hacked into and basically compromise the privacy of your house. In a healthcare environment, these devices could be wearables or even worse, implantables that are connected to your heart, to your blood. They sense your vital signs and send it to the cloud. And there are lots of examples of these devices being hacked, like if you search hacked or hackable cardiac devices, there are lots of these devices out there that has been proven that they're not secure. So the whole community is trying to build up on security posture of these devices, but there are lots of thousands of these devices out there insecure. And in the case of Internet of Vehicles, or IOV, if you search for remote carjacking, since these cars or vehicles are connected to the internet, that opens a gateway to your vehicle. And if there's not enough security measures in place, then there's going to be a breach, and basically they can remotely carjack your vehicle. So as a solution, we wanted to perform network monitoring on these networks. And what we realized after 3 years worth of experience and research, we realized that conventional and traditional network monitoring on IoT networks won't cut it. So we need another solution to be able to mitigate this ever-evolving complex network. So the idea that we had was IoT profiling, and we have been heavily working on a pipeline called the profiling pipeline, which includes identification, profiling, and monitoring. In the first stage, we try to gain general insight about our network topology. What are these devices? Are these devices IoT or not? And after identifying these IoT devices in the network, we perform several different behavioral fingerprint methods to create these profiles. In parallel, we perform vulnerability assessment to see either passively or actively to see how vulnerable these devices are. And if we need, which in most cases we do, we quarantine those devices or do proper segmentation of those devices so as to separate those devices from our main network infrastructure. And lastly, we use the fingerprints and profiles that we have created for these devices and constantly monitor their behavior in order to understand the anomalies. And these anomalies could be just malfunction and malbehavior, or they could be intrusions. And in case an intrusion or attack is detected, we can classify them, label them for further intelligence in IoT environments. So for the device identification module, we literally sat down and observed the network traffic behavior of these devices. And the first thing we realized was that this traffic was way more simplistic than that of non-IoT devices such as PCs and laptops and smartphones. And when we looked closer to that, we realized that even the protocols, the network protocols that these devices use, are way more simplistic than that of non-IoT devices. They're very limited. The transmission rates are way more limited and way low rate than that of non-IoT devices. And more importantly, the communications and the endpoints that they communicate with are way more limited than non-IoT devices such as PCs. After realizing these characteristics, we needed to extract meaningful features from these observed characteristics. We could extract features from the packet headers of these IoT devices, network packet headers. We could extract statistical features from the protocols, the open ports, basically the used ports and services, and also temporal features such as what is the rate of sending packets for this device to the servers, different servers that they're communicating with. And lastly, we realized that we can also extract flow-based features, which doesn't consider the network packets individually, but considers packets as a whole, and basically discusses flows of packets to even gain more insight about the behavior and nature of these devices. In the IoT profiling module, the second step, there are several ways you can create behavioral fingerprints. The majority of works in the literature are machine learning based, in that you extract features from the network traffic, you feed these feature vectors to the machine learning models, you train these models, and they are used to do the anomaly detection and so forth. On the other hand, there are rule-based or knowledge-based ways in which you extract rules from packet headers and payloads, and using those rules, it will enable you to find the anomalies and intrusions. There are some other approaches, a bit underrated, that you will notice in the literature. One of them is image-based approaches, in which you convert the network traffic files into images, either RGB or grayscale, and then you will feed these to approaches like convolutional neural networks and those approaches that are fit for image-based learning and analysis. Lastly, there are similarity-based approaches in which you convert the network traffic to locality-sensitive hash digests. And these are different from the typical hash digests that when you change a single bit to the input in locality-sensitive hash functions, they don't produce a very similar, a very different hash, and this preserves the similarity for that input. And I would like to talk about how we used these IoT datasets, CIC IoT 2022 and 2023, in order to conduct our research. So firstly, we started by device identification on the CIC IoT 2022 dataset. We tried to identify the devices inside the network, and then from that insight, we searched for vulnerabilities in databases, online databases, and try to realize which devices are vulnerable and report and visualize all these threat intel. And this graph is the master's thesis of one of our members that was accepted in a top 50 university for her PhD. And our most recent work was leveraging the CIC IoT 2023 dataset to transform the network packets into so-called representations with a very lightweight mapping, and use those representations as a profile to compare the new upcoming traffic and realize if those traffic packets are attack or benign. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank CIC for giving me the opportunity to take part, and also extend my gratitude to everyone who's been involved with this amazing conference. Now I'm open to any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Alireza. That was really insightful. And I should say that was a perfect follow-up and a summation after Dr. Sajad's presentation. So it seems we do have one question from one of our viewers, and I will go ahead and ask it. What value do you find these type of data sets are to graduate students?
That's a pretty interesting question. And as a graduate student, a PhD student, what I realized that in CIC, we have an IoT lab with 100-something devices, and we have access to these devices, but this requires a lot of infrastructure, a lot of money. I have access to that, but many people don't. So the use of these data sets is that they kind of bring the lab to your home and to your own laptop. And for my own research, regardless of the fact that I have been involved in the collection and I have had access to these devices, I've been doing my own research on these data sets. And that enables researchers and graduate students as well to perform their research and conduct their research and have these labs, no matter what the data type is or the data set is, and basically move forward with their future research.
Thank you, Alireza. That was really explanatory, and I thank you again for your time. So now at this point in the session, we'll move on to our next presenter, and our next presenter is Mr. Emmanuel Dana. Dana will be speaking on the creation of a data sets to advance cybersecurity research in electric vehicle charging stations. Dana holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of New Brunswick, specializing in the cybersecurity of electric vehicles charging stations. He has served as an assistant researcher at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity, collaborating with industry partners to enhance the security of operational technology. With over 10 years of experience, Emmanuel Dana brings a wealth of expertise in power utility substation automation and SCADA communication systems. His dedications to advancing research in critical infrastructure cybersecurity is evident in his contribution to the field. Welcome, Mr. Dana. At this point, I will hand it over to you, and I look forward to listening to your presentation.
Well, thank you, Samit, for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. So today I will be talking about the creation of the CIC EVSE 2024 dataset, which is one of our latest datasets at CIC. So I'll walk you through the creation and how we went about the experiment and all the attacks that were carried out in the dataset. So for the outline, I'll go through over the background of exactly the various components of the EV charging station infrastructure, then around through some attacks on the EV charging station, then go through the step-by-step process we took for the creation, and then some experiments that were carried out on the data sets just to check its statistical and machine learning capabilities. Then I'll highlight some future research directions also. So as we know, currently EV charging stations and EV in general are a hot topic. There is increased adoption of electric vehicles currently, and which has led to increased deployment of electric vehicle chargers around us. I'm sure wherever city you find yourself, you see EV chargers springing up around. And as we can see, projections are that in about 6 years' time, over 50% of all EV electric vehicles sold are going to be electric vehicles, which is kind of an interesting projection. Now, this adoption has been due to an increased environmental consciousness by all of us, and also favorable government policies to sort of help users to adopt the electric vehicles. Also, there's been increase in battery technologies, which has increased the energy charging density and the charging speed also. So basically, when it comes to the EV charging stations, there are a number of types. We can talk about the level 1, level 2, and level 3 chargers. Level 1 and 2 basically involve the use of AC, and the level 2 are fast chargers, which are direct current. There are a number of features or capabilities of all these kind of charging stations, and I've listed a number of them, stemming from the charging capacity, the interface types, the accessibility, the communication capabilities, the identification authentication means, and also the operational features. Now, for in terms of the hardware features, we can see that the main components of the EV charging station is the power electronic component, which is sort of the actual component for conditioning the power and then converting the energy, in the case of AC chargers, DC chargers, converting from maybe AC to DC and all those kind of stuff. Then for the other components we can mention is the main board, or the SEC, which is the secondary equipment communication controller, which focuses on, which is like the main agent and provides the intelligence and hosts the software that I'll talk about later. Then the charging station interfaces also, which interfaces the vehicle and the charging station. Then there are remote communication interfaces like Wi-Fi and the cellular interfaces also. For software, we can talk about the firmware, the client applications, and also the server applications, which is very key in helping to achieve the various features of the electric vehicle. There are a number of security concerns, actually. I'll start with the physical. Actually, this is a very big problem now. We can see some of the chargers are being vandalized in a number of ways, that some cables could be cut, or for any kind of malicious purposes, which disrupts services, actually. Then there is also tampering of the J1772 interface, which is sort of a common interface used in North America area, which can deceive the electric vehicle to the charger to think it is probably connected to an actual vehicle, for instance. Just by using a resistor and some diodes, you are able to deceive the charger into thinking that. And for the cybersecurity, we have seen a number of hardware related issues, such as the lack of standardization, the potential for supply chain attacks, for instance. The EVSE also has suffered from a number of malware attacks stemming from malicious devices that can be connected to it, and also malicious firmware updates. The communication interfaces could also be exploited, in the sense that you can have the case where the power line communication technology can be actually exploited. These are some available charging stations on the market, level 2 chargers, and you can see they used some hardware platforms such as the STM32 controller and Raspberry Pis for implementation. In terms of a typical attack campaign, this diagram depicts what can happen, what could possibly go wrong. And as you can see down there, there are a number of attacks that have already been reported, and the numbers continue to increase. Typical of which, one of the most worrying attack is the broken wire attack, which the attacker can remotely control and interface the electric vehicle charging station, and is able to disrupt the charging process. And this can be done probably about 50 meters away from the charging station, which is quite a worrying trend. We also saw some attacks on the Russian electric vehicle charging stations where the chargers were made to display some messages from the attackers. Now, why the data set? Actually, for cybersecurity research and coming up with a way to understand how the charging stations behave and to propose a good solution in terms of security, we need to sort of, as Dr. Sajjad mentioned, profile the behavioral patterns of the charging station, for instance. And to do this, we need some historical data which contains the operational features and also the conditions of the charging stations under both benign and attack scenarios. So actually, before this research, we didn't really have any such data sets out there, which was very worrying when it comes to investigating security solutions. I will just walk us through some the steps we went through to create this data set. So basically, the initial stages to set up the data set testbed, then generate the data sets itself, then do some evaluation and benchmarking and publishing the data set for researchers to have access to the data. So this is an overview of the testbed. As you can see, we have an actual level 2 EV charging station in there, and this idea is to make it as realistic as possible. As you can also see, we have actual hardwares. We use Raspberry Pis for the charging station, a scenario which involves host and network-based attacks, for instance, just to see the actual hardware behavior under all these kind of conditions. Whilst all these attacks were happening, we also tried to log a number of data. One of the data was from the power consumption pattern, for instance. The question is, are we able to distinguish the behavior of the charging station, the main controller itself? Can we detect, for instance, if we can see any signs of maybe a network-based attack, for instance, when it just by analyzing the power consumption? Okay, so we took network-based data, host-based data, and also power consumption data, just to be able to understand how the device was behaving. So basically, this was the setup we had, and it was as realistic as possible. For the network, you can see the setup. We have the main switch, which was sort of sitting in between the OCPP remote client, which came with the actual EV level 2 charging station that we had, and the actual level 2 charger at the lab. Then we have the attacker sitting somewhere in between, launching various network-based attacks. We also had another scenario where we have the EVSCB, which is the Raspberry Pi that we used to represent that. Then also launching various network-based and host-based attacks on the EVSCB, just to see its behavior and also collect the data that we needed to collect. The diagram below shows the power consumption pattern, how we're able to capture the power consumption pattern from the host using the I2C bus setup. So these were the various attacks that were carried out. We had various forms of reconnaissance attacks, various forms of denial of service attacks, and various forms of host-based attacks stemming from cryptojacking, where we ran actual crypto malware on the EVSC, and also backdoor attacks, where we carried out a number of malicious activities, all trying to map the attacks to the meta-attack framework to keep it as realistic as possible. The various features of the charging stations data set that we collected have been shown in the table here. As you can see, we have three main data sources, two of which are host-based data sources. The first one is the network-based, which the main feature here is the current consumption pattern of the EVSE. So the general observation is that in the normal charging stations that we have deployed, when you check the reading, you're able to monitor the current consumed or the energy consumed by your vehicle as it's charging. But then at the back end, from the charging station device point of view, the main board's power consumption is not monitored in any way. So the idea is to see if we monitor this consumption, if it's going to have any impact on the charging station. So that's what we did. And this is how our data set compares to all the existing data sets that were there before, which were more focused on electrical engineering and power analysis, not so much focused on data, not so much focused on cybersecurity research. So basically, we carried out a number of experiments just to see how good or otherwise this data set performs in terms of detecting or helping the research community to study the behavior of the charging station. And as you can see on the screen, this is just data from the power consumption patterns. And it's interesting to see that there is actually difference in power consumption patterns whilst the various attacks were happening. So reconnaissance, for instance, is the least to be detected. These are percentage changes. So you have how different the baseline power consumption when the charging station is operating in normal conditions, and you have the various other attacks having some kind of deviations from the baseline. And you can see cryptojacking and denial of service attacks are actually high up there in terms of deviations from the power consumption. There is also the analysis of the HPC and kernel events, which is the host-based data that was generated from the sources, the main board. You can see the various event count and the various attack conditions or scenarios and the various deviations from all these for all these events. And you can, as you can see, it's quite obvious that there is changes in the baseline behavior of the board or of the EV charging station when they are under all these kind of attacks. And this is an unsupervised way of making, using TSNE to visualize the various scenarios in the data set. So we just push the data set to TSNE for it to, without any labels, for it to try and distinguish and cluster them. And as you can see, it's able to sort of put them into clusters and distinguish to some extent the various scenarios, which is very good when it comes to machine learning experiment. Also, we performed some form of machine learning experiment on a number of we use a number of the classical machine learning models just to see how the data set performs when it comes to experimenting with or detecting attacks using the models. And we try to pitch HPC events against kernel events, for instance, and for the various attack scenarios. And we'll also try to pitch the binary classification approach and multi-class classification approach for the network scenarios also. And these are the performances. As you can see, the performances are quite good, and which sorts of justify the viability or the potency of this data sets to help the community when it comes to researching topics like anomaly detection, for instance, just to see how we're able to detect if there are any anomalies in the data sets, for instance. Yeah. So for future research directions, there are a number of directions that this can go. This is actually, I would say, the beginning of greater things to come, because EV charging stations are currently being adopted, and the industry side and academic side are all focusing on how best to come up with solutions to secure them as much as possible. So one future direction we can look at is how we can expand or extend the data set, for instance, to include much more scenarios. The two main protocols used for charging station is the OCPP and the ISO 15118 for V2G communication, for instance. So the question is, are we able to launch specific attacks on these protocols, and are we able to see how these protocols perform in terms of their strength and weaknesses and all that? So these are some investigations that can be carried out. And also we can look at increasing the number of charging stations involved in the test or experiments, for instance, so that we can see how the various vendors, charging stations from the various vendors behave under attacks. These are some ideas that we can also experiment in. Also, one major security solution that has to be adopted or investigated for charging station is the topic of anomaly detection. So we should be able to investigate or come up with models that would use this data set for the purpose of detection when it comes to the various kind of anomalies that can occur in the charging station infrastructure. And the thing is, depending on the viability or the extent to which we grow the data sets, we expose more scenarios in data set, and we are able to train a model that can generalize and be robust enough to be able to detect various kinds of attacks when it comes to anomaly detection. Then finally, we can look at the introduction of security information and event monitoring system, which is like a higher level umbrella solution to monitor the various charging stations. For instance, we can push all the data generated from all the charging stations, the security event, the logs, even if we have local anomaly detections modules deployed within the charging stations itself, we can push all these logs to somewhere, maybe push the logs to the same tool for the purpose of detecting and oversight, trying to identify in real time if there are any anomalies coming up in the data sets, in the charging station, for instance. That's it for today. Thank you for joining, and I would leave for the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. That was again really insightful and really interesting to listen to as well. We are certainly moving from times where automobiles had little to no technology to times where electric vehicles are built entirely around technologies. So I'm sure your data set and your research around electric vehicles would be very imperative and integral for researchers around the world to use, and it will help shape the technology as we know in the future. So at this point, let's see if we have a question from one of our viewers. So yes, so I'll ask you one of the questions from our viewers. How realistic are the threats or attack scenario experimented in the data sets?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, when we check the current landscape in terms of the threats against the charging stations, we can see that most of the attacks are like focusing on the communication interfaces of the charging station. So either the remote communication interface, which is where you have the OCPP communication, or the communication with maybe the payment gateway, or probably the communication interface that's where the V2G communication interface, where we interface with the actual electric vehicle, for instance. So as much as possible, we try to model all the attacks around these communication interfaces. And as best, most of the attacks that you can be exposed to are probably maybe any form of DOS attack or any form of reconnaissance and all that. As we know, for instance, for a typical attack campaign, the attacker can choose to start by launching a DOS attack a reconnaissance, just to understand the way the system behaves and all that. So that's how the attack started for our data set. Then we moved into the DOS attacks. Then also we try to experiment with the various host-based attacks. Cryptojacking, for instance, is a very realistic threat against the charging station infrastructure, because you see that because they are always plugged into the power supplies, and they are always having constant connection to the network or the internet. It's possible that you are going to have a way, you are going to have a way where a situation where attackers are going to find it very, very conducive, for instance, to launch crypto jacking and take over, mine some crypto malware, on the background. So all these scenarios were captured in our data set, which makes it very strong and rich for the research community to use for their research. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dana. That was
Yes.
again very explanatory and very insightful as well. It seems we do have another question from one of our viewers. And this question is around, how critical are the breaches when it comes to, electric vehicles and electric charging station. So the question is, how critical are such breaches, and how can the data sets that you mentioned can help?
So the question is, how critical are what?
How critical are such breaches now that we are moving to times that your vehicles are entirely based around technology, and the charging substations are also based around technology. So there is always a threat of such breaches. So how critical are such breaches, and how your data sets and your research that you mentioned can help?
Yeah, so as you can see now, as humans, we are modeling our mobility around the availability of electric vehicles and hence electric vehicle charging stations. So for you to move from one place to the other, for instance, across cities, you need a network of vehicle charging stations along the way, along the highways, for instance. And imagine you driving your Tesla, for instance, and you get to a point where you see the vehicle needs to be charged, and the very charging station that you arrive at is under an attack, for instance. It's not available for the service. So availability is very critical when it comes to charging stations, okay, and how dependable they are. And these attacks tend to threaten some of these features and functionalities of the charging station. So it's very critical for us to look at it. And as I mentioned, the data set has been, we try to make it as comprehensive enough to feature some of these scenarios, but then of course we have some room to improve upon the scenarios and add more scenarios to make it rich enough for future research here.
Thank you, Dana. Again, thank you for sharing your experience, your research, and your data sets with us. And I'm certainly very interested in the field of EVs and substations. I had good time listening to your presentation. It was very insightful and enjoyable. So viewers, now we'll in this segment we'll move to the last presenter of the day. Normally, I would be intrigued to say that we save the best for the last, but that wouldn't be fair on our other presenters who were equally good and insightful and share their experience with us. So our next presenter is Dr. Kwasi. And Dr. Kwasi will speak on securing substations with trust, risk posture, and multi-agent system, a comprehensive approach. Aside from a decade of experience within the telecommunication sector, Dr. Kwasi has over 6 years of experience in cybersecurity research and development, working with various industry partners on topics such as threat intelligence, data collections, attacks within the smart grid. Dr. Kwasi received his BSc and MPhil degree in computer engineering in 2007 and 2012 respectively from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana. In the February of 2024, Dr. Kwasi received his PhD degree in computer science from the University of New Brunswick specializing in smart grid security. He is involved in industrial-related cybersecurity projects with renowned industry giants like Siemens, General Dynamic Mission Systems Canada, and IBM as research team lead. His research interests include smart grid security, threat intelligence sharing, security of military-based mission-critical systems, and risk management. So at this point of time, I'll welcome Dr. Dana, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Sumit. I hope everyone can see my screen, and I hope everyone can hear me just loud and clear. Okay, so thank you everyone again. My name is Dr. Bachiwatin, and today I'm going to give a presentation on securing substations with trust, risk posture, multi-agent systems, a comprehensive approach. So now I'll start off with the outline. And what we're going to start off with is that we're going to talk about operational technology and smart grids. And this is to the benefit of those who have no idea what operational technology is and what smart grid is. And we'll also talk about substations, which will then give a background on what a substation is, talk about the attack and defense topics around substations. And then I will provide a CIC approach on how we look into the attack and defense scenario, specifically more on the defense part of it. And then we'll then discuss how we tested our work and then provide results on that. And then we will then finalize everything on this. So let's start off with OT, technology, and smart grids. And because the topic of this is the 5 Ws, we'll do this in a sort of a 5 Ws way. So now, what is operational technology? Now, it's a technology that you use to actually monitor and control physical devices. And you can actually find them in water treatment plants, factories, chemical plants, manufacturing plants. Those kind of classifications is what you actually term as OT. And of course, power grids, which we'll touch on power grids later. So why is OT very important? The thing is, it allows automation and it also allows efficiency, right? Because if not, a lot of the things that we do would have been a manual process. So because of that, you can say engineers, operators are really grateful. And in fact, we are all grateful that we have OT in our lives. So now let's switch to a different kind of OT or a subset of OT, which is the power grid. So now what's the power grid? It is responsible for the transmission, the generation, the transmission, and the distribution of electricity. So the fact that we have our lights on, the fact that we have everything running, power grid, pretty much, because it gives us electricity. And I can't really overstate how important that is. Now, if you have something like this power grid, which you see, and the way the power grid was designed back in the day was that it was isolated. So pretty much it stands on its own, and you wanted to run any form of any work there, you need to be on the premises and then to operate whatever's there. So now you merge the power grid with IT infrastructure. In this case, what you would call or you would term a cyber integration. And then what you actually have is what you call the smart grid. A lot of people tend to confuse smart meters with smart grid. But the thing is, smart meters is part of the smart grid. So now, if you integrate the IT infrastructure into it now it means that you can actually control it remotely. You can view whatever is going on remotely. You also have access to the data that is generated by the grid so that you can perform tasks like forecasting or prediction. And it even eases on how to actually do a purchase of power within the grid. So that is one of the key things, or that's one of the important things with the smart grid. Now, unfortunately, bringing in the cyber integration into the grid also comes up with an unforeseen problem. And that is the fact that because you integrated that, now the attack surface of the smart grid increases. Now, what do we mean by that? What's an attack surface? It's pretty much, the area within which, the points within which an attacker can actually attack. Now, because of the fact that the power grid was isolated, a lot of the attacks would have to be on premises, say Mission Impossible style, pretty much. But now you add the smart grid interface, you now introduce the smart grid. Now, what this means is that a lot of the attacks can happen remotely now. So which means that now you have all the potential vulnerabilities most of the potential vulnerabilities that you have in the IT now gets translated into the OT now. Now we have multiple entry points of cyber threats in here. And this then becomes a target for threats known as APTs. So now we'll touch on what APTs are, because a lot of people some people might be asking, what are APTs? So let's go into what APTs are. APTs stand for Advanced Persistent Threats. Now, APTs are, number one, very sophisticated, and they are very difficult to detect. So now they have access to sensitive information. Now, and usually APTs are mostly well-resourced. So which means that they can be supported by nation-state actors. They could be supported by organized cyber criminal groups. And you can also have insider threats in this case where, for example, you have a very grumpy employee who might decide to put certain things in place because that employee knows everything about the system, and then they can decide to strike. So now the key thing with APTs is that once they stay within the system, they now monitor everything within the system, trying to identify what to attack, and then they can, run the attacks. And these can lead to ransomwares. These can also lead to outages within the smart grid. So there are some notable APT examples. For example, we have Stuxnet, which actually happened in Iran in 2010. And then I also jump to Black Energy, which also occurred in Ukraine, where in this attack, they actually compromised the system, gave fake information to the engineers that everything was okay whilst they were reconfiguring the devices. And then they turned off the power grid and the engineers couldn't see it. And then they blocked the communication lines so that when customers were trying to call, they couldn't actually reach the utility providers. It took 6 hours to bring things back online. And now one of the most sophisticated threats out there, which is the pipeline, which was detected in 2022, had a lot of modules pretty much 100% prepared for the grid. So in this case, it didn't really need to spend a lot of time to identify devices and then build malware specific for those devices because they had already built a lot of them for well-known attacks. But luckily, it was not deployed. So now let's talk about substations. So what's a substation? I would say some might say substation is the heart of the smart grid. I would also say it's kind of like the pressure points of the smart grid because it is what is responsible. It sits in the middle during the entire process from the transmission to the distribution. Now, if you compromise all the substations within the grid, then it means you're going to have power outages within the grid. So now the substation actually converts voltages either from high to low or from low to high. And without the substations, the smart grid really wouldn't work. So now let's look at the attack surface of the substation. Now, what happens within the substation is that there is a device within the substation called the intelligent electronic device. And that is what controls something called a circuit breaker. Now, if the circuit breaker is responsible for turning things on and off when there's an issue. So now, if you control the IED, you pretty much control the circuit breaker. So that's usually the most focal point of attack. In some situations, they use something called what is called a PLC, but the IED is smarter. So now this is how an attack happens within a substation. So first, the attacker actually compromises the control center, and then the attacker now performs what you call a reconnaissance to identify the IEDs to attack. It reconfigures those IEDs, and then it will now strike to impair and shut down everything down. And that is where you end up having an outage, as you can see right here. Okay, so let's continue. So now, what are usually the cyber resiliency approaches that have to do with protecting the substation? Now, usually if you can detect it in time, what would happen is that you have to shut down the system, and then you need to actually perform an impact assessment or certain forensics. And that would also take some time. And usually if there's a complete attack, then it means you need to have a manual intervention to bring things back, run your forensics attack, run your forensics on it. And these also take time. Now, one might ask, if that's the case, why is it so hard to protect substations? Well, there are some reasons. Number one, performance constraints, in the sense that due to the nature of the substation, you can't place an IDS or intrusive detection system within the substation because it will mess up the process of the substation, which means you can have erratic power supply. Now, the other aspect is that when the APTs compromise the control center, they use legitimate commands. So the IED themselves cannot actually determine whether these requests are malicious or not. And the IED devices themselves also don't have the resources to actually have advanced detection techniques. And that's a very unique challenge. And also we have what you call the legacy devices, or you can say the old school devices, such that you dare not touch them, or you can have some issues. So these are one of the challenges. So now, because of that, what we are looking at is that we wanted to use a trust framework where, in this case, it's kind of like trust. When you see someone and then you know the person starts to behave differently, you know something is going on, something weird is going on. So kind of like human trust being placed in the IED, such that the IED now becomes the last line of defense. If it detects any malicious requests, it'll cut off the malicious communicating the malicious devices, and then notify the security operations center, and then also update the substation's risk posture, because based on the position of the IED, you can say, well, 90% of stuff will be affected. So now let's go on. So this is the game plan. We first need to come up with a trust model, then come up with a risk posture model. In this case, it'll determine what percentage of the substation is a risk. Then we use the Modbus protocol because it is widely used. And then we also look at certain attack scenarios. And based on that, we also generate data sets for people to use. Now, we were also looking into the future where we want the IEDs to think for themselves, to be autonomous. And in this case, the aim is to use a multi-agent system, where in this case, a multi-agent system is a system that contains intelligent agents and where they must contribute to make sure that the substation is secure. And in this case, we're using a centralized approach. So now let's talk about how we implemented this. Now, the first thing that we did was that we actually implemented this in a virtual machine, because actually having an actual test bed for a substation costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we wanted to have that challenging approach to see if we can do something that mimics the real thing. So now we Dockerized our test bed. It was a Docker environment where the IEDs will represent a container, the SCADA HMI will be a container, the attacker device will be a container, and the central agent will be the container. So the central agent in this case is the one that actually computes the risk posture of the substation. And then we have our model being in a Java file, and we place them in certain IEDs and certain SCADA containers. In this case, we'll call them the trust devices. And then we had to mimic the physical aspect of the substation. In this case, we use the IED to generate voltages, and then it was more of a tap changer kind of a scenario. So if the voltage value is going at a certain is going beyond certain ranges, then the SCADA HMI, after sending Modbus request, will tap up or tap down the IED to send those commands, and then it will bring it back to the actual voltage. Now, if you're having over voltage and under voltage situations, then the SCADA script will then instruct the IED to shut down the circuit breaker. Now, every log that was generated by our trust IEDs would be sent to the ELK stack, and that's where we actually create the SOC style kind of visualization. So if there's an attack that is detected, it is written to a log and everything is pushed in real time, and then you will see it, and it happens within seconds. So now this is the kind of architecture that we're having here. So we have the trust IED being the one that we have that would do the detection, and then we have a regular IED that would be compromised, and then we also have a SCADA IED that can be compromised to actually represent the actual scenario, and then also have an external attack, and then our central agent here. Now ELK stack does the visualization. So now let's talk about the kind of attacks. We just couldn't do any attack anyhow. So we had to map this to the MITRE ICS attack framework so that our attacks would be guided. So we actually picked 4 tactics, and that's the ones on the left that are actually block colored. We looked at collection, we looked at inhibits, response function, impair, control, and evasion to evade. So based on these attacks, we're pretty much running reconnaissance first, because you need to find out what you're dealing with. And then denial of service attacks, such as query flooding, and also inserting malicious payloads. And then we can also have impair control, process control, where we can actually attack the devices or attack by writing to the calls. It means that we're writing to a circuit breaker to turn things off, or trying to write to all circuit breakers. So these were the testing scenarios. We're looking at scenarios where, number one, the first scenario would be to use a regular SCADA HMI. In this case, that one is actually vulnerable. And then within that scenario, we look at an attack from an external device, where in this case, the attack is from outside of the network. And then we will then look at the classic way where the SCADA is compromised, and then it runs attack commands are sent. And then we looked at the situation where, the second situation where we're having a trusted SCADA HMI. And in this case, you're having an IED that has been compromised, and then is actually sending attacks towards the SCADA. So these are the 2 that we looked at. So now let's look at the results of this. So let's go. So in the first one, where we're looking at the compromised SCADA attack, now everything was going normal, as you can see here, right? And then an attack happened here, and it was flagged with an unknown right query attack, as you can see right in this corner here. So once that attack happened, it was blocked all the way. So the communication was just blocked throughout. And you can see that the alert here shows that it is a severe kind of attack. Now let's look at the next one. So now, based on that attack, because this IED was ranked as one of the most critical IEDs in this situation, the central agent then flagged that 95% of the site of the substation is at risk. And that is what was actually provided here in this dashboard. So now let's look at the second kind of attack. And in this case too, it was a query flooding attack. So we looked at the denial of a service attack. And once that happened, you would notice that when the packets started becoming very fast, it was quickly flagged based on various kind of attacks. You can see query flooding in here as well. And then once that happened, there was a black list of that SCADA HMI that was compromised, and the alert was here as well. Now, because this IED was actually more of a low-rank IED, it actually gave a 15% risk posture. Now, let's look at the attack from a compromised IED. In this case, the IED was compromised, and for this, it actually sent, the compromised IED was trying to send fake values, and our trusted SCADA HMI was able to detect this one too, as well, as can be seen over here, and it was blacklisted throughout. And because this IED that was compromised was also a high-ranking IED, pretty much on the same level as the first one, the central agent actually ranked this as that 95% of the substation was at risk because of that. Now let's talk about the data set structure that was generated out of this. So the first thing that happened was that for our data sets, we made sure that they weren't very large. We had to slice them up into 100 MB files, and so that it can easily be loaded. Now we also have attack captures as well, which actually contains the attacks from the various scenarios. Now with this attack capture, what we actually did was that we made sure that it contains both the attack and benign captures, which would make it which should make it a challenge for anyone who wants to build anomaly detection models to make sure it's robust. And we also have totally benign captures available, and that one can be used for training before you run the attack captures in your, say, machine learning model. And then because mixing up the attack and benign captures, the labeling would be very difficult. We have attack logs that include the timestamp, the attack type, and then the transaction ID so that you can easily identify them. Now, what we also did was that we did the captures in multiple ways. We have the point of view captures where the captures were taken from each individual device or each individual container. And within this scenario, if you want to implement device-only anomaly detection, or if anyone wants to actually perform research or trust-based kind of research, you can use these captures without the need of trying to filter out only devices for your research. And then we also had network-wide captures as well, which is usually the classic type that we normally have. And for this, it's just captured from the bridge, and then you can use this holistically if you want to do a network-wide anomaly detection, like a general intrusion detection kind of research. So now, let's come up with the 5 Ws of the CIC data sets. So the question is this: our colleagues have really done well. So who needs it? Utility providers is available to vendors. It's also available to cybersecurity researchers. What are they? We have the CIC Modbus Dataset 2023, CIC IOV 2024, CIC IONT 2024, CIC IoT 2022 and 2023. And we also have the CIC EVSE 2024. So these are there for substation, vehicles, IoT, IoT, and EV charging station kind of research. Now, we also have older ones as well that are also available. You can also look at them as well. I'm just presenting these because of what my colleagues presented here. And they were actually released in 2022, 2023, 2024. And we will still keep on generating more. And you can always find them at our CIC website, which you can find in the link below. Or you can just Google CIC dataset, and it'll just pop right up. And we really value our data sets in the sense that it actually provides realistic benchmarks, and then it also facilitates evaluation techniques for threat classification and also for various forms of anomaly detection. So with this, I shall wrap up, and I will say thank you everyone for being here, and I'll be waiting some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kwasi. Again, that was very enjoyable, very knowledgeable, and thanks for sharing your experience and your insight with us. Now, with this, we are definitely coming to the last lap of today's section, and let's see if we have some questions from our viewers. So it does seem we do have a couple of questions for you. So the first question from our viewers is, what are the challenges in setting up a test bed for cybersecurity scenario?
Well, if you're looking at smart grids, the key challenge has to do with the fidelity of the test bed. trying to make sure that it's very realistic. And most of the time, you would say you would need physical, the physical properties of it. How to model the electricity part of it, the voltage part of it, the transient part of it. That is usually the most challenging part. The cyber is not really that tough. And also one of the key challenges would also be the cost of it. Because these are very expensive to set up. And what I would say is that CIC is also in the process of actually setting up our own test beds here at our labs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kwasi. We just have one more question before we wrap up today's session. So the question is: are there any considerations for other kind of OT protocols?
Yes, we will definitely be looking at DNP3 and IEC 61850. We started with Modbus because it's one of the most common ones and is still being used to date. Pretty much across the entire OT protocols, not just the smart grids, but then you can also use them in water treatment plants as well. You can also have them in chemical plants in various places too. So yeah, now that we've handled that, now we'll focus on DNP3 and IEC 61850, and those will be coming out soon as well with our industrial partners. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kwasi. Before we wrap up today's session, it does seem we do have one more question, and I promise this is the last question on today's session. And the question, sort of themes around as we are moving from conventional ways of getting electricities at home to more of a smart grid technology, where the smart grid is continuously trying to capture data from the user and use that actionable data into taking the technology forward. So in such a scenario, should the average user be worried? Are there any standard practices that they should be doing in order to make sure that their household is safe when they're adapting this new technology?
Okay, so from the if you're looking at IoTs at home, devices at home, just make sure that all your devices are patched. Avoid situations like password 1234 on your devices, and admin 123, those kind of scenarios. But then if you're looking at from the power grid side, say smart meter side of it, things, I think most utility providers have started to implement very robust security protocols because they've seen how the damages can be. So they're trying to make sure that it's also secure. So for the users, as long as you are having all your devices well patched up, your passwords are secure, you are actually ensuring security sanity, yep, you should be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kwasi. Your presentation did gain a lot of interest, and we had a lot of interest from the viewers, and hence we had almost 3 questions. So with this, we are coming to the end of today's session, and I must say, as we draw close to end of our session, I want to thank every one of you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to share insight into the vibrant world of cybersecurity with our audience. Today we heard Dr. Sajad on leveraging data set for IoT securities, Ali Reza on security IoT networks, Dana on the cybersecurity in electric vehicles, and Dr. Kwasi on protecting of substation with the trust of multi-agent system. Each presentation has underscored the critical importance of our research and development effort. So before we sign off, I would want to say one thing, that we here at the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity are always open to collaboration. So if you're an academic researcher, if you're from a university, please get in touch with us through our LinkedIn channel, through our membership for academics is at no cost. If you're a corporate, a large-scale organization, a public entity, or a private company, or even a startup that's looking to build up their technology right from the ground up, I would encourage you to get in touch with us through our corporate membership. So with this, I come to the I mean we at CIC come to the end of today's session. So with this conclusion, I want to acknowledge the contributions of us speakers and emphasis community and future collaboration. With this, I hope we are leaving all of you with a sense of inclusion, with a sense of collaboration and learning. Thank you. Rest of the day.
Good day, everyone. A huge welcome from Ontario, Canada. I'm Dr. Randy Peirce, Senior Advisor for Cybersecurity Training and Education at the Rogers Cybersecurity Catalyst at Toronto Metropolitan University. First, I'd like to acknowledge the land that Toronto Metropolitan University is located on is a Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas, and Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples, Europeans, and all newcomers have been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. Second, I'd like to express how proud we are to support this important initiative to support collaboration, knowledge building in this dynamic field that gathers professionals, academics, researchers, and students from around the globe. This includes the Catalyst and Toronto Metropolitan University. The Catalyst was established in 2018 and offers programs and services across Canada and around the globe. And the Catalyst's primary mission is to empower individuals and organizations to seize the opportunities and tackle challenges of cybersecurity. Today, our session focuses on the use of AI in cybersecurity to help us better understand the challenges. I have two colleagues to help us navigate the issues, Dr. Jeff Schwarzentruber and Dr. Reza Samavi. We will have a Q&A session at the end, so feel free to ask questions in the chat, and we'll tackle those at the end of the presentation. First, what we'll do is we'll kick it off with Jeff. He's going to give you a presentation on navigating the shift, transforming cyber threats into opportunities with Gen AI. Jeff holds a position of Senior Machine Learning Scientist at eCentire, a Canadian cybersecurity company specializing in managed detection and response. Dr. Jeff Schwarzentruber's primary academic and industry research has been concentrated in solving problems at the intersection of cybersecurity and machine learning. Over his 10-year career, 10-plus year career, Jeff has been involved in applying machine learning for threat detection and security analytics for several large Canadian financial institutions, public sector organizations, and small and medium enterprises. In addition to his private sector work, Jeff is also adjunct faculty at Dalhousie University in the Department of Computer Science, a special graduate faculty member with the School of Computer Science. So, On to you, Jeff. Let's talk about navigating the shift.
Absolutely. Thank you for that introduction. Here. You can see my slide there?
No, Jeff.
Oh, not yet.
There it is.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, so thanks for the introduction, Randy. This is my presentation on navigating the shift, transforming cyber threats into opportunities with Gen AI. Randy did a great introduction on who I am and what I do in my research focus. But in addition, I work also closely with Randy as a senior advisor for the Rogers Cybersecurity Catalyst on AI, which focuses on cybersecurity training, informing cybersecurity training and policy, and startups and scale-ups in the Canadian ecosystem with AI focus. As mentioned, I work for a company called Macentire Managed Detection Response, essentially outsourced security services. We have over 2,000 customers internationally, and we support the security and monitoring of their platforms and infrastructures with our geolocated SOCs, security operations centers. The reason I bring this up is because we're going to be talking a lot about AI, mostly from the blue team and defending these new threats that are coming from the red team because of generative AI, and also be talking a lot about data. Can't have AI without data. And we have a lot of it. I just kind of want to give a sense of where this data is coming from and our perspective when talking about this next generation of generative AI in cybersecurity. Before we begin, let me just do a quick level set on the different definitions of AI, generative AI, and particularly large language models, or LLMs, as they seem to be the dominant force that we're seeing right now in cybersecurity. So I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence very quickly. Unless you've been under a rock for the last 10 or 15 years, this should be kind of ubiquitous to you now. Is essentially mimicking human intelligence or encoding human intelligence inside a computer. Generative AI is the newest wave that we're seeing, and this is, or the explosion of the newest wave that we're seeing, which is generating synthetic data like text, audio, image, video. And then large language models fall under that domain of generative AI, and those mimic human language. So understanding unstructured text, and also, having chat-like features such as OpenAI's GPT, Google's Bard, Llama from Meta. Just to take it one step further, because I find that there is a lot of confusion around AI versus ML. They're interchangeable, and when people talk about it, they don't quite understand. And this is the best or most accepted taxonomy that exists. And so anyone asks you, what's the difference between AI, ML, deep learning, generative AI? I try to have this mental image in the back of your mind. So at the highest degree, artificial intelligence wraps everything. And this is only showing a small glimpse of what falls under artificial intelligence, but machine learning is a subset of that, which deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And then finally, to what we're going to talk the bulk about today is generative AI, which falls under that deep learning domain. So to talk a little bit, I want to continue the level set and kind of eliminate misconceptions that I see a lot when talking to people about artificial intelligence, and that AI is a discipline, not a technology. It's ubiquitous. It's the same as saying cybersecurity is a technology. It's not. It's a discipline. It's an approach. AI is very much like that, but the way marketing and media goes about it, it kind of gets conflated as a technology and not so much as a discipline where it's always growing, it's always evolving, and how you apply AI to different services or practices varies. In my opinion, especially in the cybersecurity realm, I don't think AI is very intelligent, but it's definitely getting there. AGI has not been achieved. And artificial intelligence is very good at specific tasks, specifically what computers are good at. Ingesting and digesting a large amount of data, looking for patterns. That's where it's really excelling. But when we look at, or in our experiments with AI for cybersecurity, it doesn't really have that core intelligence, that practical knowledge to be able to dissect a cybersecurity event in the way that it needs it. It mimics it. It sounds very good, but when you go and take or analyze it from like a tier 1 security analyst who knows the threat, understands the threat, tracks all the way down, the AI falls very short very quickly. It sounds like it's confident, but it's not. So from the perspective of AI and cybersecurity, AI right now is not very intelligent, but we are making strides to get there. And then lastly, the thing I want to discuss is something called the no free lunch theorem. And I want to put this out there because the no free lunch theorem is about no algorithm is superior in machine learning and artificial intelligence to anyone else. It really depends on the application that's being applied. And this is where AI being a discipline really comes into play. And so you need a practitioner that understands this and knows how to find the right algorithm or the right approach for the particular service to get the right results. And that's why when we see in media or marketing, especially in cybersecurity, oh, we're using AI to do this, we're using AI to do that. I'm never really blown away because I know that there's good AI and there's bad AI. There's really good practitioners that spend a lot of time hammering the same nail. And I'm just saying this no free lunch theorem really represents be skeptical about when someone says AI. You dive in a little bit deeper, be like, how did you use this? What algorithms are you doing? Why was this chosen over this? Ask the questions so you can have a better conversation about AI in general. To give a very brief history and to talk about it, John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence in 1955 in a summer project at Dartmouth College. But they actually thought they were going to finish this in a summer, which is quite funny. And obviously it's not the case and it's continually evolving, but this is where it really is incepted from. And since then we've gone through these things called AI peaks and AI winters, and we're currently in an AI peak of explosion. That's why we're seeing in this newest one, generative AI exploding the value. We've seen this in the past after Dartmouth College. We went to what was called cybernetics, and that was kind of referred to as the artificial intelligence of that time. Didn't quite meet its expectation, and then we fall into a winter. Then we come into the second period, which was known as connectionism and neural networks. And again, a lot of expectations, started doing some advancements, and we've fallen into another AI winter after that. Then we get into deep learning, all the advances we've had, and then followed on with generative AI where we currently are. And you know what, we're peaking again. But as we continue on here, we can expect that it falls short of its expectations at some point, and we will reach another winter after which the cycle will continue. But to talk about a little bit deeper where AI and cyber intersect, you need the data. They intersect at the data, and luckily, cyber tools generate a significant amount of data, which we work with so much. And if we look at the domains of cybersecurity and AI, and this on the right, we just see machine learning algorithms, and on the left, we see other domains. We can gather a lot of data. There's data from the cyber side for almost every single one of these domains. So we can apply all these different these AI practices and algorithms on top of these different domains. So we have a lot, and looking at the different ways we can apply AI on there's so many permutations, there's so much opportunity to enforce or use AI in cybersecurity, but it's a daunting task just looking at both these. So it's not like one person can learn all this in a lifetime, but they'll focus on one node with one algorithm and really exploit that to get the most gain. But it's a daunting task, and luckily they both lend themselves very well together because AI in general, cybersecurity in general, generates a lot of data that AI can use to inform practices. To go back a little bit, I want to give the progression of how AI is advanced in cybersecurity. So we've started off with rule-based. This is very much the deterministic approach, the signature-based approach we see in cybersecurity. It's very relevant and prevalent and needed today. This is, started with McAfee in the 1970s, rolling around California in his van, taking off malware from computers using that signature-based approach. Oh, it's got this MD file hash. If it matches, eliminate that file. This IP is malicious. Don't send stuff there. Block it on the firewall. This is the rule-based approach, and it's critical to cybersecurity that we have right now. But at a certain point, we started getting to, well, we want to deal with the dynamic nature of what cybersecurity is. Environments are changing all the time. How can we do that? And so they brought in thresholding, the concept of thresholding. A good example of thresholding is brute force attacks on passwords. If someone fails a password 3 times in 10 seconds, I want an alert. That's like an example of a threshold alert, which now starts bringing the dynamic nature from what was traditionally static and deterministic. Then taking that a little bit further, it was about, you know what, now I want to encode some of my security expertise knowledge about the organization that I'm protecting. For example, say I'm a company I know, no one's going to be really working on the weekends. It's like during the week, they work in the office 9 to 5, they don't take assets out of there. So there should be no activity on the network. So during the week, we'll make sure that we put a threshold of 100 megabytes per day for a particular asset. Anything that goes above that, I want to know about it because maybe they're exfilling data. But on weekends, that should drop to 0 or maybe 5 megabytes, just as a computer kind of doing updates or things like that. So they're adding in another layer or another variability at that point to be, okay, now I know my infrastructure, I know, and I want different thresholds for different times to meet different needs. But that's where we come into AML now. So we can start talking about anomaly detection. I am focusing in this case really on two domains of like anomaly detection, outlier detection, because that's where 90% of AI has really been for the last 10 years in cyber, is really using ML for anomaly detection. And this is taking that kind of behavioral heuristics, which was taking a security leader's knowledge or a manager's knowledge about the organization to develop those rules, those thresholding rules. But now going to ML, they, based on previous data, can develop those rules automatically. They can be more dynamic. They can change over time automatically. And the security leader doesn't need to encode or hard code these rules into it. And so that's where, you know, cyber and AI have been for the last essentially 10 years, is really about anomaly detection and outlier detection in terms of threat detection. But now we're getting into this space with generative AI. We're wanting to start exploiting and using generative AI on the blue team to defend against attacks. And that's where the next part of my deck is, just to talk about generative AI before I get into how attacks are changing. This is really exploding. This is why we're focusing on generative AI over the next little bit, because of how much has exploded in terms of the ecosystem. The most daunting statistic that I think I've seen in the last little bit is that by 2025, 10% of all information will be generated by artificial intelligence that's on the internet, compared to 1% in 2021. That's massive. That's a lot more volume. And traditionally, when talking about data volume, that relies on security operations centers to filter, to analyze. All the security tools need to start upscaling and being able to compensate for that increased volume, which means increased workload for security analysts. The market's booming. We've seen this over the last year. There's a lot of pressure on organizations to employ generative AI to eliminate, you know, manual or human processes previously. This is due to economic uncertainty, decreasing budgets, and then simply this is just, you know, as I mentioned with AI Winter and Gartner Hype Train, we're at the top of the hype right now. So everyone's trying to incorporate generative AI and AI to improve their operations in not just cybersecurity, but every facet of almost every industry that's data driven. So talking about that, so we talked about, you know, the evolution of cyber and AI. We've talked that it's really getting used now a lot. Generative AI is getting used a lot more in industry. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape and how that's changed the red team or the attacker side, and how they leverage generative AI versus the blue side or the defender side, and how we're using generative AI to combat the attacks that are being generated here, and how that's kind of changing the threat landscape. So before I get into the red team versus blue team in this thing, I want to give a notion that LLMs and generative AI at its premise is deceptive. It's trying to mimic, it's trying to give you information that you think is real. And they're trained to be that way. These models are trained to deliver the highest fidelity pictures, audio, text, and videos that they can do that you think as a user, as a human, you're like, that was generated by another person. That could not be generated by here. It's constantly going there. So at its nature, generative AI is deceptive. It's trying to deceive you and say, this is not fake. This has not been generated by a computer. And really, if we think about that from an attacker's view or from a cybersecurity perspective, the deceptivity of generative AI really lends itself to red teams, because that's what they try to do. They try to be deceptive to exfil data or ransomware money. And look at a lot of the research, this makes sense. It's been known, and this is kind of me just pointing the term out a little bit more succinctly. But if we look at some of these attacks that they've been doing, or how LLMs are being used by these attackers, it's really increased their efficiency. It's really increased their ability to leverage new attacks or change dynamically. Phishing is obviously the lowest hanging fruit that we think that we can use right now, social engineering. We look at these chatbots like ChatGPT, Bard, Llama. They're good. They sound, and if you're not expecting it, this could help improve the phishing efficacy of attackers. But in addition to that, these attackers are living in an ecosystem of their own GPTs. They're taking these open source models, they're fine-tuning them on malware data, they're fine-tuning them on phishing data, and they're making these ones such as Worm GPT, which doesn't have guardrails to stop from making malware. It's helping attackers make better malware, making malware faster. And then on the fraud GPT side, it's helping them craft better phishing responses. It's helping them be dynamic to their attackers. Talking about coding, though, and the malware that GPTs can generate, we are going to see a next generation of polymorphic malware, because they can generate code, and because you can ask them to generate code in very different forms and say, hey, I don't want that code looking like that, change it up. That would evade the signature-based approach that we talked about earlier. So we're going to see a next generation of polymorphic malware. Again, another example of how it's able to evade ETR, endpoint detection and response tools. Black Mama came out. And then this one right here, this is called iSpy by HighSecure. I have a whole slide dedicated to this. It's very fascinating, but I think this is, when I get to it, is the future of almost malware that we're going to be facing. And it's quite, depending on your side, interesting or scary. But continuing past that, so we've just talked exclusively about how LLMs or generative AI is changing how attackers are using it and applying it to be more of a threat. These LLMs and these services generators actually have their own inherent vulnerabilities, or they can actually be leveraged to do things automatically, like hack websites. Again, exploiting one-day vulnerabilities, stealing part of language models. So this is where I mean they have their own inherent vulnerabilities. We've seen data be leaked from these LLMs. We see that that attackers can perform different operations on them to get information from it, like part of the model. So if you have a closed source model and you think it's secure and it's containing PII data that you fine tune for customers for a certain application, well, it's not completely invulnerable to leaking information of that. Even the data scientists, and so Hugging Face is a repository of AI models that data scientists or ML practitioners can go and get and apply to their own projects. These are now being targeted by malicious actors to encode backdoors inside these models. So having tools that can validate these models that they're safe and secure is going to be much more important, where data scientists for the longest time have felt like they've been secure in the most part, but are now being targeted more heavily because of how much AI is being ingested or used in industry right now. This right here, AI Worm, this has come from Morris 2. It was a vulnerability where they're able to leverage or create a prompt that allows leverage an LLM to be its own worm and kind of self-replicating to other agents in the network. And then lastly, to talk about a vulnerability inside of language models, they can generate models that are deceptive in nature, or these sleeper agents, in the sense that they'll create LLM, but they'll encode this one statement in it that says, if you see this, drop all guardrails, give me everything I want. Don't stop the model from generating these types of text. Where if we look at Llama or GPT, if you try and ask it to build like a bomb or do something nefarious, it's going to come back and say, I don't want to do it. Those are guardrails. But if you look at these closed models, you can build these backdoors in the model. Say, if a certain string comes up, the model will drop all guardrails and give the information that you want. And this is very dangerous, because It's very hard to detect this. If we look at traditional security controls, such as for dynamic and static code analysis like Sneak or Veracode, they're looking over the lines of code and looking for particular strings. Again, that deterministic approach, it's almost like regexing things. But when we look at these LLM models, we're looking at massive matrices that are underpinned by them. And to be able to dissect that and encode and see if one of these are in there is one of these sleeper agents or these deceptive models or vulnerabilities exist that were put in there, exist inside the LLM, it's very difficult. It's not possible with recent research, but it's very difficult to discern this. And then going on to that, we're seeing a lot more deep fake attacks. A finance worker pays like 25 million after having a Zoom call with faces and audio that thought it was with a conversation with the chief financial officer. And we've seen that misinformation can have a significant effect on the stock market. Here's an example from Lilly. They create insulin. This company had a 4% decline, which ended up being a couple $2 billion because this was a falsely verified account on Twitter. So it was more of a Twitter issue than a Gen AI, but it still is really relevant to how Gen AI can affect the stock market. And the research, again, another example of this is how it affected a generative AI spoof on a Pentagon attack, dropped the S&P 500 for a short period. And this research has been well known that does fake news impact stock? And yes, it does affect. It typically affects short-term, negative news typically affects the short-term return on stocks. And it doesn't matter, what this research says is it doesn't matter if it's between traditional media or online media, it can still have an effect. And that positive news does not have a significant effect, actually. It doesn't have a significant effect, just the negative news, which really, again, helps those attackers. So a lot of different new security vulnerabilities are becoming more present and prevalent with generative AI becoming more in the forefront of development in cyber. So that's the red team. Enough kind of fear mongering on that. I mostly bring it up because I've been tracking it quite frequently to make sure that I maintain, a good repository of the threats that are happening. But on the blue team, we're not doing nothing. We are leveraging Gen AI, and a couple examples of this will be Microsoft Security Copilot. But to discern where this usage is being happened before I go into these different blue team security tools that are using generative AI, if we look at the red team, it's really about expanding their attack vectors, using more attack vectors, exploiting LLMs to exfil data, leveraging it just to essentially ramp up their own operations. But on the blue team, we're not seeing it on like an individual level or for the traditional consumer. We're seeing a lot of the generative AI at the enterprise level, at those higher security levels where that support security investigations. So if we look at Microsoft Security Copilot, this is about helping the security analysts go through the investigation faster, gather relevant data, upskill them essentially. So, and then the AI Workbench from Google also put out something very similar to help use generative AI to improve security investigations, which means reducing mean time to detect, mean time to respond, and false positives. Sentinel-1 put out one. This has been a lot of big talk over RSA the last week. Again, RSA has been very generative AI heavy, and this is one that just got released. They've been working on it for a bit, but they've now coined it Purple AI. Orcus came out with one generative AI to help with remediation actions when facing a security incident, which I really like. Us ourselves, we created a chatbot for our customers to interact with their security data. These are using private models. This is really important as well because now, previously they've had to go through a human or they haven't been able to connect as fast as they want. Now they can engage with their security data a lot faster. And what that results in is a closer tie and better security outcomes. Going through human pen testers using Gen AI for that. And then on what the research is doing to kind of protect against the vulnerabilities inside of the LLMs themselves. The people that the research have brought out that sleeper agent or those backdoors within inside the LLM models. They also came out with a recent paper a few weeks ago talking about these simple probes to catch what these sleeper agents can do and look at the distribution of that. So more tooling is coming out to protect and secure these generative AI solutions, such as Harmbench, the do not answer data sets. These are all kind of like red teaming approaches to making sure these LLM guardrails are up. And then just even a few weeks ago, a Meta released AppPropter, again, another kind of way to automatically test your guardrails to make sure your Gen AI services is not susceptible to those exploits. All right. Long story short there, just in terms of the summary of the cybersecurity landscape, the red team is gaining a lot of tools. Cybersecurity has always been a war of economics, and the red team really has been exploits bots, tries to leverage that to make a lot of workload, because every significant threat has to be, or even not insignificant threat, has to be investigated by a human at the top level. So the LLMs are really going to increase their ability to generate new threats, and then also, in addition to that, ramp up their efficacy on it as well. So going on to, I want to talk about a few pointed examples here of one. I talked about highest security and iSpy. So this was talking about polymorphic malware. And I think I can play this video. I don't know if the audio is going to show, but I can talk my way through it. Yeah, I will just talk my way through it. So maybe just to give a premise, iSpy is a before I continue on with it, is a GPT that sits in memory of the device. So you can think of an application that's sitting in memory. And what it's going to do right now as we walk through this, and I'll press play now, is that it's monitoring the processes that are running on the attacker's computer. So they're running a few processes here. You're going to see it come up here in a second, but it's going to go look and see which ones are running. And then through there, it's seeing target process 1 there. It's seeing that Zoom it understands what Zoom is, has context for it, but then looks for vulnerabilities for that. It hasn't been asked to look for Zoom. Unlike, let me pause it here. Unlike traditional malware that goes on devices, they have to go and look for a specific target. They're targeting a specific vulnerability for a specific application. If that doesn't exist on there, it just sits dormant and kind of doesn't execute or goes. What this is changing now is that it's an application that hasn't been given really any clear attack motive. It's just saying, hey, go in, look for the running processes. Of those running processes, see what vulnerabilities exist. And then, in a second, I'm just going to run through here for a second. It's going to then write the code dynamically in memory to exploit that. As you can see right here, it just ran that code to exploit that vulnerability of Zoom that it identified to extract. And in this case, what this vulnerability does is it's recording the Zoom meeting, it's exfilling the data to a directory, and then sending that to an attacker. Again, this code didn't exist prior to the LLM being on the model. It wasn't given this specific code. It generated that dynamically in real time on memory. And then in addition to this, and they'll show it in a little bit in this video as well, and I recommend everyone to go to highest security and see it. It has error correcting issues. So say like we've all probably used LLMs to generate code. We see it doesn't nail it the first time, but even if it does hit a failure there, it'll go back and try and rectify itself and keep correcting its code. So no longer is it just one and done. It's going to keep hammering at a vulnerability until it gets it or until it reaches its max loop, and then maybe move on to the next vulnerability to exploit. So we're moving into this dynamic way now. This is like the next generation of malware we're going to see. It's no longer a specific script to exploit a specific vulnerability. It's going to be this dynamic, ever-changing, ever-evolving process. And really, if we look at it, those anomaly detection models would pick this up more easily than those traditional signature-based approaches. Because the signature-based approach is looking for that malware signature, that MD5 hash, that SHA-1 hash or 256 hash. This is changing its code over time, so it's never going to have that same hash or that same effect. And so this is kind of, in terms of vulnerabilities and looking at in-depth examples, I think this is kind of, again, depends on you look, most interesting or scary version of what we're going to see in the future when we come to malware generation and what we're fighting against on the blue side. Going into another example now. So we've talked about inherent vulnerabilities with inside LLMs themselves. And prompt injection or prompt attacks should be well known, but this is where you can give the LLM a prompt or talk to it and it acts in a certain way, maybe violates its guardrails and does something. The most, and I see a lot of research that comes out from this, and I always think, oh, it's so hard, and I've never seen this in the wild. I've never seen an actual vulnerability be exploited. It's good to see that research is being done and that that's possible and giving us that knowledge, but I've never actually seen it applied by attacker. But writers.com, this came out maybe 6 months ago, and this is a great example of security research coming out of there and actually being applied, requiring in writers.com to issue a vulnerability to their platform because of vulnerability in their LLM service. So let me walk us through what this indirect prompt injection is. So writers.com is a service that allows people to help generate reports, an LLM that you can put your documents in, reference websites, and this will generate a report that you can use, and it's a great application for LLMs, and they've got like an amazing list of clientele here that are leveraging it. So really good use case for LLMs, makes sense. But what ended up happening was this indirect, it was able to exfil data. Even you can put your private sensitive information on there, and you can use RAG to generate and exfil data, to generate these reports. But with this vulnerability, a security researcher was able to show that an indirect prompt injection attack was able to exfil that private data that they uploaded because the LLM just sent it out. So how it worked is they would do something similar to a water hole attack and embed a prompt text inside the HTML page. So if you look at this second portion here where it says, give it a link to a source, and say this was an attacker controlled web page to a source that they want to use, there's actually white text under the intro to SaaS there.